Hello there. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome on in. Welcome back to day 7. Can't believe we're still not on day 10 yet. This is crazy. Of Ninja Ball's Gamesfest throughout September 2025. How you doing, guys? Who have we got? Bright Dog. Hello. Belorda. Ahel. Guns N' Raiders. Scon Indy. How's it going? Dark Metal. Welcome, everybody. And Bright Dog saying, so in the end, did more people join the HelloFresh stuff? Just me being curious. Yeah, I think we were at 5. Which is amazing, because 10 was like a stretch goal for us. Thank you for asking. By the way, guys, this is what... back. It's a fun little thing. But we just haven't been doing it. Anyway, welcome to day 7. Let's get started with some ESO, shall we? But yeah, Bright Talk, thank you for asking, and thank you everyone who jumped on board. That offer is still available. You'll notice I still have the little HelloFresh thing on my overlay, and the code is still there in the About Us section just underneath the stream. If you want to save a bunch of money, we're not going to be plugging it like we were yesterday, but it's still there for a few more days. It's a pretty good deal. Like I said yesterday, free food. What's not to like? Let me just change the input here. I should also join Discord. Uh-oh. Love it when ESO does that. If you do too many other things in Windows while it is on a loading screen, it often says, nope, it's not responding. Oh, yes, it is. I love that. Get our volume back up to where it should be. And finally, I've been twiddling my thumbs for a long time now. I've got to get channel points for more sexy trailer voice. And Guns N' Raiders. Well, hello. But Lord, I got 70k channel points. Get spending. We go through phases where people go crazy with the channel points, and then like days and days where nothing happens. I feel like when Maya is here, she sort of ups the energy, and you guys start doing more stuff with that.
Maya?
Maya.
Maya?
She's here. She just walked into the room. She will be joining us very shortly. But yeah, Belorda, up for that. Hit me up when you're starving for sexy trailer voice. And Scon Indy, hello! Is your name anything to do with Indiana Jones? Might you be slightly excited for the DLC coming to Indiana Jones and the Great Circle? Which hopefully we'll be playing a little bit later. I just have to wait for Steam to download it. That reminds me, I better fire up Steam so that it downloads automatically. So give me a sec while I do that, and I'll open up Discord as well, and we can start talking to Maya. But yeah, thanks again for yesterday. It was a really fun one. Something a bit different for us. I hope we did okay. Oh, a delivery just arrived. How exciting. And let's fire up Steam. Cool. Alright, so now the game should... Hopefully the DLC will download automatically. We shall see. Anyway, back to ESO. Hey, Scott Indy, how's it going? Do they mix? Zdenya, hello. Zarkon, hello, hello. And Dark Metal doing great. How about you? I'm alright, thank you. Had a good day so far. Feels a little bit weird to be starting at 2. Feels late. But there's been a lot to do. I had to set up Indy, made sure that it was working. I dread that moment, you know, where I say, okay, ladies and gentlemen, sit tight while we flip on over to a different game we're going to play and enjoy together. And then there's some technical bullshit caused by me not having the foresight to, you know, fire it up beforehand. So all of these things I'm getting installed and checking, and you'd think that would take 2 minutes, but it takes a little bit longer than I would have imagined. 1 liter of Earl Grey. Yeah, Earl Grey or Grey Goose do they mix? Exactly. Zen, I've been playing Dragon Age the Veilguard a bit. I haven't even tried it yet. I decided not to bother. Mainly because I had too much other stuff going on. But also the reviews weren't like amazing. They were good, but not terrific. So yeah, I'm very curious. I have a lot of love for that series, actually. The first game was terrific. I thought the third one was also pretty damn good. Second was a bit of a break. I'm not sure what to make of that one, but they all had their moments. It was definitely a cool franchise, and it kind of breaks the heart to see people talking about it being perhaps dead for good. I'd be surprised if that's the case. But yeah, EA definitely screwed the pooch, from what I gather. But yeah, tell us more. Stan, it's pretty cool, so I recommend with anyone with an Xbox Game Pass to at least try it out. And oh yeah, thanks for the hydrate, Dark Metal. Thank you very much. A minor heart attack every time it happens to me. You did indeed hear a Maya, and on the horizon you can hear the creature. If you listen closely, you can hear it say, Maya! Petrified War, howdy! How you doing? Hope you're all having a lovely, lovely day. Our days are about to get better, I was just going to say. There's a Maya, hello! You sound a little bit... Maybe it's the fact that Discord was still bringing you in, so we just got low, and you sounded a little bit stern. So... Everything all right?
Oh, I'm just pissed off. There's an issue with the order again.
Oh, really?
It's completely the wrong thing. Like, that's not even for me. But it had my name on it, and before I could talk to the guy, I was already buggered off.
Oh, for crying out loud.
I know, right? But hey. Hey, Dark Metal.
Welcome, Maya.
Hey, Gilly. Hello.
Everybody give it up for Maya.
Maya. How's it going?
I think we're doing all right. Thank you very much. Squad Indie, stuff happens and tech will always let us down when we let it. This is true. It may be dangerous, so be careful, travelers. It's dangerous to go alone. Take this. I played it quite a bit, so this is Dragon Age the Veilguard. I have to admit, it fell short of everything I hoped for. Definitely consider it a miss. Oh no! Well, that's the kind of thing. A lot of games giving it, a lot of reviewers, rather, giving it some shit for not being... Didn't it come out around the same time as Kingdom Come Deliverance? I think 2, so KCD might have been a little bit later. My memory probably of that isn't perfect. But I remember seeing some commentary saying that it was a little bit spoiled by its proximity to that game. and Avowed had some of the same thing, had some of the same stuff thrown at it. The KCD 2, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, lets you do anything. The systems are so sophisticated and malleable and fun to mess around with. You know, the crime and justice system. And that whenever a game like that has been freshly released, Baldur's Gate 3 would be the most obvious example. Any game that is in a similar genre that doesn't have what that other game has can feel like a bit of a letdown. And I did read some defenses of the Veilguard saying, look, you know, games do not need to have these things to be good. And, you know, going over the relative strengths and weaknesses of Dragon Age Veilguard. But yeah, I think generally the reception wasn't what... I'm not a super fan of the series, but an interested observer. So I was a little bit dismayed overall, you know what I mean? Well, thanks, Ahad, for that tip. But there we go, Gilly. I really like Veilguard. My only problem is I loved my first Rook so much. Don't want to play a different one. There were some good reviews. Whoops, I did not mean to sell that. Although I never use it. Should I just sell it? This is kind of taking up space in the inventory. Never use that food anymore. There we go, the dreaded, refreshing drinks that we were talking about just the other day.
Fear not, featherless one. Your shinies are safe with me. Safe! Safe!
That's a terrifying greeting, that guy. Yay, Maya is here too. In fact, yes. KCD2 was epic. Maya still desperately wants to play that. Because, you know, she's a Bohemian, after all. So, it literally recreates medieval era versions of places around where she grew up. Which is pretty fun. Right, kill humanoid foes, capture one resource. No, let's just kill some humanoid foes. Done. Where can we do that? I feel like there are baddies in the rift, aren't there? But yeah, seriously, Veilguard had some interesting ideas, but when compared to Origins and Inquisition, it was a complete miss. Yeah. Avowed was amazing, though. I had a blast. It was great. And the lore. Yeah, exactly. I think I heard more robust defenses of this idea. Like Rock, Paper, Shotgun, PC Gamer, IGN. Those are the ones where I tend to go. And I think at least 2 out of 3 of them had some sort of variant of this observation that... Yeah, sure, it was fucking cool that KCD2 had these crazy systems, and what a lot of fun. But it's not like we've always needed them, and any game that doesn't have them is ass. Or is even disappointing. Not every game is that kind of sandbox. Avowed isn't really a sandbox. In that same way. So yeah, I was up for Avowed. Any update for the Fallout 5 release date? I know nothing about this. No. Not as far as I'm aware. Dark Metal Veilguard had some abysmal dialogue. Maybe a me issue, but glad other people like it. Weak writing in video games really sticks out to me as well. Like, it bothers me anywhere. But, because in a video game, voice lines, because they're still quite an expensive commodity in gaming. So they really kind of break through the fourth wall. That's not quite the right expression, but you know what I mean. They kind of break through the action. They really stand out. And often they're literally written on screen as well, if you've got a text component. So the bad writing really, really stings. That's why I have such an issue with From Software games, where they keep using ye old thy and thee and all this, and they don't know how that archaic form of English works, so they keep fucking it up, and it's just embarrassing. Like, if you don't know how that works, don't do it. And no, Maya hasn't played Kingdom Come Deliverance 1. Razum, hello there. Hope you're having a good day. And Gilly Child played Veilguard with German voiceover because Male Rook has the same voice actors for Norian in ESO. Nice. It gets cringe, yeah. It's on the one hand, it's kind of corny. You're right, Scott Indy. That name thyself. We were laughing at it when we booted up Arena just a few days ago. We went through all of the Elder Scrolls single-player games. By the way, if you'll stick around for a little while, I guess in an hour or so, hopefully, depends when it downloads. We're definitely going to check out the new Indiana Jones DLC today because that game was like the sleeper hit of 2024 for me. Honestly, I wasn't that interested. I wasn't particularly expecting to buy it or whatever, but it was that rare thing. It is a really, really funny AAA game. Like, big budget games are so freaking serious, and Indy was fucking hilarious. Like, jokes that are written, but also jokes that are just inherent in the system, the way that it works. Like Oblivion. Although a lot of Oblivion's humor was unintentional, like just because of jank. But the combat system in Indy, and the way that you're picking up like whatever's lying around and beating the shit out of a Nazi or a black shirt with it, it's very, very funny. And it's totally on point with the movies. We went back and watched all of the films last year around the time the game came out. And it's such a great call to make the game hilarious. It wouldn't have occurred to me ever that would be a key feature of an Indiana Jones game, but as soon as I realized it made sense. So I'm quite excited to hear a bit more ridiculous story and just any excuse to muck around in that particular sandbox. Good fun, good fun. So we're going to do a little bit of that later. By the way, our first day in 5 days that we aren't playing an Elder Scrolls game as the bonus game in Gamesfest. Because it's been Arena, Daggerfall, Morrowind, Oblivion, Skyrim. And that was yesterday. But yeah, Scott Indy, when we were chuckling at all the menus for character creation in Arena and Daggerfall. Name thyself. Choose thy face. It just... Cringe, the word might have been invented. Well, the modern meaning of the word cringe. The way that we use it around here. It might have been invented for such an occasion. Very, very funny. No shadow key, yeah? I joked about it. There's another one as well, isn't there? Is it TES Travels? Another mobile game? I do know the story of Shadow Key. I looked it up. Because it actually ties into Arena and the Elder Scrolls Online a little bit. It's all about the Crypt of Hearts. And there are Easter eggs to the Shadow Key mobile game in ESO. If you go to Crypt of Hearts, where is it? Up here. If you go to Crypt of Hearts, I think it's only in the second one that you can see it. You know, when you break into Narayanath's bedroom. Out! I think that's when you see these references to the Shadow Key game, which is like a shitty mobile game back in, man, what, 2006, 2008, something like that? There was probably a very brief window of time when that game was even playable, because people actually had devices that were compatible with it. Right, let's continue my daily routine of opening another Rewards for the Worthy and another Transmute Geo that I can't use yet. I thought I was finally going to make a dent in my transmutes yesterday because I had to print some tanking gear, some Lucent Echoes, sorry, gear for my Arcanist tank who didn't have his own set. So, oh, brilliant. I'm going to spend some of these transmutes finally, only to find that I had 3 pieces of it, perfect traits, just sitting in my inventory, in my bank, ready to be golded out. That's kind of a pain in the ass. Anyway, endeavors, done. Moving on. Let's get her Kingdom Come Deliverance 1 and 2. So Maya can play them back to back. I'm sure she'd be up for it. Let's get her back home first. Which, by way of a quick reminder, that is the goal with September. It is to drum up additional support for Ninja Pools. Even more than you guys, you awesome folks, already give us month to month. But maybe encourage people who wouldn't normally sub to consider doing it while they're discounted. All of that stuff. And that's why we're doing Gamesfest. That's why we're streaming every day. Trying to have a bit more party time with you guys. Do story content. So it's not as combat focused. And we can focus more on talking with you guys. Playing a different game each day. By the way, who was it that requested Borderlands 4? That's now made it onto the roster. Mass Effect made it onto the roster by request. Fallout 4. I think Moose, you were actually talking about, if Moose is here, they were talking about Fallout 3 remaster, but Maya misunderstood and put Fallout on the list. So if you guys make enough noise, we've still got a few gaps in the roster of games we're going to play this month. So absolutely give us put some pressure on us to play the games you want to see. Whether it's something you love and you just want to see it streamed, I want to evangelize it to other people, or if it's something like Indy today that no one's played before and you're just curious, see if it's worth checking out. We are all ears. Much like my necromancer here. Oblivion Mobile, also forgotten by almost all Elder Scrolls fans. You're right, I forgot it. Literally just as we were talking about it. In my mind, there are those two mobile games, Travels and Shadowkey. But yeah, you're right, there was Oblivion Mobile as well. And then obviously more recently we had Legends and Blades. I never got into Blades. Does it have much of a story? It just looked like... It looked like too much of a gacha bullshit to me. Like there was too much, you know, buy loot crates as soon as you log in. So I just have it sitting there on my phone. I'm not doing anything with it.
There you are. I have been expecting you.
Goofy said me, hi, can you send me the transmutes? Yeah, sadly I cannot. I honestly would. Because, I mean... Look at that, it's ridiculous. I'm sitting on 1,000. And I've got... I've got 23 of these, so that's another 500 odd. And another 150. It's just ridiculous. I've got almost another 1,000 just in unopened geodes to deal with, but that I'm not even like this is not even that bad my situation compared to someone who does a ton of PvP. You know, I just dip into PvP now and then. Anyhow, I think we go and do the Daggerfall Covenant story now. How about that? Tetris. Another Dying Light run. Ah. And Goofy said, oh, and hi, chat. Yeah, never neglect chat. Metal Blades was fun for 2 to 3 days, and it was very bland. Okay, fair enough. Sounds like I'm not missing out that much. Scon Indy, if you have Prime, this is the sub to use it on for free. Ah, thank you. Thank you for the pitch. Yeah, once you've done the story, quote-unquote, I wouldn't recommend playing it now, to be honest. I mean, I can either read about the story on UESP, or I can actually play it. I'm happy to do either, but... Yeah, Goofy Sebi. Make add-ons possible in cloud gaming for ESO, we don't need any mobile game. That's actually a legit point, which we were talking about just the other day. I feel like the story started here. Yeah, Captain Kayleen. That's correct, isn't it? No. What? Yeah. It's recommending I start here. How exciting. Yeah, you can generate some Nern Crux, but
find them.
Nern Crux is so cheap now. It's like, is it like 10k or something? Oh, I can't see because this character doesn't have Master Merchant, but it's like 11, 12, 13. And if I wanted to sell a lot of it, I'd probably have to underprice it, so it would get whipped up very quickly. Petrified War Enshrouded is definitely on the list. That's a good call. Resident Evil. I don't think I've ever played 1 second of any Resident Evil game. So I'm genuinely... I just have to take people's word for it that they're good. But honestly, every trailer for... I think it was Resident Evil 6? What's the one in the really fucked up, like, Texas Chainsaw style household? Was that 7? Oh, I can't remember. You guys will help me out. But quite a recent one. I think that was the first one that piqued my interest at all. None of them look scary. None of them look good. Obviously, I'm wrong. You know, I don't think that they are bad or not scary. They've got a fantastic reputation. But I've got to say, looking at the marketing material for all the Resident Evil stuff I've seen over the years, none of it has ever convinced me to consider buying the games. And I love horror. Give me all that stuff. But they just don't look frightening or interesting. So that is actually a good call. I'd love to start shredding my ignorance on that particular franchise. Cyborg. myhouse.wad. What's My House? Even John Romero did it on YouTube. You just reminded me of something. A video game which you can download for free as like a little zip file called Anatomy. Did you guys ever play that? When you said My House, it suddenly triggered this memory. I played this years ago. It's very short. It takes like 15 minutes to play. Maybe 20 if you're slow. And it's really creepy. Really horrible. It's called Anatomy. And it is, you're just walking around an empty house and reading little notes about how the house is like a body. You know, this is the brain, this is the mouth, this is the beating heart, all this kind of stuff. And the sense of creeping dread is really, really well done. But yeah, tell me more about myhouse.wad. Anything to do with John Romero, Cyborg, I'm probably on board. Space Marines 2 with DLC. I played... Yeah, we completed Space Marine 2. It was pretty fun. I just reinstalled it, actually, the other day. Resident Evil is a good one, yeah. And yes, please, Wild Saber, go ahead. A joke that's slightly stereotypical. Feel free. Don't dump prizes too much, because it will decrease value even more. Yeah, well. Resident Evil is really good. Alright, which Resident Evil should I start with? Should I just go with the remakes from 1, 2, 3, etc.? Gilly-chan, you remind me I need to look for Nern Crux weapons to research. The blacksmith's ones are the only ones my main character's missing. Played in the dark. Resident Evil 7 was the return to horror, yeah. I'll just... Maybe it's just the way that they're marketed. I get this a lot with Asian games. The way that they are marketed is very strange to me. It's just not... Like a typical one is Monster Hunter, right? You get the pretty graphics, which don't mean anything. Anyone can put together a beautiful looking trailer. It doesn't mean the game will be good or even beautiful. So forget that. That doesn't really get my attention. But then what they do is they just have like 50 lines of dialogue, one after the other, which is like somebody just pressed shuffle on all the dialogue lines in the game, and you just get random quotes from one character at a time. They have nothing, they bear no relation to what's happening on screen. Do you know what I mean? it's such a thing with like, Japanese games in particular, and I feel like a lot of the marketing for Resident Evil games falls into that category, and I just end up being slightly amused and bewildered when I see this stuff, and that's not what you want when you're trying to convince someone to be interested in buying a product. It's for them to just be laughing at it and slightly confused about what the hell it's supposed to be or what it's trying to do. So that could be the reason, but they're held in such high esteem that I'm convinced I'm just missing something. So yeah, I'll be up for that. Dark Metal, my first Resident Evil was Dark Side Chronicles on the Wii. Always have a special place in my heart. Fun! Wad Saber, hey, Ninja, what do you say to a black man in a three-piece suit? Will the defendant please rise? Jesus. Where the hell did that come from? And hey, Talat. Resident Evil 4 was the scariest, in your opinion? Thanks, Petrified War. And Sconny says 4. Yeah, the trailers were not great, but the gameplay is OMG scary. Alright, well, you guys, this is working. This is working on me. Dark Metal, I'd say 4 is the safest, but it's also, in my opinion, not the best place to start. I recommend Resident Evil 0, 1, or 2. Well, that appeals to me for obvious reasons. You know, going from the beginning. Goofy Sebi, game mechanics are so much more important than graphics. You're absolutely right. Yeah, I do love me some good graphics, don't get me wrong. But a pretty looking trailer, just like a trailer for a movie with great special effects. It's not
gonna, Resident Evil?
Yeah, it's not going to do anything for my interest in watching it. I was just confessing, kind of a big confession actually, a guilty one, that I don't know my asshole from my ear hole when it comes to the Resident Evil franchise. I don't know anything about it. And one of the reasons I've never bothered to check it out, even though we're both really into horror and horror games, is that the trailers look kind of goofy, always. You know, they do that thing that we often make fun of with a lot of Japanese and Korean games do this, where they have that, like someone hit shuffle on all the voice lines in the game. So they're completely disjointed pronouncements from different characters. You don't know who's talking, you don't know who you're listening to, you don't know what they're talking about, but it's just like a way of saying we have several voice actors in this game. This game has graphics. This game has a sword larger than your torso, but which somehow your character can wield, you know, in an agile manner. So yeah, that's what we were talking about, Maya. Would you be up for that? Resident Evil games? And Scotty did a great point if you're just diving in. And Shahinamoth, hello there. Petrify. Oh, you guys are really piquing my interest now. Can't tell you how much my heart pounded playing those games. So we're talking about the remakes, or are you talking about the really old school? Because I think those might be the only ones I've ever played. You know, the ones that are a little bit like Final Fantasy with a fixed camera view. So you'd play them like this. You know, the camera didn't move, and you just have to like waz your camera or the character around the area, and then occasionally draw your weapons and shoot stuff, and then it would cut to a different camera angle when you got into the next room. I may have played one that was like that, but this is old school, and it was already like a retro game by the time I got around to it, so maybe it wasn't the best place for me to start. Give me your Discord server. Yep.
Already shared it.
Yeah, I saw that. Jahinamoth, thank you. You're welcome. Dark Metal, hype for Resident Evil 9. Yeah, see, that's what I get hyped more by the word of mouth and other people being excited for it more than anything else.
I just kind of hear something 9. I think, oh really? Bloody hell. But at least they've been going for that long.
Yeah,
so
it's either really good or they're just churning that shit out like FIFA or Call of Duty. And in the case of Resident Evil, that's not what they're doing. So good on Capcom. They've kept it going, and they've drifted away, and then they've returned to form a couple of times over by now. And there's real fandom around that. Like I even know the names of characters. That I've no idea who they are, but they're so like embedded in gaming culture that I'm aware of their names.
Spread out, Lambor.
Might be just what we need.
Ms. Redhawk, hello
You
there.
interested in some easy money?
Good morning. Scotty remakes are going to look and play better. Yeah, I mean, if they're a faithful recreation of what, like, if I'm not missing anything by skipping the OG and playing the new ones, I'm sure the remakes are just as good. Resident Evil 0 and 1 Dark Metal use tank controls with fixed cameras. Yeah. Resident Evil 2 also, but the remake not. Yeah, I assumed that not so much. Capcom has multiple studios, they all use the Capcom name. That's true. Yeah. Scrawny, I played Resident Evil first on PlayStation 1 with my 6-year-old son. That was a really dumb idea way back then. Lustful Taoist, hello. Welcome on in. Greetings. And Dark Metal, the first zombie head turn alone would be scary as fuck for a 6-year-old. Yep. I dislike horror, but I enjoyed those games. Alright, well, that's settled. We're going to do it at some point. Let's get our hands on every remake and start with the 0 and just go from there.
Let's do it.
I'd be so up for it. One of my favorite games ever is Left 4 Dead. And Left 4 Dead 2, particularly. Partly because of all the fun I've had with Maya playing those games. Like getting a little bit tipsy playing those games as well. We used to have drinking game Left 4 Dead. Every time you get in-capped, you do a shot and stuff like that. And if you die, you have to sink whatever's left in your glass. Dangerous. Alright, Captain Kayleen. And yeah, the point of that was that obviously owes a lot to Half-Life 2 and the modding community, but also it owes a huge amount to Resident Evil, even though they're different types of zombie. Draws heavily on that type of gaming that was established. I could be interested in some easy money.
I have a heist planned, a big one. Anyone who helps is going to be rich. But I need people who aren't local, who aren't in the pocket of Headman Bosek. Still interested?
I see that the tracker for the HelloFresh has just not been tracking. That's a
You help
shame.
me recruit the folks I need. You get
That's
a cut of
dumb.
the take.
Well, I need to raise that. Hey, how's everyone doing on this Thursday?
What do you say?
Thursday? Yes, it is Thursday. It's nearly the weekend. Not that that matters much. If you work in the weekend, but if you're not, who's looking forward to it? And if you are, sorry. And if you are working, well, I hope it's fun. Either way, we'll be here every day, so you can tune in and make your workday a bit more fun.
Yeah, exactly. We want everyone to be having a nice time before they join, but especially once they join the stream. Chatting with one another, chatting with us. We'll try to keep that going. And Dark Metal, I see that a quick tip, Khan. Resident Evil 0 is set before Resident Evil 1. Makes sense, duh. But I'd recommend playing 1 first and then 0. I gotcha. A little bit like if it's a prequel.
I haven't tried BG3, really. Not really.
I can't really say. I enjoyed what I've played of Baldur's Gate 3. So if I find it extremely unlikely I'd have problems with it. But honestly, I find the combat incredibly jarring. The world is so rich and wonderful and beautifully done, and then it's like a turn to camera in a drama, like in a movie that I'm really enjoying, and then suddenly the characters turn and talk to me. It's like, what? No, I was enjoying the film. Don't break the... I feel like obviously the combat needed to work the way it did. You cannot recreate the pen and paper TTRPG experience any other way, really. But I will say that in a game which is story-rich, I find the pause for combat slightly migraine-inducing. Like, it sort of makes me despair every time. I was enjoying that, and now you've just taken me out of it completely, and I have to start again from 0 after this dumb combat sequence ends. But that is a very, very personal take. I would never say that to someone who's asking me if they should play it. Because that is, like, that's a very rare... I think I've heard 1 or 2 people say the same thing. That they're fine with the combat, it's just not their favorite. But a lot of people love stop-start turn-based combat. I'm just more interested in real time, ultimately. Scott Indy Left 4 Dead was amazing. Insomnia Aaron, hello! And Kid Inks, how's it going? Lustful Taoist. And then you wonder how the hell this badass girl from Resident Evil 0 becomes a damsel in distress in the first one. Fair enough, yeah. Yeah. Left 4 Dead 1 and 2 are great, but only when you play with organized groups. Pugs, they're a recipe for disaster. Yeah, I mean, they were fine, but they were so mean. It's the main reason I didn't want to join Discord for the first year or so I was playing ESO. Well, that's not true. I played it for years just on my own. But when I started doing dungeons and joining a guild, I would join Discord and just listen. I didn't want to talk. And I didn't want other people to talk either. I just wanted to listen to the raid lead. That was it. Because, yeah, voice chat in Left 4 Dead 2 was so freaking salty all the time. It was kind of hilarious, but just tiresome. Like, it just... You know, if you just wish you could press the mute button on someone in real life. God. Like, 3 out of 5 people seem to be that in that game in Pugs. So, yeah, I know what you mean, Cyborg. Am I the only one who doesn't like Captain Kayleen? I don't really have strong feelings either way. I like her deal in Coral Eerie. That's her, isn't it? She's funny.
The 3 folks I need are Crafty Larissa, Jakarn, and Naramo. Any or all of them would do.
Will Bite. Tell me about Jakarn. Here we go.
He's a thief, but he's the best there is. He'd be a big help in the heist I have planned. Problem is, he robbed Bosek. Nobody robs Bosek. He's been tossed into the grave under Bosek's palace.
Scott Indy's super old, and D&D in the 70s was this way. Exactly, yeah. It was the song that bugged me. That decision in Betnik pisses me off. Yeah, alright, I know what you're talking about, Taoist. Yeah. Goofy Sebi, same. It's not my playstyle, like round-based RPG. I understand some people like it. It's just nothing for me. Okay, so I'm not that much on my own. But I would never level that at Baldur's Gate 3 as a criticism. That would be crazy. It would be like criticizing Rick and Morty for being funny. It's like that's exactly what it's trying to do. But yeah, it's just a thing that makes me love it less, enjoy it less. Totally personal though. I remember listening to an amazing podcast that PC Gamer did a few years back. I think it was it's either just before or just after lockdown, probably just after lockdown ended. Basically, they went to the Games Developer Conference, GDC, and got together like a bunch of studio heads and narrative leads and these kind of people from the RPG space. They had the guy from The Witcher 3 and Cyberpunk, you know, the guy who wrote the Bloody Baron quest. They had a bunch of people from... They had Josh Sawyer, is it, from Avowed, and, you know, from Obsidian, all of those games. They had a bunch of people who are like absolute legends, heroes in RPG storytelling. And then talked to them on one of the last questions about combat. A couple of people said, no, real-time combat always... But a lot of them said turn-based combat is the GOAT. It just is. And I thought it was really interesting. Because these are people who approach the games from a very technical, insider standpoint. So to be able to really fiddle around and make the most of every single move. I guess it's perfectionists will enjoy turn-based combat, right? Lustful Taoist. And even if we make a decision benefiting her side, her little girlfriend's brothers still die in the war. Yeah. I don't love decisions like that. The Witcher is, especially 1 and 2, have a lot of these, like, these branching decisions where the blame lands on you later. And say, oh, come on. Feels a bit clumsy. Anyway, I'll look for Jakan. How do I get to him?
There's an entrance off the river under the palace. Watch out for traps and the other prisoners. They're all murderers down there. the worst scum on the island. That's the grave. You can leave anytime you want, if you can get out alive.
I'll tell you what, I've never thought about this before, but I love the voice. But I'm not getting pirate captain. At all. Like, she sounds like she's doing a leading a meditation. Right? Listen to this.
There's an entrance off the river under the palace. Watch out for traps and the other prisoners. They're all murderers down there. The worst scum on the island. That's the grave. You can leave anytime you want, if you can get out alive.
You know what I mean? Dark Metal, it's a wonder Jakan doesn't have multiple SCDs. He probably does. Probably does. Who are we to say? And Petri, I love turn-based and real-time combat equally, but I dislike mixed combat that's real-time but with cooldowns. Ooh, I know what you mean. Yeah, along with a whole bunch of other people, Lustful Towers, that die in the war. Dark Metal, hot take, Rick and Morty is very boring, don't find it funny. I don't find it as funny as other... there are definitely shows I would put above Rick and Morty on the humor scale. I feel like it's trying very hard. I can hear it trying super hard. Whereas when... And the same thing with South Park, when it's not a great episode, you can hear it trying. You know, when they didn't really have anything good to talk about that, or when they did the whole Mr. Garrison as a version of Donald Trump, I'm all up for, like, Trump-based humor. It works, but that one, not so much. So, yeah, I know what you mean. I don't think you're the only one. There are loads of people who don't like Rick and Morty, and I think that a lot of the hardcore fans give the show a bad name. You know? It's not the thing that we don't like, it's the fans that are a pain in the ass on the internet.
Bloody Bosek, or Headman Bosek, as he calls himself now.
Groovy Sebi.
He
No,
took
it's like
over
people
the
love
palace
different
years
things.
ago,
I understand people play
killed the old
BG3.
ruler and
When I
took
saw
his
it directly,
place.
said, yeah, interesting, but not for me. I'll definitely play it. But having played the first
Captain
act...
Helene, the Screaming Mermaid, Bosek's thug. If by
It is... Especially when combat starts in the middle of a story moment. It's definitely a thing. Then you could say that about ESO, but it's quite a different game. It just doesn't have the same level of immersion to begin with. Who's this?
My poor Jakan.
Oh yeah,
I don't want to...
she's been tricked by Jakan, hasn't she?
My poor Jakan. I don't want to think about what they're doing to him down there. He's a prince. He doesn't belong in the grave.
He's a prince. Oh, look at her face. Poor naive Irian. Lustful Dows. Move? What move? In turn-based combat, we just stand around and take it. Yeah. It's going to the Adventure Brothers is a funny show if you watch all of it and then the movie after. They did a fantastic job avoiding and patching loopholes. I almost fell asleep. She should have rang a bell. Yeah, weird, right? You just don't get... She's got some really funny, sarcastic lines, but she's a bit too serene. I like the confidence and, like, poise in that vocal delivery, but... I don't know, it would have been fun to have someone a bit more scrappy. Maybe that was just too obvious. Dark Metal, arr, matey, get that scallywag Jakarn out of that grotto and get you some gold. Yeah, that would have been too much, wouldn't it? Never watched a single Rick and Morty, so you can't say. She is super sad. Look at that face. You said Jakan was a prince? Lol.
Yes, from Westry.
Yes.
How I longed to travel there with him. He described it as bright, beautiful, and full of life.
Quick shout out to the animations and stuff on the NPCs. They are pretty rudimentary in this game compared to a lot of the other games that we play nowadays, and even in 2014 when it released. But you know, they do a lot with what they have. Like the change in her face is genuinely funny. When you ask, is he a prince? Yes. Why do they call it the grave?
It's beneath the palace, and anyone thrown in dies.
Jakan is the man.
Jakan
He
said
seduces
the
both
guards are
sexes like
brutal,
a king.
and the other prisoners are worse.
I like a scoundrel figure. The thing that seems a bit grim and a bit rapey is his whole deal about no. Well, actually, no means yes. I find that quite dark. There's like a real darkness to his character, which I don't know if it was intended when they originally wrote him for the base game, but in subsequent, like in High Isle, they've definitely retconned that as being intentional. Oh, he's an absolute horror in High Isle, and they very much call him on it. But I feel like maybe he was just supposed to be funny and cheeky in the base game, and they looked back on it and thought, "Eee, that's not a good look." So let's confront that when we bring the character back. Will you play the new Witcher when it comes out for us? Yeah. One of my favorite fantasy franchises ever. Possibly my favorite after Tolkien, which is like unassailably high up there. But yeah, I love the books. I loved all the games. I played them all at least twice. I think the first one I completed like 3 times at this point. Witcher 2 I played quite a lot as well, even though it's in many ways the least interesting of the 3. No, I love it. I love it. I love the way CDPR did it. I love the setting. So much of it is like close to note perfect. I'd be very interested to check out whatever the new one arrives. It's some years away though. Hopefully I'll have a new PC by then and actually be able to run the thing. Dark Metal. Did I miss something in High Isle? Did notice a dark thing about Jakan. There is an elf that you are... when you're working with Lady Arabelle, there's a High Elf and Jakan. Like, they keep, like, being there in the same conversation. And he keeps, like, hitting on her. And she straight up pretty much calls him a piece of shit. Like, she gives voice to what all the women are thinking when they interact with this character for the first time. That's all. They just call him on it, that he's a dirtball. He's not a Han Solo. He is the yellow bastard from Sin City, you know? If I can't trick you into going out with me, I will just kidnap you and do stuff. Let's not go there. Lustful Taoist. No, you're mistaken. Think about the real-life timeline the cultures are based on in Elder Scrolls. Back in that time, women were not as direct as now in my country. Women could never say yes directly. They had to play this weird game, ended up being designated as no means yes. No, I think it's a contemporary thing. I think if you listen to the dialogue, it's very much coded as modern-day dialogue with that epic fantasy vagueness stuff thrown in as well. But that you're taking us down a very interesting rabbit hole there, Taoist, with like, how do you do good dialogue in a fantasy game? Do you, and it goes back to what we were laughing at earlier, do you do the Dark Souls thing of choose thy face, thou wouldst have me givest unto ye, and whatever, and no one knows how to do that, so they always get it wrong. That's why FromSoft's dialogue is so laughable to me, because they don't know, or whoever's doing the English translations doesn't know how the, thy, thou actually work. And most gamers probably don't know either, so it doesn't matter, but I guess, because I do know, it bugs the crap out of me, and I end up laughing at the dialogue for being so corny, instead of being drawn further into their world. So it's a tricky thing to do. Like, sometimes it clangs when a character is way too modern. Who saw the Solo movie? You know, the Star Wars standalone Solo with oh, his name is completely escaping me. The guy who played never mind, doesn't matter. Alden Ehrenreich, who did a pretty good job, and you know, they managed to resurrect a good film out of the garbage mess that they had when they fired the 2 original directors, and yeah, Ron Howard had to somehow create something out of the ashes, the smoking ashes of this production. So I liked the movie, but I remember there were a couple of bits of dialogue in it which really clanged. Like when they get to Kessel, the spice mine there, I think Lando says something like, "Oh, spice mines are the worst," and it's just like, "Oh no, you just made him sound like a Gen Zer. Don't do that." Because in fast forward 20 years, that line will sound stupid because it's the thing the kids would say back in 2017 or whatever when that movie was made. So it can go wrong. And it can also be dumb and boring when they just speak epic fantasy language and nothing else. It's an interesting one. But yeah, I don't think Elder Scrolls Online is attempting to depict an environment where women aren't allowed to say fuck.
Okay, I'm finally back. Sorry.
Welcome back. We're talking about Jakan being called out on being a creep in High Isle. And I don't think the Elder Scrolls Online was attempting to depict a social structure where women aren't allowed to say fuck off to a guy who's being a creep. I don't think they were trying to do that in the base game. I just think he was written as a rogue without really thinking about how it might look. And then when they came back to the character later on, they portray him quite differently. I feel like he's much more of a wretch. And they sort of embrace that darkness that there was to him, I think, in the base game. Anyway, this is a very random tangent.
Guards and other prisoners
This is the
prevent
one,
that.
Maya, who thinks
The
Jakan
codes
is a
say
prince,
there are
so
rows
she's
and
desperate
rows
to
of
get him out of
traps,
prison.
and everyone
You
down
remember
there
her?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
is a
Oh,
vicious
he's so
murderer.
lovely.
No one's ever gotten out.
So that I don't mind. You know, the fact that he's, wheedled his way into her confidence and just lying, that's just a con man. But the whole no means yes thing is,
No, not okay.
is grim, yeah. It's okay to have a character who's like that. Not every character needs to be virtuous, but it's a thing that when TV shows do it badly, it can really put you off when a character does awful things, but they're not depicted as being bad things. You know what I mean? Anti-heroes are fun, but heroes who do shitty stuff can be really problematic. Anyway, aren't you worried about ruining your dress?
What kind of a question is that? My true love has been cast into a dark pit to die. If I thought I could get past the traps, I would go in after him. I can always buy another dress.
So when he said, "Are you worried you're gonna ruin your dress?" Jakan, I thought he was like, "Hey, let's get down and do stuff." But I might ruin your dress. Never mind. Still gross.
I don't remember this very well. I love it. It's like high security, but we can just walk in and just jump over all the traps. Good one. That's what that was, bro. You are from the country of Shakespeare. I'm actually from Denmark. Was Shakespeare Danish? I didn't know that. The female characters in his books, you mean plays, are the perfect example of no means yes. I'm not sure what you mean. Do you actually think that no means yes when a woman tells someone that they're not interested? Or when a man tells someone they're not interested? I'm guessing you don't think that. No.
No, just saying I'm not arguing for or against anything here. I'm just saying the theme could possibly come from these kind of literature and timeline. Yeah, but that's like if you watch the original James Bond. Oh man, he's freaking disgusting. Now, like, that wouldn't be made. Not like that. He's smooth and suave, but not like that. It's... Yeah.
I don't think...
No.
Yeah, I don't think it is being depicted as... Like, I think you're giving it too much credit. I think what you're saying is valid. Like, there are definitely ways of portraying that behavior. That's kind of what I was just trying to say, that you can...
Oh, the boys will be boys kind of thing.
Yeah,
you know?
you can depict behavior which is not cool in a way which is just like, whatever. It's just happening. Nihilistic filmmaking, for example,
It's
does a lot of that.
most people sort of go, oh, I didn't really notice. It's when you sort of play, because I did the, what's it called, the Legacy of the Bretons, the whole year story in one go. I didn't really think this before, but when I did the whole thing, I was like, this guy is creepy as hell. It just becomes too much. And I think the writers, they sort of interviewed them. They sort of knew that, but I wasn't quite sure whether they just sort of...
Well, the narrative lead on High Isle was a lady. And I remember when she was interviewed, she had she was there for the announcement, for the global reveal, and she said the character all women love to hate, Jakan. She literally said that. And that's what makes me think that he wasn't supposed to be like that, maybe in the original base game stuff. But they decided that, we stepped on a couple of rakes hidden in the grass with that writing, and it looks like we're creating a heroic character out of a real misogynist, and maybe let's just turn the corner on that and embrace it, make it a part of his character, but make sure that we are distancing ourselves from it and showing characters around him going, ugh.
Yeah. Yeah, but what Baloda is saying, I really hate this. Boys will be boys, because it says their behavior is all right and tolerated. Well, that's what I mean. And that's why I was really quite sort of taken aback when I played a lot of this dude. And I thought, that's not cool. Like, so much in this game is actually very sort of modern, forward-thinking. But this, I thought, it's not funny. And especially if he just keeps doing it. Yeah, it was an odd one for me. I did not like that. But yeah, I mean, if we're going to start talking about the Shakespearean times and the women's role in society, well, yeah. Hopefully we've moved on a little bit.
But I guess you're thinking of The Taming of the Shrew. Taoist. Which is a totally fair comment.
Yeah, yeah, that is quite a...
I owe you for this.
I remember reading it as a kid, or like very early teen, and I thought, oh, it's kind of, I don't know, she's spunky and all that, but then you sort of read it as when you have a bit more of a clue and you're like,
It's a comedy. It wasn't supposed to be making a profound point.
No. But you can't help but see that in there.
But yeah, you
As a woman.
not even, just as a modern person.
Yeah. No, I was just talking about my own experience, that's all. But yeah. Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I don't think anyone got super angry about any of Jakan's interactions in the base game. I'd be very surprised if they did. It's just a thing that you notice cumulatively, and I hadn't even noticed it until I went and saw the way that characters act around him, and the slight tweak in the way he's portrayed in High Isle. I think that's when I picked up on it.
Irians out there.
Yeah.
Oh, and guards.
Irians out there.
I saw many guards.
He is voiced by
A side exit. That way we can both keep our heads.
oh, help me out here, Maya. Why am I being...
Who? Jakan?
Yeah, why am I being dumb?
Oh, I can't think of the name.
Oh no, why have I forgotten the name? That keeps happening to me on stream recently. I go to say the name of the actor or whatever, and I completely forget.
Hey, Scalina, thank you so much for the sub. Woo!
Wow, thank
4
you.
months in a row. Wow.
Help me get something.
Thank you. That's really appreciated.
No, that's really going to piss me off. Steve Bloom. Just as,
Oh, shoot.
just as I was looking
forgot
it
it
up
was
on my
actually
phone.
him.
Yeah, just before I typed it into Google, I remembered Steve Bloom, whose voice is just amazing.
Yep.
Listen again.
I figure if you want something kept safe, give it to the goblins. They'll watch it for free. They're too stupid to trade it, and they'll kill anyone who tries to take it. Here's the thing.
I still have a lot of time for the character. I think he's a lot of fun.
Hey, thanks for the follow there.
We definitely don't want to cancel Jakan. Fuck that.
Imperial Navy General. I was not talking about women's status in the Dark Ages and justifying no means yes. I'm sorry. No. I think because then you sort of continued, and I'm just sort of saying, Shakespeare, yeah. But you've got a point. There's plenty that clearly hasn't quite changed, right? Hey, Petri, thank you so much for the gifted sub.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, Taoist, no, don't apologize. You bring up something I'm genuinely interested in, and I'm happy to attempt to talk about. I'll be careful, but it's a very valid thing to do, is to depict real things that are not quite right, or as perhaps we would like them to be.
Yeah.
And that is a thing of depicting outdated or ungenerous or just straight up nasty attitudes towards other groups. But if you do it in a way which, yeah, it's a difficult needle to thread.
Hey, that's what makes our community, this community, so awesome, that we can bring up all these things and actually talk about them. Because as I said, I was really taken aback just how I did not like Jakan when I did the whole Legacy of the Bretons.
They probably played up the nastiness in order to pick a side, you know?
Jay Namoth, is that how you pronounce it? I know it might sound off topic, but I'm doing really good lately. That's awesome to hear. Petri, y'all still have hype trains requiring 3 different people to start. Okay. And that's... Yeah. Taking inspiration from literature. I'm not even sure that they necessarily did. I think it was just sort of a continuation. It's like when you watch a lot of series that has a lot of different writers on it. That, you know, they're sort of sticking to the sort of the show Bible. So they know, you know, this character's like this character's like that. But actually, over time, you can kind of start seeing something else in there that perhaps wasn't intended. It wasn't really part of the character necessarily. But it sort of just sort of kept going and growing. I don't know. I don't know. I'm guessing that's somewhere in the settings, right, Petri?
We can see him like representing up there. Look.
What about James Bond? Never liked him. Always found him to be gross. I liked Pierce Brosnan. That's the one I saw when I was like growing up, and I thought, oh, it was still.
He's supposed to be a bit of a misogynist and a womanizer and all that, but the level. Go back and watch Dr. No and
I was like,
From
no,
Russia
I'm not
with
watching
Love,
that.
through a modern lens. And yeah, you don't judge the writing or the movie, whatever. That's not the right way to look at it. But you do kind of reel from the. He's basically. He looks like he's a couple of beats away from raping the female characters. It's really uncomfortable. Dr. No being the very first one.
I couldn't get over that.
That's why Sean Connery was so good, because there was a real darkness to that actor as well.
Question for you.
And he's a big, like, we don't, because he's so handsome and a great actor and just a joy to see on screen, we don't think of it, but he was a big, scary looking dude. And they really use his size in that first Bond movie to sell that. And that's a thing that up until, I don't know, I guess a couple of Bonds did have it. Timothy Dalton was a very big guy, like physically imposing. But not all of them have been. Daniel Craig, more recently, obviously, is quite a big dude. But Pierce Brosnan never really reads as like a physically scary individual on screen.
Read the books and I felt my skin crawl, yeah.
Headman Bosek. Now, if the gem came, now that's just too bad. If you do run into him,
but yeah, I'll gladly. I'm not going to boycott the movie. Like, fuck that. No, that's not the point. Like, I still enjoy Jakan as a character, but it's interesting to pick up on these things and think, was that deliberate, or is that just an unintentional little thing slipping through the cracks here? It's almost always the second one. These things are always written, scripted, performed, shot, edited on a tight budget, even when the budget is very big.
I only read 2 James Bond books only, but it was enough to make me not like the character and writing.
Really?
Well, fair enough. I watched the first movie and I was like, yeah, I'm good.
Oh, really? Is that you don't want to watch more Bond movies? That's a thing I've always wanted to do. I've seen probably half the Bond movies ever made, which is an awful lot. But I've always wanted to just go through and marathon that shit.
Maybe I'll try again, but I was really put off by Sean Connery. I think I also didn't expect it to be quite so.
To me,
yeah.
It's a little bit like that. It's just a symptom of the times, and we should just be thankful that we are able to see it for what it is. It's like that very famous photo, the black and white photograph of the Navy.
Oh yeah,
the guy from the Navy
kids.
coming ashore in New York City after World War II had ended, and the boys are back home, and they just grab a hold of the nurse in the street and give her a big kiss and bend her over backwards, give her this big Hollywood kiss. Apparently, that was assault, basically. He literally just grabbed her and forced himself upon her, and it's a very famous photograph. And you just got to use your double think. Like, on the one hand, it's this amazing, enduring image, but on the other hand, there is this darkness to it, where society doesn't tolerate that as easily anymore. Another example would be from movies like Errol Flynn type films, where the man always grabs the woman, like, really violently, and kisses them as if they're nutting someone in the face. You know what I mean?
Scottish Tornado. I find Maya a bit creepy. Thanks, Scottish Tornado. Really appreciate it. How are you doing?
But like that is
You good? Thank you so much for the follow. Yoo-hoo!
that's a weird move. Like, if anyone tried that, if you were like hitting it off with someone in a club, you go to a second location and you're about to start making out, and then you do that move of like grab the shoulders and yank them towards you, you're definitely gonna get a knee in the pants. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's
I would, yeah.
and even back then, I'm sure people didn't actually act like that. But it reads on screen really well. Like, it's a really unambiguous, smashing together of the two characters. The symbolism just works, like, visually. But it's a really jarring thing if you take it literally for a moment. So what the fuck? Who does that? Very strange.
If you're looking for that...
But it's just, part of that movie, that visual language.
Yeah. Women grab me all the time when I'm working in the bar, but I'm pretty hot, to be fair.
That's true.
I think the incident was not really tolerated in that time too. Read that police asked the woman if she wanted to press charges, but she took the high road. Yeah, I can't quite.
I don't remember enough about it. But yeah, I think you're exactly right. She was not into it at all. And that's like the funny.
Glad to see you made it out.
Funny, slightly dark story behind that. I think it's just a similar thing we're touching on here.
Yeah, it's just such a funny one because it's become sort of a symbol for something, and it's like it's not real.
Thanks, good looking.
Oh, yeah.
Does he call you good looking regardless of your character's gender? Because I just want to remind you guys what my character actually looks like. She looks like a vampire. Or some sort of bat creature. A Batma?
Batma?
By the way,
Yeah.
yesterday someone walked past our house on the street outside wearing a t-shirt with the Batman logo, the one from, I guess, from the cartoons that were on in the 80s and 90s. I don't know, I'm not really enough of a comic books guy to know that, but it's sort of the bat wings and then the little face of Batman at the top. And it says, in tall letters, B-A-T-M-A-N, but it said bald man instead of Batman, and the guy obviously had no hair. I thought that was pretty funny. Way to own it. Baldman.
Right, sadly, I need to fuck off again.
Yeah, Darien Gautier, also this womanizer. He's kind of funny too. Yeah.
Anyway, I'm just going to say goodbye. Sorry, I do need to head off.
Oh, you need to go right now. All right, so we're going to have to take a 5-minute break then.
Yeah, I'm so sorry, guys. The parcel delivery is hilarious, so I'm waiting for something that I kind of need. And basically, the box that arrived in, it says something like lighting and furnishing. I was like, that's not for me. The moronic driver, it was labeled correctly. He just stuck the wrong label to it when they sort of do a secondary one.
Right, so he's coming back with that.
No, he's not. Because he delivered the other one already, so I can't have it.
Oh, god damn it.
I know, idiot. Freaking idiot.
All right, well,
But any hoodle poodle, I'll be back later in a bit. So you guys have fun with the Khan, and Khan will be back in a few minutes.
yeah, Maya will be back in a couple of hours. We're going to do some indie. We're going to do some dungeons with viewers. So get ready for that. That's coming up later. Maya is going to heal. I'm going to tank. And you guys are going to DPS. We hope. Otherwise, we're going to have to two-man it. So, yeah, get your characters ready for that. I'll flip the screen. Put a BRB screen on. But yeah, sit tight. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Cheers. And we're back. Sorry about that. Thank you for sticking around. Good looking, she is hideous. All charm, no taste. Sorry, I've missed some of this as we were heading out. I believe he doesn't have played as a male, don't remember that line. I push trees. Anyone on PC NA want to help me level a new character in BRP? I'm on PCEU, and I really don't like Black Rose Prison for leveling, but feel free to ask. Absolutely the right move. Hope you find somebody. You can always join our Discord. I push trees. Let me just put it in chat. And tag the PCNA players on there as well if you want. Literally, if you type at PCNA, it'll come up.
Hey there.
What's
Need
up,
any help?
Nicolene?
I didn't think I'd ever find you.
Whoa.
You move around.
What the hell is that outfit? What does she look like? She looks like she's been at every festival this summer. She's gone straight from one festival to the next with the same rubbish outfit. And this is the final result. And welcome on in, Pirate. Or Pirate. Funny, when we're doing Captain Kayleen quests, we get someone called Pirate joining the chat. Welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. Very kind. We are 27 follows away from 6,000. That elusive 6K. So if anyone is enjoying the stream today and fancies chucking us a follow, feel free. I ain't going to stop you.
I'm Nicolene. I work for Captain Colleen. She said.
All right, yeah, we
Then
could say
listen.
that.
Just so you know, we're set up in a hideout near the docks. Come.
I'll
There's
find
three
you.
folks Captain Colleen wants to help with her heist. Crafty Larissa, Jakarn, and Naramo.
Now we're good. Oh, really? We have to ask?
There's three folks. She's insane. He's.
There we go. This is not my first playthrough. Obviously, I did all of this stuff many years ago, but as part of our Gamesfest, we said we committed to redoing every single story, zone story in ESO. Is that a little Zim the Bard coming on there? Zim! Zoom! How you doing? How you doing, sir? If I'm ever frontlining a death metal band again, and we have a song called Zim, that's what it will sound like when I announce it to the crowd. 3 things that will never happen. Welcome on in. Homeless is what she looks like here. Like the average IT worker. She's Kayleen's first mate and probably girlfriend. Why she's in rags though, I don't know. Yeah. Oh, I knew I recognized the name. Nicolene, that's it. So yeah, she has quite a lot of chat later. But she's just a scrubber, basically. Swabbing the deck. How's it going, Zim? I hope you're having a good day. Never too late to start. Dark metal, I've been there, done that. The only thing I couldn't do for shit was to sing in a sort of a heavy power metal band. I just didn't have the range. I can sing falsetto in a choir, you know, but then it sounds like a girl singing. I can't do that full-on power metal wail thing. I don't know, whatever. It requires something which I do not have. So that was the only, but it's a shame because I was actually hired to be in quite a cool band that played that kind of music and all the heavy stuff. I was really good at it, but then when it was time to do these like high, screechy choruses, nah, man, couldn't do it. So that didn't last. Sadly, I could only do like 2 months with that band, and it fell through. But more normal vocals I could do, and heavy stuff. That was a lot of fun. A lot of fun. But yeah, so if you've just joined us, welcome on in. We were talking about characters with objectionable attitudes in games and how much fun they are, frankly, but how it can be problematic if the writers didn't intend to like glorify those opinions, and then they think that maybe they have unintentionally sanctioned the opinions held by that character. Like it's a very difficult line to tread, and people will, like players or viewers or whatever of movies, games, and TV will have different conclusions on whether they are glorifying something. You know, the whole thing about glorifying violence. It's a tough needle to thread, like I said earlier. But ultimately, whether or not the devs are comfortable with it, I would always much rather have film, TV, games, books where there are complex characters, you know, real life type people with some opinions which are awesome and on point for the moment, and some of which are absolutely terrible. Like, think of your grandparents. A lot of us will be able to identify, like, we love our grandparents, hopefully, most of us, but I bet many of us will be aware of some, like, very outdated and perhaps to us quite unpleasant opinions and attitudes which our grandparents hold. You know, it doesn't make them bad people, but the way that storytelling in movies, films, games, the way that works, it's much more like binary, isn't it, a lot of the time? I think CD Projekt is a really good example of doing this right. They have a ton of racist characters in their games, in the Witcher games, for example. But it doesn't mean they're glorifying it or preaching about it or anything. It's just there. It's just an aspect of the world. Just like you will meet people who have opinions which are different, sometimes weird. In the real world, it adds like a texture to it. I don't know, do you guys agree with that? Then you're talking about metal and whatnot. When I was 14, some 30 plus years ago, giving us all the info there, Zdenya, we had a Guns N' Roses cover band. Oh, hats off immediately to that vocalist. We were called Metal Dick. And my friend who was good with graffiti did a nice sign for us. School went absolutely mental when we uncovered it at school. Good old times. Metal Dick, that's amazing. Wish I could do a metal scream. Would be fun. There are like YouTube tutorials and stuff. I never did anything like that, but my friends and I just practiced it when we were like 12. I think my mate Mick and I formed a band when we were like 13 for the first. Obviously we sucked, but I was playing violin and viola in like a county orchestra at the time. Super nerdy thing to do, but I'm glad my parents made me do it now, looking back. And I became really good mates with a guy who was in the percussion section. He'd be the guy sitting at the back on the timpani, on the, you know, the kettle drums, bomb, 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 you know, that whole thing. And he was wicked on the kit as well when we would do more modern film music, which had a drum kit in it. And I got him to join the band. He was a couple of years older than us. And suddenly we sounded a million times better just because the drummer was really good. Everyone else was still shit. But that was the key. And that meant that over the 3 years that we practiced together, we actually started to sound pretty good by the end of it. But that was the key. That was the crucial ingredient. Getting a good drummer. Never underestimate it. Raves Lord. I have a Polish friend who's a sound technician and a Czech one too. Fun. Cal Winter. Do you guys know when the next expansion zone is due to come out? So, yeah, there are two answers to that. One is probably early next year, but we don't really know. That'll be something Dark Brotherhood related, but we don't really know. They haven't told us very much. January is typically the time when they announce what is coming for the year ahead. Sometimes they give us a preview of it very late in the year. However, this year's a little bit different because hopefully you can see that down at the bottom of my screen. Solstice, that is the new zone for the year. The Seasons of the Worm Cult. Season 1, if you like, Part 1 was Western Solstice. As you can see, it's all stopped here, and part 2 is coming in about November. But it depends. The Writhing Wall event, the wall is the thing that runs along this line, Carl Winter. That is going to be a big server-wide event to bring down that wall. It's going to be like a huge siege game that we play for, a couple of weeks. And even if you don't have Solstice, you can still do it. You can participate and move the progress forward by doing dailies in a bunch of different zones, base game zones. You could still do some Writhing Wall event dailies. Those will go live on October the 13th, I think. And we're going to find more about that this month. So yeah, in about, I don't know, about 2 months' time, we're going to get Eastern Solstice. And we know very little about it, but it's going to be pretty fucked up, I think. It's going to be like a more evil, nastier version of Cold Harbor. But on Nern. Yeah, so I hope that answers your question. But as for the big thing that's coming next year, we don't know when or even what it's going to be. And we probably won't know anything until January at the earliest. But we do know that Rich Lambert said it was something to do with the Dark Brotherhood.
Thanks to you, we've actually got a chance
Zinderbard,
to
I'm doing
pull
all
this
right.
off.
Excellent. Looking forward to getting you back on Twitch, dude, so we can raid you and we can have some fun. Zim is in the middle of a relocation, is that right? And until all of that is like done and dusted, I did the same thing a few years back. Not really in a position to continue with
After we hit Bosek's palace,
streamage.
we're done here. If we're going to do it right, we'll need Jakarn, Naramo, and crafty Larissa.
I gotta say, right, so this is the very beginning of the Daggerfall Covenant storyline. Whoever had the idea of starting it off with a heist, you know, you need to recruit the crew for this heist that we're gonna mount. That is a really fun way to start a story. And to make you be the person who has to go out and do it, you have to rescue them from scrapes or prove your worthiness to them in a way. That's fun. That's going to get you like immersed in the place and the characters pretty quickly. It's a good idea. Zdenya, I started my musical endeavor on a violin, ended up bass player in the end. I play bass and drums, but I always like so many others, wanted to be a guitar magician. Yeah, guitar, I've played bass and guitar and piano, vocals, but then I also studied piano, violin, and viola when I was a kid. When I went to see my mum just last week, she was hassling me, "Are you ever going to play the viola again?" I've still got like, you know, the upstairs room is full of violins and violas and shit. For those who don't know, a viola is just a slightly larger violin. It has 3 of the same strings, I believe. Man, it's been years. And it has 1 extra string at the lower end. So it's just like a bass viola. But obviously nowhere near as deep as a cello. Fun instrument. But sadly, often gets the shittest part. It's like rhythm guitar in orchestral compositions. It'll often have the most boring sort of background job to do. That's the one thing I didn't like about it. Goofy said, by the way, do we need to complete the first half of the story to do the wall event? No. No. It'll be available to even the people who don't have Solstice will be able to do it. They obviously just won't be able to go to the island and do the things that take place there, but they'll be able to do quests where you gather materials, you craft stuff for the war effort, and you find the worm cult hiding in delves throughout Tamriel. This is one of the things I like. I did this all on PTS, but if you guys weren't here, if you missed that, then I'll quickly explain it. So, yeah, it's not just crafting and boring stuff like that. You get to go to delves from the base game, like delves you haven't been to in years, because you got all the sky shard on every character or whatever. And you'll go in there, it might be Dwemer, it might be Spriggans, and there might be goblins or whatever, and there'll be a part of the delve which is filled with worm cultists instead, and Daedra. And there's like a special new boss. They're not like tough bosses, they're still delve bosses, so you look at them and they die. Maybe they're a little bit tougher than base game delve bosses, but stuff like that. So there's a bit... They've thrown a bit of spice at it, and I like this seasonal idea of there's no content which is coming or going, but much like the Reaper strikes that are appearing in the Overland, they're not changing anything, but they're just new encounters that are appearing in old content. If they keep doing more of that, I think they could be onto something interesting if they do it right. It's always the question, isn't it? All right, tell me about Crafty Larissa. What's her deal, Captain Kayleen?
She's an old friend, captain of the Maiden's Breath. She's also a master of disguise.
Hey, Camille! Quick hi to the legendary Ninja Pulse
community.
community.
Ship aground near Saintsport.
Hi yourself. How you doing, Camille?
And she might join us.
You having a good day? I hope so. Having a good week. Welcome on in, everybody. If you just joined us, doing well, man. Glad to hear it. We are Daggerfall covenanting. You would be proud. How many characters you got, Camille? Is it 20? Or is it's close to 20, isn't it? There's the shout out. Keep smiling whenever I tune in and see how well you guys are doing. Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, so Camille's got 20 characters, ladies and gentlemen. All of them Daggerfall Covenant. Not even one cheeky little Pact soldier or Dominion scout, to shake it up. Nah, fuck that shit. Covenant or none of it. So in the bad, I used to have all 20 AD. The first proper guild that I started doing stuff with were all, with Dominion, so yeah, like 13, 14 characters of mine were AD. Thank you, Moose. Thank you for that. Alright, I'll look for Larissa. Where's she at?
You won't spot her. She stays well hidden. Deserted the trade. Ruler of the Red...
Can we ask about
Thanks to you, we've actually...
Naramo?
Naramo's nice enough for an Altmer if you get past his Dwemer fixation. Thing is, the relics he finds in Dwemer ruins sometimes come in very handy.
I forget, of course, this is the whole intro to Naramo. He ends up being quite a big character, doesn't he? He crops up again and again. Alright, where's he?
There's a Dwemer ruin outside town.
Yeah, I know that.
Thanks to you, we've actually got a chance.
That's right, so we can do the heist with just one, but we need to go... Let's go and get the others, that's fun. My first 9 characters were also all of the OG DC races, that's pretty fun. And then I bought all the race thingy for RP reasons, of course, yeah. So, right, by the way, if you guys don't know Kamul, the clue is in the second part of his name, Kamul ESO. Just like me, he is a rabid ESO player. He does a lot of fun stuff in this game. Click the name, click the heart, and then you're following, and you will be able to see exactly what I'm talking about once he's live. He streams regularly, every week. You can catch the times and all that stuff over on his channel. And if you don't know what he does an awful lot of PvP. He's very good at it. But he also brings an extra dimension to it, which is by role-playing as Lord of the Rings character. Well, not Lord of the Rings, Tolkien characters. But mostly Lord of the Rings. So he's got like a Gandalf, he's got a Sauron, Lord of the Earth. He's got that Mouth of Sauron guy. And they are cosplayed in-game, you know, much like my character could be something from, I don't even know. Something from Nosferatu. So Kamal has this like really strong theme, not just in the visuals of the character, but also how it plays. So it's always fun to see him like go fruit machine style through all his different characters that are all like big archetypes and characters that we know from Tolkien's Middle-earth mythos. So it sounds weird, and it is pretty weird, but it's awesome. It works really, really well. And Kamal's just a lovely and entertaining guy as well. And I really appreciate having so many PvP streamers around here, like Kamal, Bislobo, Okui, Pain in the Axe, who are just super chill. You know, even when they're getting dicked on by Zergs or whatever, they just are cheerful and it's a skill, man. I don't even know how you do it sometimes. Something from I don't even know. That's about right. Yeah, thanks for the kind words. You're welcome anytime. I do but speak the truth. My mother didn't raise no lies. Except for my sister. She's a fucking snake. Nah, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I love my sister.
It's right here.
Don't know why I said that.
A Dwemer ruin unsoiled by bandits and thieves. Yet I cannot get inside.
But yeah, seriously, check it out. Like I cannot imagine anyone regretting it, unless you absolutely hate PvP. Then maybe. But yeah, give the guy a follow. There are so many lovely streamers in the ESO community. We're very lucky.
To think that the Dwemer of Old Volenfell settled as far as Stros Mackay.
Oh, this guy's voice.
My
I'm
brother
immediately
and I have
back.
scoured the ruins' exterior for some time now, but we have never been able to get inside.
Sim, yeah, I agree. Dang, sisters. I mean, what?
Several reasons. One is that Headman Bosek commissioned...
Alright, let's go. I'm sorry, Naramo. I love the sound of your voice, brother, but you love it too, and that's clear. He's very verbose, isn't he? LeBro! Speaking of bros, Kamal is the most entertaining PvP streamer I watch. He does amazing things with his characters. Give me Aragorn. Hey. That's what Maya says to me when she's horny. Give me Aragorn. And hello yourself, Libra. How you doing? Hope everyone's having a lovely week, a lovely Thursday. We're enjoying our Gamesfest Day 7 so far. In fact, let me just check something. We do want to be streaming Indiana Jones and the Great Circle a little bit later today, before we end the stream. Not just yet. Let me just flip the screen for a minute so I can check. See if it's downloaded. I'm not actually clear. It's coming out today, the new DLC, but I have no idea when it's coming. What time. So, it's not updated yet. RIP. But yeah. Hopefully, there'll be some more of that later. We've been playing a different game to finish the stream every day so far this September, all in the name of giving you guys a little bit more value, a little bit more entertainment. So far, because we're an Elder Scrolls fan club around here, we very much prioritized the Elder Scrolls series. I think day 1 we did Doom, the Dark Ages, just because I love that shit. And day 2 to 6, so those 5 days, were Arena, Daggerfall, Morrowind, Oblivion, Remastered, and Skyrim. And it's been kind of fun just getting to play them all back to back and look at how the series changed. Not just in the obvious ways, like graphics improving, but also what the Elder Scrolls series was trying to do changed big time. Quite abruptly as well, like even to the point where Elder Scrolls Online was being developed very much with Oblivion in mind. That was the latest one. And then Skyrim came out, a few years before this game was due to be, well, I think it was only a couple of years before ESO was supposed to be released. And they just had to throw everything out the window and start much of it again. Because they realized, no, Skyrim is so different and such a huge success that what the Elder Scrolls is, in italics, has kind of shifted just in the time that we've been making this damn game. Interesting. Yeah, Zim, all of the amazing streamers here. Absolutely. And LeBron, I'm doing well. And yourself, my good sir? It is almost Friday. It is. Where am I headed? I need to go inside, don't I? Forgive the slightly distracted nature of the gameplay here. I'm mostly here to talk to you guys and just rattle through these quests. Look at this guy.
I knew it would, of course.
Giandria would be so proud.
Into the tunnel you go. Now to get that door open.
Anyone else love this guy's voiceover?
At long last, the Sark. Come, we'll talk of our next move inside.
I don't know why. I think it's because he sounds so different. I love a voice which you can immediately spot. Like Ron Perlman's face. The guy who's a Hellboy. Not the new one. Not David Harbour, but the 2 Guillermo del Toro movies with... those who know Ron Perlman, you know what I'm talking about. Or a Jack Nicholson, or... just all of these like amazing faces that you get. Samuel L. Jackson, John Travolta, you know? A voice that is like one of those amazing faces. I have that effect with my voice, I've been told. You do have a lovely voice.
As you see, Headman
This is
Bosek's
true.
trust in my skills was not misplaced. Nor was my faith in your prowess. Will you
Moose.
assist me on another task?
Done some very quick testing. Now we have update 47 on console. Nice. Welcome in, Moose. Give it up for Moose, everybody. Sustain feels like ass with or without banner on dummy. What food are people using now? Lavafoot? Gonna miss the health from normal food. Most people, in my experience, have found a way to sustain with buy-stuff food, or they've switched to Dubious or Witch Mothers or whatever it is, you know? The one that gives you a bit of health, a bit of max resource, and a bit of recovery, rather than just... But yeah, my attitude is very much... Give me the max health and the max resource. More damage, more survivability. Let me get the sustain from elsewhere. And I'm not talking about the zone, I'm talking about supports. Will you assist me in another task? Yeah, let's go.
Despite the age of these ruins, I suspect the usual defenses are in place. As I am averse to danger, would you explore the ruins to locate any Dwemer generators inside?
I love this. That's actually pretty fun. Flusspirat. Am I saying that right? Maya. I recorded this live on stream a few days ago. It was a sub goal for our September Gamesfest. Maya. Maya. She's not here, guys. I'm sorry. She will be back a little bit later, but she's had to go back to work, working her ass off, so that we can. So that I can do this full time. Maya! That is it. That is it, guys. It's exactly what we need. Put music on.
As you see,
I love that we know what a generator is, but our character wouldn't. So they're asking this question. What?
Oh, I suppose I'm the only one who calls them that. Independently
His
apportioning
face?
Dynamo Core is a mouthful, but the Dwemer built them to
I don't know
last
if you
for
understand what the word
generations.
generate means.
I say
I think.
generators to honor their enduring nature. This control...
Right. Never play this game in first person, but do do dip in and out of first person every now and again, just to have a look around. Especially if you can crank up the settings. Let's do that actually. Don't think my settings are on max here. Let's do it, except for depth of field. Ugh. Yeah, thank you for that, Zim. And Cal Winter, has there been any talk about PC console crossover? There's been a lot of talk, but do not expect it. So people who understand what they're talking about know that this is extremely unlikely, because it's extraordinarily difficult to do at this stage in the game. But yes, there was a podcast a few months back where Matt Firor, the former studio head, and Rich Lambert, former creative director, who is now... it's not quite this. Is he studio director? I can't remember his exact title. Game director? No, he was already game director, but either way, sorry, that doesn't matter. They did a podcast where they were talking about this and potential new features for the game, and they were asked about crossplay. They said, of course, we'd love to do it, and we're still investigating to see if we can. 2 or 3 numpties on YouTube, well, not numpties, they knew what they were doing, they were being very cynical. A couple of clickbaiters on YouTube made videos saying, oh my god, crossplay confirmed. It's a complete lie. Like, crossplay was not confirmed. It was barely even mentioned. It is possible that they'll do it one day, but no. As far as I understand it, it's not something we should be expecting or hoping for. And in fact, Rich Lambert was actually in our chat a few weeks after this podcast went live and all the clickbait had gone crazy on YouTube. And he said pretty much poured cold water over the entire thing. We happened to be talking about it and he was lurking in chat. And he did say, yeah, actually, that was completely misquoted. Here's what I actually said. So yeah, sorry for the disappointing take, but I think that's me being honest. I don't think anyone should be expecting it anytime soon. So Carl Windsor, I hope that helps. Thank you. Thank you for all the little blurps, everyone. Keeps me leaping out of my seat in terror whenever one of them plays in my ear. I appreciate that. Keeps the energy up. And Moose, for now I have slotted 2 Nightblade skills on both bars for passives. Seems stronger than Fighter's Guild, question mark? Yeah, I found the same thing. And I'm pretty sure I included that in the one of the recent videos that we did. Soul Harvest front bar. I've also tried Killer's Blade and Execute, but that's single target. Didn't really seem any stronger than Beam. You're talking about Arcanist here. Yeah, it's a little bit embarrassing. Killer's Blade overtakes in terms of damage per cast. I don't think it ever overtakes Fate Carver. And in terms of damage per second, it overtakes Fate Carver pretty late. So it's just not much point slotting it except for the passive. Like if you just have the space. And LeBro saying thank you for playing Skyrim yesterday. I forgot how good the game was. New character started. Oh man, you're welcome and thank you for mentioning that. That is exactly the kind of thing. You know, we're just hanging out together. Like when you're hanging out with a buddy and they mention a movie they saw recently. Or a movie that you both saw when you were kids. And they were like, oh man, I rewatched that with the wife. It's fucking awesome. And it just like, you get really jazzed about checking it out again. That's exactly the kind of thing. You want to hip each other to good new games, good old games. About half an hour ago, everyone was, not everyone, but a lot of people in chat here were instructing me to get my shit together and play the Resident Evil games. Because that is one that has always passed me by. And because the trailers aren't... Honestly, I don't think the trailers are very good. Or they're not geared towards a Western mindset, a Western audience. So I find it difficult to get excited based on the marketing material for those games. But I've always imagined, well, they must be awesome. Too many smart, knowledgeable people love those games. It must be because they're great. I'm just missing something. And yeah, the conversation that ensued absolutely convinced me that this is how it is and that we need to set up a Resident Evil streamathon at some point. So yeah, I'm glad we're inspiring people to try out some of the older Elder Scrolls games as well. That either they haven't played before or haven't done in a while. Daggerfall Unity might be the highlight for me. Open Morrowind and Daggerfall Unity are both amazing achievements. I love the community for putting these together. Incredible. And yeah, let's face it, most of us are here. Some of us are here because we're mad MMO people, like Belorda. Shout out to Belorda. But many of us are here because we just love the Elder Scrolls games, the single-player ones. So any opportunity to talk about the series in general, whilst we're enjoying what this particular MMO has to offer, I'm so there for it. And you guys have the best opinions as well, so gimme. Is it possible to go out the other side? It is. Fun. I do not remember this bit. This is right at the beginning. It's been such a long time since I did this. And Cyborg 42, in my opinion, some actors have achieved much more success in voice acting than in their on-screen work, which is often rather mediocre movies. Michael Ironside, Sam Fisher's voice is a good example, I think. Oh, poor Michael Ironside. I know exactly what you mean. I think he's actually pretty good, but because of the way he looks, it's a bit like Harry Elwes, you know, the guy who played Wesley in The Princess Bride. Like Michael Ironside, Carrie Elwes, they look fucking amazing. I would I would give an awful lot to look like those guys, but there's a sort of a corniness and a central castingness to the way they look through the eyes of Hollywood. You know, they look very like primary colors in terms of what you cast for. Corniness isn't the right word, but it'll often happen. Like you'll one of the things that Maya does, like a guilty pleasure, is watch a bunch of Hallmark movies at Christmas time. I bet I can't be the only husband who has this going on in the background at Christmas time, right? And I've watched a few with her, and some of them are good fun. They are absolute paint by numbers nonsense. And the actors and actresses you get in these films tend to be absolutely, like, devastatingly handsome, beautiful people. But they just look a little bit too obvious, right? They're never going to play an interesting character because they're going to cast... You know, the casting director's going to go for someone else. Something with a slightly severe look about them, rather than just someone who looks like...
There you are.
They belong... Someone who just looks like a model. You know what I mean? I'm not explaining it very well, but I feel like Michael Ironside, as a result, got casted in a lot of B-movie crud. This is more to do with the way he looks than his abilities as an actor. But yeah, not to quibble, Cyborg, but I like that take. But yeah, what a voice. Holy shit. If anyone doesn't know who I'm talking about, Michael Ironside, if you've seen Starship Troopers... which obviously you've seen. If you hadn't, you need to stop what you're doing right now, unless you're at work, and fire up that movie. And there's another example, Casper Van Dien, the main actor in that movie, is another one like that. But yeah, Michael Ironside is the leader of the Roughnecks, like the captain or whatever the title is. Total badass. And he always plays those kind of characters. He's also very memorably in Paul Verhoeven's other movie, Total Recall. He's the bad guy, one of the bad guys in that. Again, a lot of fun. I was going to say, it's hostile here, isn't it? I need to be on my toes. Hey, yeah, friggin' Hallmark, yeah. Not really my thing. I don't really subscribe to the so bad it's good type of thing with movies, but I can see why they work.
Let's talk.
But you know what I mean? Like the actors that are in them, they're so like, whoa, that is a handsome person right there. They're like better looking than some of the movie stars we see on screen every day, but they don't have the same interesting ambiguity to the way they look. Like a Christian Bale, for example. Obviously, handsome dude, but looks kind of scary. Or can easily be made to. So I know what you mean, Cyborg. And Moose, yeah, talking about the beam. Planning on spending my birthday in Skyrim, kiddings? I love it. Skyrim is the reason I got you, so I just wanted more Tamriel. You must be one of millions who felt exactly that way. I mean, I was already into Morrowind, Oblivion, then Skyrim, but same thing. I thought this game was going to be bad. I wasn't even that interested in playing it, but I couldn't not get it because it was an official Elder Scrolls joint. I needed to check it out. And I know a lot of people who came to the game for that reason. Some then couldn't cope with the fact that it was not Skyrim Online, which I think is a shame, because Skyrim Online would be a rubbish game. So some people were just too disappointed when they realized it's a totally different experience. Others, like me, realized, hang on, this combat system is really cool. The story is much better than I expected from an MMO, and the community here is freaking awesome. Just loaded with the best people. So that's why I'm still here, freaking 11 years later or whatever.
What brings you to this trash pit?
Although, to be fair, I didn't really clock the combat system and the people until, 2019? Something like that. I used to just walk around the game doing quests by myself and with Maya in the early years. Ted Meister, hello there. And Erin. Erin saying, I would like if they go more into old Tamriel before the world of ESO. Said in times when Dwemer and Tiber Septim were around. We've got to get that one day. right? The only thing I would say, I don't want them to ever reveal what caused the Dwemer to disappear. I don't think we need that. But, yeah, that's a cool idea. LeBro, where the snow elves were just that, and not the Falmer as we know them. We're on the same page. Yes. Yes. Ted Meister, been watching a lot of Imperial knowledge lately. Read up on the politics of Tamriel. Good stuff.
My ship may be a pile of driftwood, but my crew's alive and
Alright, I'll rescue your folks.
Look for Remember, you can take clothes from hampers or off-dead sea dregs.
The way she pronounced that. Hampers? That's fun.
And try not to get killed.
My character looks so weird without all the cosmetics. Look at that face. Hey, Utopian Warrior, hello there. Gilly-chan, if Arniel in Skyrim is anything to go by, they poofed themselves to somewhere else. And Utopian, I'd love to see something of the current Necro and Arcanist class in a new Elder Scrolls game. Yeah, I'm so there for what you're coming from with that. Yeah, just taking some of the stuff that ESO created, and I mean it's obviously canon already, but canonizing it, quote unquote, in a more official capacity, like having it show up in Elder Scrolls 6, an Arcanist. That'd be so wicked. I would love that.
Well, sit down, warm your bones.
Yeah, I think that'd be great. Also, the way that they've developed the history, culture, and the architecture of the Khajiit, elsewhere, and so on. I think that'd be really interesting to see that continued in a first-person game. Yeah, a single-player game. Moose. Update 47 probably going to make me abandon DD and just tank everything. It really isn't that bad. I've not found that it's changed my setups that much at all. It's just made the Stamina Arcanist different to play, and Magicka Arcanist pretty much impossible.
Stay away from Helene. She's a monster.
Like, I think you can make it work, but it just isn't worth it. The same reason that a Magicka Arcanist just wasn't a thing for the longest time. Then Banner came along, and people didn't realize until I made a video. A lot of people didn't realize. Some did, obviously. But I got so many comments on that Magicka Arcanist video during update 45. Like, holy crap, I didn't even know you could do this. It's really strong. And now it's gone again. We had it for like 2 patches. Honestly, I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing here. I do not really remember the ins and outs of this. It's been years. But welcome on in. This is Khan. You're watching Ninja Pulls. We're very happy to have you here today on this Thursday afternoon. We are doing a month-long September Gamesfest. So if you've got any Prime subs lying around, please do consider us. And, support Ninja Pulls in making better content going forward. We already do our best to make the best content, but, you can always make more, better, harder, faster, louder, all that stuff. So that's what September is about for a lot of streamers. I'm sure I'm not the only one who's grubbing for subs these days, but we need to go upstairs here, don't we? But they are reduced throughout the month, so yeah, give it a think, either for us or other streamers that you've really been enjoying this year. Now's the time.
Die, Sea Drake. I'll spit on your grave.
This guy, Larissa sent me. Chill. I've got a disguise you can use to escape.
I knew she wouldn't leave me to rot. Quick, untie me. The Sea Drake spent the past few hours breaking my fingers. I can't wield a sword, but I can still strangle a few on my way out.
This guy is hard as fucking nails. They've been breaking my fingers so I can't swing a sword, but I'll still strangle them on my way out. I would almost think that would be more painful. You know, putting sustained pressure on broken bones. Like, yikes. I love this guy's deal. Aspirational. And speaking of good faces, right? Look at that. Look at that mug.
These sea drakes give pirates a bad name. Kill every last one of them you see.
And you've been worried talking about seeing Necros and Arcanists in single-player Elder Scrolls games. Wow, quite a jump. I'd love it if he actually went and strangled that sentry. That'd be a nice touch. The effects, yeah, stuff like tethers, beams, visually very appealing. Yeah, it would look cool. It'd be an opportunity, be an excuse, right, to just crank up the crazy effects. Yeah, I can definitely see the appeal. I'm with you on that one, absolutely. Ted Meister, I wonder if there'll be any new classes in the future. It's a good question. One thing we've talked about is the idea that maybe they would introduce a new class which is just one skill line. Because now that subclassing is here, they can do that. You know? I think that would be an interesting way to go. Rather than having to make 3. I think just one new skill one would still be... It would still be interesting enough for people to get involved. But it would be much easier to balance. It wouldn't be as much work. That's not my idea, by the way. Several people have suggested this idea. And I'd be amazed if the devs haven't thought of it. Hey, Mad Max, thank you for the follow. Thank you very much. Very kind. Welcome on in. So yeah, Ted Meister, you're not the only one who's wondering. Khajiit deserves more love, just not just more skooma. Raves Lord Khan, let's say hypothetically they would make an ESO show. Who would you say would have to star in it? Like a Fallout style Elder Scrolls series. Oof. I would love almost nothing more than Mads Mikkelsen. And that's you're probably thinking, yeah, good one. The Danish guy picks a Danish actor, but he's just amazing in everything. I would have loved to see him play Geralt in The Witcher, because he is pretty tall, and Geralt isn't described as like particularly physically imposing. He's a big guy, but he's not like... I think Henry Cavill is huge in that series in a way that he doesn't necessarily have to be for the lore to work. There's just obviously those scenes when he's in the bath. They work a little bit better when he's swole as fuck, you know? I think Mads Mikkelsen is just a really intriguing face. Again, that thing we talked about people being good looking, but not in a way which is just puts them down as the you know, the Barbie or the Ken or the hero. There's something ambivalent about him, which made him so perfect as Le Chiffre in that Bond movie. Casino Royale, right? Not Pure, hello! Welcome on in. How's it going? But yeah, Razel, that is a tough one. We could spend hours on this. What do you guys think? Yeah, I'm kind of with Moose saying, oh, you're talking about classes, hope you'll never be able to choose one. Yeah, opted to jump back into what I know most in-game, still yet to log in. Ted Meister, you get burnt out very quickly on this game. Yeah, it's maybe you're focusing too much on the DPS and the builds and stuff. There's a lot to be said for just bimbling around the way I'm doing it here. Just, I mean, if it doesn't grab you, obviously, don't waste any time on it. But this is like zero pressure content. It's almost too low pressure. In fact, it is. That's why we keep hassling them for a high difficulty overworld, and when we're finally getting one, hopefully next year. But yeah, don't let the game pressure you, man. It's supposed to be fun. Yeah, so sorry you keep getting a little bit burnt out. Hope you can figure out the way to to make it work. Hey, Maya's texting me. What's she? Oh, she's saying hello to everyone in chat. Give it up for Maya, everyone. She will be back with us a little bit later, and we'll be doing dungeons with you guys. We're just going to rack up a bunch of dungeons. You guys can pick where we go. She'll heal, I'll tank, and we'll get people who are in the mood for DPS.
Her cabin girl had a key. Poor little boss. Good trick, that.
But yeah, we can't do that for another 90 minutes, at least. Because Maya won't be here. So I'd need a group of 3 before then. Utopian, so some of the cooking stuff from yesterday looked fun. Doing my own cooking today, but that's not as quick, easy. Yeah, I mean, it's easy when you get the kit, isn't it? But yeah, that was quite a lot of fun to shoot. Often with Maya's cooking videos, they take a lot longer because they're much, much, much more complicated. And there's a lot of waiting around for me while I'm not necessarily doing anything. So I quite enjoyed this. There was minimal prep. So we could just sort of get in and out. If you're wondering what we're talking about, guys, this is to do with the... We're doing a HelloFresh promotion at the moment. They've given us a code which you can catch just below the stream. And you see the little box on stream there. That gives you a massive savings. If you like free food, I would honestly follow that link and just have a look at it. There's no pressure to sign up. And if you do, you don't have to... You can cancel literally after the first order. But you'll get a load of free food. Of food that is, you know, massively reduced. It's very good quality. It's very easy to make. And we did a whole bunch of, like, videos of their meals that we were making from scratch, all with a sort of Tamrielic twist. You know, an Elder Scrolls Online theme. It was a lot of fun. So you can catch the VOD from yesterday if you're interested. Or you can ping us on our Discord if you want the links to those videos individually.
You're not mine. What have you... Did you poison me?
My captain, are you feeling okay?
Oh yeah, this is dark, isn't it?
Got you like a stuck pig. Cut your eyes out. Roast you.
Like you did my crew? No, that won't happen again. Oh, she fell down.
That's actually a really dark moment. Isn't it? I kind of like it.
My, that felt good.
What did you do?
Me? Did I do that? Her starving little cabin girl may have poisoned her drink. Who can say? Did Daragor get out?
Yeah, I got all of your buddies.
I'll just be going then. I told my crew to gather on the beach. Going to make sure they all made it out. Meet me there and we'll square up.
Ted, you're in the middle of a modded playthrough of Skyrim. Yeah. And Cyborg saying, is that the same voice actor as Sud Harim? I don't think it was. Sorry, I'm late catching up to that one. And yeah, Ted Meister, you can do what you like with the subclassing. Do whatever. And Titano Leo, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. Lives to Tale 2. How's it going? Moose, if they only add one skill line, it's probably going to suck. If it's spread out to work for all 3 roles, and it's focused on one role, it's going to suck for the other 2. I don't know, I don't think they need to... I just think it's worth thinking outside the box. That they're not tied to a 3 skill line class anymore. I'm not saying they should do it, but if they haven't thought about it yet, they should get on it. Wow, I'm looking at Crafty Larissa's face. That's a little bit terrifying. She looks like she dropped acid and is like visualizing me as a giant donut or something delicious. Do you know what I mean? That's slightly scary. Like if a woman walks up to you in a club looking like this, get the hell out of there. That's what I'm going to say. Trust. Terry Crews and Queen Irene. Terry Crews. He's always fun. But a lot of the appeal with casting that guy is his comic timing. And, I don't know, Elder Scrolls has a bit of a mixed history when it comes to humor. Like, it does a lot of unintentionally funny things. A lot. And it does some intentionally very funny things as well. But, I don't know, The Elder Scrolls is a little bit like Star Trek. Its relationship with humor is complicated. Not pure. Everyone be lurking as it's 1:30 a.m. Alright, I see you saying bye everyone. I'm going to be lurking. It's 1:30 a.m. but hope you lot are going well. Yeah, we're all doing good. Thank you very much again for the raid. Really appreciate that. Deadmeister might give it a go after work. Yeah, just hop on in and see if it bites you. I went down a Warhammer 40k rabbit hole recently. I haven't had a lot of time to play when I'm not streaming, but I put on Warhammer Dawn of War, 40k Dawn of War, the definitive edition, where they've remastered it all. It's quite subtle, but it's really, really, really nice. And the original game is just... It's one of the closest things I've ever experienced to like a perfect game. It's dated, but in a way which is kind of a delight. In that, none of it's broken, it still works. It's just, there's a bit of nostalgic jank associated with the animations and stuff. But, it's one of the first games that really hipped me to the power of voice acting as well, with all these exaggerated, I will destroy their minds and burn their bodies, and all this kind of stuff. Really, really over-the-top voice acting. I loved it. So I've been really, really enjoying that, and it really just made me want to reinstall Space Marine 2 and just live in that power fantasy once again. A lot of fun. So yeah, it's all about finding that game that you're in the mood for when you've got a couple of hours to kill, and see if it pulls you further down the rabbit hole, or if it's not really working for you, you move on to something else. Absolutely. What kind of poison do we use on Helene here?
Oh, it's yarn root. A very nasty local poison. It won't kill her. Not right away. It starts by dissolving the stomach lining, then goes from there.
Utopian Warrior, yeah. Cooking today, a lot of waiting around as well, making a tikka masala. So much time goes into reducing the sauce. Oh, I can imagine. Yeah, if you're not going to do proper food from that part of the world, it does take time. Respect. Tedmeister, I've gone for an easy setup that I can use near enough everywhere. Wise. Love Elder Scrolls too much to give up on ESO. Yeah! That's what we like to hear. Moose say absolutely, but it's got to be good at something. If it's absolutely terrible for all three roles, what's the point? This is the idea of just having a new class which is one skill line only. I want to be clear about this. I'm not saying that's what I want. But if like the amount of work and rebalancing involved with releasing a new class with 3 skill lines is holding them back, then maybe just an individual skill line here and there, and just call it, I don't know, Woodsman or Battle Mage or some whatever. It can be quite simple. And if they focus on one role, it's going to feel a little weird. Way less people have use for it. Yeah, I know what you mean. Definitely. Can't think of that many current class skill lines that are great for multiple roles. That's different because they come from a class with 3 lines. And I hope that's going to change. When subclassing first appeared, I and a few other commentators on the subject were saying, well, this is a bit bad. We need the classes to be a bit more like Arcanists. Ad break is starting. We'll come back to this in a moment. So the poison starts by dissolving the stomach lining and then goes from there?
I'd love to stay and watch, but no time. You can stay if you like.
That's pretty fucking rugged.
It's actually her poison, kept for slaves who disobey. There's an antidote on the dresser if your heart bleeds enough.
Oh, that's pretty cool, actually. It's her poison. She's using it on the... I forgot about that. What would you do if I gave her the antidote?
I'd feel mildly disappointed, but I leave it up to you. Meet me on the beach once you're done here and we'll settle up. Just watch your boots. She'll start vomiting soon.
I definitely don't think I cured her last time. What do you guys think? Cure or leave? Write in chat. Cure or leave? What do you think we should do? Leave. Erin? That's 1. What about the rest of you guys? Make him suffer. Kill herself by using a dagger? That's a good point. Oh, we can't. She's a friendly. If you talk, you can. Put her out of her misery. There we go. A mercy kill. Nice one, Dark Matter. I didn't even know that was a possibility. Fuck yeah. I love the way the worm wizard personality walks. So fucking creepy. Looks a little bit like they might have just dropped a deuce in their pants. You know what I mean? They're sort of... Or they... I don't know, they had a little bit too much action last night. I'm trying to walk it off. There's something about it. It's slightly wounded. Oh. Alright, anyway, enough about that. We're pretty much done with this beat of the quest. I'm taking too long here. I'm enjoying it. I love the idea of starting with a heist and like the getting a crew together. Like I said before, I think that's actually a really strong concept.
My crew's safe and only a little bit tortured. I call that a win.
The captain's dead.
Many a captain who sails these waters will be glad of that news.
The clapping.
Now, let's talk favors.
So goofy.
I owe you a big one.
Alright, help Captain Kayleen and I pull off her heist. That's a pet peeve. It's me! You don't help I pull off a heist, you help me pull off a heist.
She's a bit too obsessed with old Faharajad for me, but I like her style. Seeing as I need a new ship, gold will come in handy.
Alright, cool. Should we ditch the disguise or just leave it on? Dark Metal, I have to go. Wish you all a nice day and see you all next time. Hey, have a fantastic day. I'll see you on a nice day and raise you. Have a great afternoon. Thank you much. Thank you much? Thank you very much, Dark Metal. Look after yourself. See you soon. Thank you much. Actually, we should have gone back and talked to that guy. See if it was the same voiceover as Sud Harim. Atavar, where are you? Who did this? Where's Atavar? He's in Diablo. Like several of the Diablo games, right? That guy? Let's check him out.
I may have only 5 working fingers, but that's enough to hold a mug.
Ooh, I think it might be, actually.
I may have only 5 working fingers, but that's enough to hold a mug.
Yeah, I think that's a good call. That is a good spot. Moose, not if I see you first. Only recently realized how dark that saying is. Is that a thing that they say to each other in the movie Stand By Me? I see ya. Not if I see you first. Yeah, I don't think it's meant to be dark in that context. But yeah, welcome on in if you just joined us. We're doing a little bit of chill story time in the Daggerfall Covenant today. We're talking about characters that are interesting because they are not quote-unquote perfect. Perfect is like the wrong word, but you know, there are aspects about them which are complicated or not nice or frankly nasty. Or they've got some really retrograde opinions, stuff like that. And I was talking about the world of The Witcher that CD Projekt Red have created for us over the course of 3 games, where almost everyone seems to be like this. Everyone is morally compromised in some way. There's hardly anyone who's just good. But even then, you get, like, for those of you who played The Witcher 2, for example, on the one hand, you've got a person like Yorveth or Roach, and these are the 2 characters you can choose to go with. and that's like that big branching path in the middle of the game. Both of them are racists, but neither of them are portrayed as like bad guys. They're just, that opinion is kind of inevitable given where they're coming from. But then you've also got the guy, like the mayor, that idiot who runs the town of Flotsam, right in the first act of the game, and he is just portrayed as being stupid. And the type of racism that he subscribes to is part of that.
We've got a crew to
I love
rival
that.
the legends.
I love that confidence
Time to make some money. Don't you agree?
The confidence not only in their writers to represent that stuff in a way which is good and like compelling, but also just having a little bit of faith in their audience. The audience are smart and not like completely dim and seeing the world in black and white, and we must have heroes and villains everywhere. And no, we can deal with shades of grey. In fact, who knew? It makes things more interesting, more entertaining. I love that. I love a game which doesn't patronize you. Alright, what now?
Now we're ready for the real challenge, the heist. The target's Bosek. That slimy bastard's finally going to get what's coming to him. We're going to steal his sailing logs.
Mo's basically telling the person you'll actively avoid them if you spot them before they spot you. And Ziddy, happy Thursday. Happy Thursday yourself. Welcome on in. And Alatariel. Also welcome Avoid in a game where everyone has a weapon. Yeah. Yeah. You're going to steal his sailing logs. That doesn't sound very high stakes, really, does it?
His sailing logs are the key to our fortune, friend. They're the records of every ship that's docked here, every stolen cargo they've unloaded, and every illicit
How does that
payment
make us
made to
rich?
Bosek. Those records are worth a fortune to King Vaharajad. They're written proof that Bosek has violated the king's order to stop raiding Breton shipping. With those papers in hand, the king can threaten to destroy Bosek if he doesn't stop.
Hey, Daenerys, love the Witcher games and the books. Same. Big fan. Big, big, big fan. Not the Netflix show so much. I actually really liked season 1. I'm still bummed about that. Because I felt like getting all the short stories and turning them into an even semi-coherent first season of a show was like an amazing thing to do, and they did it. Lawrence Hissrich managed to pull it off. I thought it was incredible. What a magic trick. And then they got to season 2 and I don't know what the hell happened. If Netflix suddenly started throwing money and interference at the project, saying, oh, this could be a bigger deal than we realized, because they were too stupid and out of touch to realize that before, I've no idea. But suddenly it was kind of bad. And then season 3 was even worse, and who knows if they're ever going to be able to claw their way out of the hole they've dug themselves into. But it started off so beautifully. Like, they did the difficult thing, they were all set, and then the very next step, they stepped in the poopy. Well, let's face it, they slipped, fell over, face first in the poopy. That's kind of how I see that show. It's a real shame. Wasted potential. And Mo's probably doing blind runs of new dungeons today. Oh, exciting. I know pretty much nothing except one of them had a book that helps somehow for last boss. Which one is that? When you get to the last boss of Black Gem Foundry, take a look to your left. Before you go, like, you'll go through a door and then the boss is there in front of you. But before you go inside the gated, like the fenced off area where she is, look to your left, there's a little book lying there. You don't need to read it, but if you're going to do the hard mode, it'll save you a bit of time. It just gives you a little bit of a heads up in terms of how things work. Because otherwise the mechanics are a little bit inscrutable and they're very important. So yeah, a bit of an awkward combo. Daenerys, agree. First season great, other season messed up the books way too much. Yeah, it's not even that they deviated from the books, and that's risky, but it can work, you know. Peter Jackson did it with deviating from Tolkien. Like, you have to a degree, but there's got to be a reason. Like, you can't deviate from the source material and get a worse result. What? Yeah, it just made no sense. But the internet has already raked over all those decisions many times. A real disappointment, though, isn't it?
Absolutely.
All right.
First, you need a servant. The lockbox is always guarded.
Okay. Obtain a servant's disguise.
Oh, yes. Hello. This is fascinating. Did you know the Dwemer had devices to rapidly mince fruit?
I did not know that. I'd forgotten that. Did you guys know that? The Dwemer had devices to rapidly mince fruit. I'd love if we could ask why. Like, do they need to make some mince pies? That's fun. Can you get me to Bosek's lockbox?
I can offer help with the guard, perhaps. You wish to deal with him quietly,
yeah.
Correct? I removed this device from Clanker. When pressed, it produces quite the incapacitating shock. If you would test it for me, preferably on a living subject, I would be grateful.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Let me know if there are any lingering effects. Twitching,
Gross.
mainly. I'm quite curious about the twitching.
Why? Oh, again, I want to know. I want to be able to ask why, Narama. Why are you curious about the twitching? Is this something we should know? Moose, I don't think they slipped. They seem to intentionally dunk their head right into a pile of poo. I don't know. Lauren Hissrich was. This is the showrunner, by the way. She was so on the case. Yeah, it really surprised me, but whatever. I guess we could all take the attitude of Sapkowski, the author of the Witcher books. He doesn't give a shit. He's, oh, who cares? It's not, that's not my, they're not my books, so who cares what they do?
Quite the motley crew, aren't we?
What do you think of the plan?
She's right. You need a disguise to get anywhere near Bosek. Fortunately, you have me. Just say the word and I can have servant clothes waiting for you at the palace.
Again, I have so many questions. Like, what's the deal? Does she just have, like, a dress-up box full of this stuff? Or is she, like, an expert at procuring garments from the washroom? From the laundrette? But yeah, I'd love your help.
My pleasure. Meet me outside the palace.
Cool. What's this guy gonna do?
It's a wonderful day for us.
He's gonna hit on the waitresses so they don't
especially if it
see us
gets me off
sneaking
this
by.
rock before Bosek chops off my head.
Can you help me get to the lockbox?
Bosek keeps the key around his neck, cinched steel. I'll get the key off Bosek. Meet me out back.
Sounds great.
Get your disguise and meet me out back. Leave Bosek to me.
Sounds like we have very little to do at this point. Like, they're just gonna do the whole thing for us. I thought the Dwemer lived underground. Is there a lot of fruit underground? It's a good question. They built their cities underground, but it's a little bit like living indoors. It doesn't mean you spend your entire time indoors. But yeah, it's a good point.
Wearies my mind.
But yeah, not a lot of fruit underground. Johanator, hey Khan and Maya. Hello there. It is just me at the moment. Maya will be joining us in just over an hour. Very exciting. And hey, guys, let me blackmail you emotionally just a little bit. Look at down on the bottom left of the screen there. We are trying to collect subs every day during September. They are reduced. 30% off, I think, if you're gifting 5 or more. It varies by region. But yeah, if we can get a couple more ticks up on that health bar, fill it up a little bit maybe, before Maya gets here in about 90 minutes, or just over an hour rather, then that would be a lovely thing for her to come home to, but no pressure. We're here, we're streaming, we're having fun either way. It would be wrong of me not to mention it, you know, at least a couple of times per stream throughout this month. But yeah, thank you very much for all the support so far already this month. We've had a couple of really, really good days. There she is.
Well, look who's come to pay a visit.
How you doing, Johanator? Hope you're having a good week. Moose, last question, then I'm done spamming. Go ahead, fan, don't worry about it. The Light Templar, simplifying it for a friend with no banner. Just slot inner light front bar and degeneration back bar, so they have sorcery. Because they won't get it from anywhere else. Don't remember where you sourced it in that video. I think I put it on the banner, yeah. Let's check. What was the DPS on that? It's like 146k, something like that. This will be it. Yeah, brutality and sorcery was on the banner. So yeah, I mean, without the banner, they might not need the Nightblade, so they could just go Arcanist and put, if they really want to simplify it, and then instead of Banner Bearer, they could have, help me out here, Inspired Scholarship on the back bar. Oh, they don't have Arcanist. What banger is that theory? Well then, yeah, exactly what you say. Or just use different potions. You might... if it's a mag, they might be okay with just stamina potions without the banner. So they could use Essence of Weapon Power to get savagery and brutality that way. And then they wouldn't have to worry about Vampire's Bane either. Yeah, anything with DK is very strong as well this patch. Yeah, I suppose they could just slot Igneous, but that's not ideal. Alright, crafty Larissa.
Well, look who's come to pay a visit.
Yeah, something like Flames of Oblivion, the Strike, and then Whip passively. Yeah, but it's brutality and sorcery that they want, isn't it? But yeah, what you said works. Moose, that's exactly right. Just adding degen doesn't really simplify things. They should, if they haven't got the banner, they should be able to sustain with stamina potions, I would have thought. And then they don't have to slot any of that guff, and they can just simplify it even more. But maybe tell them to have stamina, like weapon power and spell power potions available? I don't know. Alright, did you find the disguise?
Yes. Try these on.
Thank you very much. And the giant maces up my side don't give me away. We're supposed to meet Jakan out back, right? Well, yeah, guys, if you... I know Update 47 only just launched on console yesterday. If you guys are from console, or if you just have, like, outstanding queries or issues, complaints, feedback, anything, literally anything about Update 47 or just about the game in general, we love to hear it. Ninja Balls is a teaching guild, so the primary reason for this channel even existing is to, like, discuss builds, answer questions, help people, that kind of stuff. So don't be like Moose and say, oh, one last question, then I'll stop spamming. Spam away, guys. I'm here for you. So, yeah. Make the most of it. And if I don't know the answer to something, someone else in chat definitely will. Have you seen Hedman Bosek?
Shouted at you too, did he? He just went out back to carouse with the latest slatterns from the mainland.
Slatterns, good word. Ultronium, I like crafty Larissa. Yeah, I do too. I remember thinking when I did this, oh, she's going to be a fun character. But she doesn't come back very much, does she? And now that I'm playing it again, I'm thinking the same thing. They should have brought her character back more. Well, there we go, I agree. I think she's in this story and then later in the Gold Coast. Yeah, it feels like a shame. Feels like a missed opportunity. Like, creating a cool character, that's the difficult bit. Bringing them back and building on that, surely that's comparatively easy. I would have thought. Right, where's Jakan? Or can we only... No, there we go. Chatting with... Are like high elves his type?
This Jakan is quite charming for a scoundrel. But I do love scoundrels.
Yeah.
Ah, my lowly servant. You're just in time.
I mean, that voice. I buy it. Steve Bloom, what a fucking hero. What happened to Bosek?
My dear friend Headman Bosek is sleeping off the attentions of these two lovely ladies. They are quite a handful, and an eyeful, too. Why don't you take the good headman's key inside for safekeeping?
Quite a handful and an eyeful too. Nice. So for those who don't know, Steve Bloom he's also Riggert the Brash in ESO, but perhaps more famous. I mean, he's done a ton of video game voice acting. So he was also Zeb in Star Wars Outlaws. Carabast. I've got headphones on, so I can't even tell if that was an okay impression. But yeah, what a great voice! Just always fun to listen to. Yeah, I'll do that. So we got the key. I think his type is alive, Chaos Queen. Oh, but that's twice in one day that we've seen him really trying to get it on with a high elf lady. Aiming high. Sorry. And Moose, half something for you, half for me trying to cook. Yeah, fair enough. And Chaos Queen, also hello! It's been a bit. Not to worry, hello there, and happy Thursday. Welcome back. This one welcomes you back. I also think they underused a lot of this architecture. I don't feel like it plays that big a role in the Covenant story. So he draws his weapon, then collapses. There's quite a lot of twitching.
Did you plan to become a wanted criminal?
Whoops. That sucks. I did not mean to steal the candlestick. Oh, that's funny. Oh, it was tea that I stole. Even worse. I'm not even into tea. Before everyone descends on me, accusing me of being a fake Englishman, that's exactly what I am. I'm not actually English, I'm Danish. I just live here in the UK. And yeah, I don't drink a lot of tea. Nothing against it, really. It's just, why have tea when you can have coffee? Or beer? I feel like that's a very ignorant thing to say, but what the hell?
Don't you know what I do to criminals who don't pay their
Hey,
bounty?
69 gold?
You don't want
I like
to.
this guy, he's got a sense of humor. I get it.
Smart.
Take the gold. But he didn't confiscate the actual stolen thing. Just the shipping logs. That's pretty funny. Yeah, he voiced Oghran in Dragon Age Origins. Starscream from Transformers. Yeah, there we go. And Eggbird's just posted about Paul Goyette in oh, is it League of Legends? I can't remember. But yeah, a lot of these guys have done, like, we love the sound of their voices and we love interacting with their characters in the Elder Scrolls Online, but then we learned that they did, oh, that character in that game that we've played a whole bunch. It's awesome. Joanator, I've been doing dailies, leveling up undaunted skill lines and different characters. How about you? I have been playing a lot of games this week. We are doing a different game every day at the end of the stream. Obviously, we're doing ESO, but then in the last hour or two of our stream, we're doing like a different game every day of the month. So far, it's been a lot of fun, but it's quite hectic because streaming being what it is, I have to make sure that the game is installed, set up, it works, it's running correctly, like, and that OBS recognizes it so you guys can see it, and it all looks good on stream. We had a weird issue with Oblivion Remastered, for example, But yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Just a lot more work than I expected. But yeah, September
My friends,
Gamesfest is
welcome
going
back.
very well
Do
so
you have
far.
some good news?
Thank you very much. And Copenhagen is one of my favorite cities. Yeah, I love it. Any excuse to go back. Although it's not where I'm from. I'm from mainland Denmark.
Here you are, Tharwab. The shipping logs that show Bosek's defiance of the king's decrees.
Tharwab.
Come on, it's time to go.
The king is pleased with what you've done here, as am I. You will find a generous reward below decks.
Nice.
On your feet, man your stations.
So many
Prepare
people
to
did voices
sail.
for ESO. Yeah, they had pretty high standards as well. So they got a lot of people who are extremely prolific and talented and just really good. I feel like the animation for Clanker has changed.
I've missed my clan.
Like that doesn't seem right. Does it? The way its legs are moving, the way its back legs, it doesn't scuttle like a spider. It's more like yeah, look at it. Oh, now it's moving correctly. But you know what I mean? The way it brought both legs forward at once. Kind of like the way someone uses crutches. Interesting bug, maybe? Grunt in Mass Effect, should have heard that. Yeah, Cyborg, not all of them are officially credited, that's really frustrating. Yeah, they're just created as additional voices. And there's some really big names in this. Olivia Darbo's in this. We discovered a really cool voice. I think she plays the daughter of that general in Southern Elsewhere. So you remember the local Imperial general in Senchal? He has a daughter who's half Imperial, half Red Guard, I want to say. I've forgotten her name for some reason, but she wants to be part of the Dragon Guard and all this stuff. Really fun character. I'm pretty sure it's this one. I could be getting it wrong, but she is voiced by the girl who was the amazing American singer in Love Actually, the one who sings the Mariah Carey song, and the little boy played by Thomas Sangster falls madly in love with her. That's her. That's that actress, and she does a lot of voice actor work these days. I thought it was so fun. Becky Ignowski, the voiceover lead, was sort of throwing her name around a little bit as if it was someone we should recognize. And I thought, why don't I know that name? And then we looked her up and realized, holy crap, that is a huge, hugely memorable figure in 21st century cinema, but not a name that most people know. Who did the announcer's voice in Dragonstar Arena? I don't know. But you can look these up, yeah. But yeah, the way the crediting works, that there are just so many characters that you get the vast majority of them. It just says additional voices. Let's talk to Larissa.
The spearhead's no maiden's breath, but at least she doesn't have a giant hole in her side. I'd be happy if we never saw land again.
They really upped the pirate vibes in this game, didn't they? In a way that I don't remember being part of Elder Scrolls previously. Most of the cast of Critical Role did something in ESO. Most of them, really. I don't think I've ever seen 1 minute of Critical Role. Not really a D&D guy, so but I know who Laura Bailey is. But I just know her as a voice actor rather than from that show. Yeah, there we go. There the spider's doing it again. It's so weird. I still don't know that name. Well, there we go. And Joanita, I've been to Sonobar, if you know that village. I do, yeah. Wes Johnson should have voiced everyone in ESO. Stop right there, criminal scum. What a lovely guy.
Before we leave for Betnik, talk
What a
to the
voice.
crew. Get familiar with them. It'll be a long trip.
No, I'm good. Let's go.
Then we leave for Betnik and
I think we all know, if you've been to this channel before, you'll know that David Shaughnessy, that's High Kinlord Rillis, he's one of my favourites in this game. I love Wes. Like, everything Wes touches, Wes Johnson is just terrific. He's actually not in ESO that much. Ard Kadak, Hermaeus Mora, and then this minor character in the Wing of the Netch in the Scalarium storyline, the scribing storyline. That was a small part, but a very beautiful one and very moving. But Hermaeus Mora and Ard Kadak, just a lot of fun. But yeah, the other day we were doing that quest in Grotwood, which features Shea Gorath, you know, taking over the village, turning everyone crazy in South Point. And obviously Shea Gorath is there, we get to talk to him. Wes Johnson didn't do that voice, and we were wondering why. I don't know the reason. But actually it was a really, really solid impression, wasn't it? It almost sounds a bit like him. You don't bump into him and think, oh, they didn't get the same voice actor. It just kind of works. That's pretty good. That's pretty impressive.
Good thing you sailed in with Captain Colleen.
Imagine a female Wes Johnson shouting incineration beetles. Incineration beetles!
Bloodthorn cultists attacked the fortress.
That whole voiceover is wild, man. That
spear in your belly. Of course.
Impossible! How did you win? Like, what the fuck? What did they say to that actor when she was in the booth? Oh, this is the type of character you're embodying. I can't even begin to imagine. Yeah, it goes without saying, when you've got this much voiceover in one game, not all of it is going to be slam dunk gold. But the vast majority, I've got to say, is really great. And we can just get the odd one that we can laugh at. It was weird that Manamaku sounds like the German voice of Nicolas Cage. Really? Is that because you're playing the German version of the game? Like German localization? Ted Might said they changed one of the voiceovers for a dude in Mathisen in Oridon. Really? Yeah, oh, it's not Wes, was my very first thought when I met Shio. Oh, okay, fair enough. I mean, I guess I knew it wasn't him when we did it the other day, so I didn't really have that experience. But I was struck by how good an impression it was. It's clearly not the same guy, but it's very good. It's very close. Gloomvex, I always enjoy Thoat's voice and lines. That is a great call. Yeah. Especially when she says, oh no, your attacks are so strong. The sarcasm always cracks me up. Yeah, there's a slightly sexual undertone to it as well. Or maybe that's just me. I feel like a lot of the voice actors do that. Like Velidreth, her dialogue is very sexualized as well. It's all about eating and sweet meat and come to Velidreth and all. Ugh. It's like slightly sexualized in a gross way. I feel like Thoat, the voice actor, does something similar. And they just inject a little bit of that spice. That's what it's all about. When they put like a unique stink on the vocal delivery, that's what makes it truly memorable. That's what makes it pop. You can have the best written voice, like a dialogue or trash talk ever, but it won't sing until the right performer comes along and brings it to life. I love it. Utopian way. My shield! Is that the same voiceover? It's not, is it? As Incineration Beetles. Za'an. Or maybe it is, I don't know. But yeah, that moment.
This was part of a larger plan, I'm sure of it. The Bloodthorn cult assaulted the fortress. They were repulsed, but they stole a Breton scroll the orcs found here long ago. Chief Tazgol thinks the attack failed, but I'm not so sure.
See, even this, like,
Cultists retreated after the
this
initial
delivery,
assault.
there's
They
nothing
came
that
here to
special
steal that
going on
scroll,
here,
I'm
because it's
sure
just
of it.
very, like,
Why?
low-key
Have they set a trap for us?
expositional
we
dialogue.
must know before the chief decides to attack.
But they found someone who, with the right range, you know, that really deep, but still very feminine voice. Just a lot of fun to listen
Start
to.
with Shaman Laganak. She witnessed Bloodthorn rituals in the Carved Hills. She's waiting by the Longhouse south of here.
Right. Could be Algio. Yeah, Moose. It wasn't bad and took me out of it. Okay, yeah. Balorda. I'm not sure. I think they used the same voice actor for the end boss in Black Gem Foundry. That could be right. I think Thoat is one of those where it's kind of low key. It's much more subtle than, say, Molag Kina or Arcasis or High Kinlord Rilis. Like, I love those. But yeah, there is definitely something to be said for the ones that are a bit more subtle in the way that they convey character. One of my favorite things actually in this game is the trash talk, by which I mean both the way bosses shit talk you when you're in combat, but also when you delay before entering combat, or if you wipe and you have to start again. That is such a nice touch. Dragons and Elsewhere are the most obvious version of it, aren't they?
Greetings, stranger.
The Staff of Arcade. Take it. Use it to strike in life. Many.
So this is less interesting. It's basically... I always felt like this was crowbarred in a little bit. Because the devs realized they hadn't really given the orcs a zone. You know? The orcs get nothing. Because obviously Hrothgar wasn't there. Glenumbra, Stormhaven, Alikia, Bankurai, Rivenspire, or whatever the order is. Is Bankurai last? I can't remember. So that's why we get orcs on Betnik, and it just, I don't know, it feels a little bit crowbarred in. Sorry, where's the staff? Oh, there it is. I'm blind.
Well now, what have we here?
Alatara, there we go. Martin Kessler. English Manamako, same as German Nicolas Cage and others. Right, so yeah, you're playing the German localization. I really like some of the choices they made with that one.
Out for a stroll? Enjoying the
The
scenery?
disguise is different every time. What are you up to?
Just exploring the island. I came across these fine fellows disturbing the graves and decided to kill a few. I've collected some robes in this bag. Take one if you want the zombies to leave you alone.
That's quite a weird pathology, Larissa. Okay, I know it's a fantasy video game. I'm just going to say it. If your thing is killing people and then stripping them naked and keeping the clothes, A, you might need some therapy, and B, that is going to require quite a lot of care to kill them in ways that doesn't get blood and gore and just viscera all over the items which you want to use as a disguise. Am I right? Hey, Crimson Phoenix, how's it going? How did you win? I heard you talking about Blessed Crucible. It's the Beast Tamer that says all the funny lines. Love shouting those as we run that dungeon. Yeah. Although there is another one. The NPC who gives you the quest. I can't remember his name. But that guy... Over here. That's one of my favorites. That delivery.
I'll be hunting cultists while you're playing with your staff. If I find any more robes, I'll leave them for you. These necromancers are disgusting, but they do dress well.
So do you know what I mean? That you could have a lot of fun with her if you made a comedy show set here. I think you could get a lot of mileage out of Crafty Larissa. Like, hang on, how exactly is this accomplished? Yeah, but Lord of Lady Thorn and her delicious. Yeah, that's true as well. Again, very sexualized, almost. Don't know if that's the right word for it, but there's something slightly sultry in the delivery. That's a pretty cool disguise. Bang. Bang on. Lady Thorn has thin little chicken legs. I can't take it seriously when she sounds sexy. I mean, those legs are thick, though. It's just that the rest of her is even thicker. Sorry to use a very obvious expression, but I think very applicable in this case. Utopian Warrior. It's the same voice. I really, really like her. She voiced both the Ringmaster and Zahn. She's just so over the top with her lines. Yeah. I think most of the Zahn dialogue is fairly chill, though. It's a bit nasal. You know. Man, all this talk, it just makes me want to do all these dungeons again that I haven't done in a while. Oh, whoops. And that should be... Oh no, we still need one more. But Lord, I will always say the incineration beetles out loud. Really? Hey, we got a Solstice treasure map.
Charged. Quickly.
Ayo.
Meet me at my tomb. I sense great power in the staff.
Cyborg, that's the voice I hate most in the entire game. Yeah, I don't love it, I'm not gonna lie. I like Zahn a lot. But the, And there we have it. I think it goes on a bit too long. And that's the main problem. I don't think it's that the delivery is that bad or anything. But yeah, the fact that you have to listen to it and it's so over the top and it's in the middle of like downtime where you just want her to get on with it. I think that might be the issue there. Black Drake Villa end boss. Trash talk so annoying. I turned off sound. Sear their flesh into coals. Yeah. But that guy generally is just incredibly underwhelming. Encratis. Black Drake Vanilla, as we call it. So I'm confused now, Alatariel. So it's an English actor, but that does voice... He does German dubbing as well? That's quite rare then, isn't it? Or am I still not getting it? And most my favorite thing right now, we're talking video games. Larissa, the Daedic Prince of cosplay. Cosplay. Very lusty eating from Beladrith. Sultry coming from someone in full Vampire Lord mode is just... Yeah, well, there was a lot of stuff going on around Vampire Ladies around the time, I suppose in the year or two after Stone Garden came out. Stone Thorn, I should say.
The
Bloodthorns.
I think she qualifies. Come on, she's wearing like a skimpy metal bikini thing. She pretty much, she's practically naked throughout the fight. And she's saying how delicious you are whilst fighting you. There's definitely some undertones to that. Not very subtle. Lady Thorn is worse in German. She will say, lecker. Nice. Stay back, you are unworthy of Spellbreaker's might. Yeah, we could do it shortly with Maya and a couple others. That's true. Mostly hate the Dragonstar Arena voice. Maelstrom is much better. I don't find myself getting bothered by the Maelstrom ones, but yeah, Dragonstar. Again, I'm pretty much certain it's not much to do with the voiceover itself. The voiceover is pretty good. That was definitely your healer's fault. You know, the guy is funny and fun to listen to, but oh my god, shut up. You know, we just want to get on with the fight. It's the way that we experience it within the gameplay. I think that's the problem with Dragonstar Arena. Right, the first of many visions of the past I feel like we get in the Covenant storyline. Crimson Phoenix. Any Altman speech in any dungeon is by default too long. Oh, I don't know. High Kin Lord Release. It's pretty good.
Targoth. I know only that we must learn the code of Malak. They must pay the blood price.
Remind me about the code.
Don't steal. Don't attack without reason. Fight with honor. Protect your tribe. These Bretons claim to have surrendered, but if they refuse to answer truthfully, they remain our mortal enemies.
Is there honor in killing unarmed prisoners?
They aid their king in his foul plan to kill us all. Unless they tell us how to stop.
You want to say a line like that in a Klingon voice?
He
is without honor. Or whatever.
You. How much more blood do you want?
Answer truthfully and you live. Lie to me and you die.
You've invaded my home. You've slaughtered my people. Why would I help you, Orc? You'll kill us all anyway.
Are there any Breton knights left unaccounted for?
Knights? You mean that you Orcs haven't slaughtered? Why am I even speaking to you? Monster. I'll say no more.
What is your will? Does the Queen live
Kill her.
by your command?
Please, no. Show mercy. Monsters. You're all monsters. You'll pay for these murders.
Here we go.
You monster. My murder wasn't enough.
By this charm, I compel you to answer me.
Even in death, you torment me. Ask and be done with it.
This is not terribly realistic dialogue. I've got to be honest. What is the king planning?
Just as I told you, my husband is casting a spell to wipe you out. You murdered me for this? You'll reap what you sow. Oblivion take you.
Oh, that's the one thing we can ask her? Well, there we go. Rip.
Hurry now.
Murderer. Butcher.
Maelstrom Arena is so oft. After you've already killed the Titan, it will say, now you face a Titan. Yeah. Well, that's just because of power creep, though, isn't it? Alatariel, correct. That's why it's putting me off. I'm used to him as a German voice, and now he's talking in English. I see. Yeah, that is very unusual. But that, you know, credit to him, that his accent is that good.
Orc, you will pay for this.
Answer me truthfully and you live, lie and you die.
Ha! You dictate terms, pig child?
Truggo's orders. I ask more of you today than I have in the past. You must hold the orcs. Give me time to complete the spell we discussed. Hold fast. Even if you fall, we will find victory.
Orc, you... Ha! You dictate terms, pig child? Give me back my sword and I'll give you a clean end. Ask your questions.
What were Renwick's last orders? Answer true.
He told me to die valiantly and take as many of you with me as I could. See the bodies stacked around us?
Yes, the waiting time in DSA, absolutely. Fuck honor as long as I win. Hey, Eggbirds, how's it going? Pig child, right? This is Daggerfall Covenant. This is on Betneek. Eggbirds, there is a flashback. After you do the Grimfield, bet you're sent over here. Unearthing the past. Want a button in DSA? Send all waves at once. Exactly. We need Horde mode for Dragonstar Arena. That's what we need. The aliens saw the error of their ways. They buried the weapons deep within the ancient tomb on what is now Bethany. Blah, 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 blah. How can I let Renwick do this? Arcade forbids it. Alright, here we go. This is the way.
Spare your blade, Orc.
Answer me true and you live, etc.
Why threaten me? Our island is yours now. Spare us, spare our king, and let me lead the survivors into exile. You have my word as a priest of Archay.
If you truly want to end this, tell me what magic your king plots.
Then hear me. Archay compels me to break my silence.
The servers would
King
melt.
Renwick is desperate. He seeks an ancient power hidden in the ruins. Scrolls as old as the island whisper of a terrible weapon, an Ayleid relic.
What does it do?
It summons an
Who's your
undead
daddy,
army,
and
one
what
I
does
fear
he do?
He cannot control. That army is a crime against Archay, and it will slaughter more than orcs. I love my king, but you must stop him.
Cool. A sensible lady. Everyone just saw this and was like, damn, when can I get that armor? Right? They must have updated this, because this is this Ancestral Orc? Da-da-da. I can't even preview it? Come on, give me a break. It's gotta be though, right? Here comes the mechanical acuity burn of the whole arena. Yeah, with the old Plague Break. Hell, even old Algebra, but yeah, old Plague Break was so much fun on Arch Custodian. Yeah. That's one of the reasons they nerfed it, isn't it? Because of that particular fight. They should randomize Maelstrom Arena orders. Do you have in mind what you're going to choose at the end of this quest? Eggbirds, it is like 6-7 years maybe since I did this. I don't know. I don't remember. But yeah, I think I know what you mean. And yes. Alright, the princess.
Why did you invade our island? We had no... I was raised by the knights you cut down. They taught me to be brave. I'll not beg. Father will cast all of you into oblivion.
Your father can't control what he's about to summon. Help me stop him.
No. You'll just murder him before he can save us. I won't let that happen. Father knows.
Yeah, these guys are idiots.
We have the king's child.
Killer.
No, wait. Please don't kill me. Show mercy. Mercy!
Seems the thing to do would be to ask her again just before that guy kills her. It doesn't make a lot of sense.
I hate you so, cruel beast. Father will make you pay for what you've done.
How do I open the door?
The runestones. You must turn the runestones on either side of the door to open it. Father told me. Oh, Father.
Cool. Man, it's been a long time. I don't even remember this that well. It's sort of vaguely familiar. But that was kind of the experience with the Dominion storyline as well. Oh, what?
Ancestors protect me.
It's not these. Isn't it these? But I can't turn them.
Kargoth! Our victory is near!
Oh, so I need to talk to Drago again. Alright, fair enough.
Does no one care?
A lot of running.
Free me or kill me, orc.
Warcaller. Does he live or die?
So there's no option to free him. What? That seems dumb.
Things go from bad to worse.
That's a bug, right? I should be able to just continue.
Free me or...
Fine, kill him.
Warcaller.
Strike true, pig child. Don't make me wait.
Yeah, right? Don't betray my girl Kayleen. 30-second burn at Hunter Killers yesterday. It's so stupid how easy these trials are now. There's just no point. Even like Cloud Rest has got to the point where like it's fun to push further and further, but I don't know, I wish they would just cut it out. I think there's more value overall in the content being challenging, and like there's a sense of accomplishment in getting through it. Like at the very least they should add an epic mode or a mythic mode or whatever. You know, to trials. Yeah, I have a tool that will make you my slave in death. If you let him live, it will disturb the timeline. I see, yeah. Maybe I'll switch from random normals to random vets instead. Well, it depends what you get. That's the thing. That's the other thing. It introduces this massive inconsistency. Because it's not just power creep. When our power in the game goes up and up and up and up, the devs aren't stupid. They will tune the newest content to be appropriately challenging for that level. You know, this makes sense. This is what a professional group of developers would and should do. But that just means that when you queue for a random dungeon, or when you're doing your pledges, you might not be an expert player. You might be quite new, your group might be decent, but you know, you don't know what all the dungeons are or when they were released or whatever. That's a lot to keep track of. And then you'll go from one dungeon to another, and the difference in difficulty will be absolutely massive, to the point that you clear one pretty easily without really having much of a challenge, and the second one you cannot even get through it, let alone attempt any hard modes or anything like that. That's not a good experience for the player. It just isn't. So I don't know. Change my mind. I'm open-minded, but I think something needs to be done with this. And while it's nice to have increasing numbers and increasing power and greater options and stuff every patch, that's a cool feeling for the players. Guava Pink, welcome on in. Thank you very much for the follow. I do think the devs owe it to us and to their game to fix that shit, you know, to create more of a level, not flat and bland, you know, but just less chaos in terms of like difficulty variance. With the trials, I guess it's not such a big deal.
The prison.
Alright, here we go.
You torment me even. I cannot refuse. Make your question count, pig child. Hiding? Ha! He hides through the door you'll never open.
Well, we know how to open it, so actually...
The prisoner has...
Awesome. That feels a little bit dim, that we have to kill him, because he answered us truthfully. Didn't he? So it feels like going back on our word. Answer me truthfully and you live, lie and you die. Then he tells the truth that we kill him anyway? Come on.
Kargoth, our victory is near!
Yeah, don't worry about it, Crimson Phoenix, it's all good. And Eggbirds, that's how I met Maya. She had to bail me out of a vet SCP. Was that literally... No. Weren't you already in the guild, but you just hadn't actually played together before? Is that right? Johanator, would be nice to have like a check to add DLC dungeons to the random dungeon finder pool. Yeah, that's actually not a bad idea. That would help. Still wouldn't solve it though. Think about like White Gold Tower compared to Coral Eyrie or compared to Black Gem Foundry. Like it's not even close. They're not even in the same league. I know how to open the door.
Moloch's right hand. Then I will.
Great place to stand still and chat, not disturbing at all. Oops. And Crimson Phoenix, I would love to be able to queue for random dungeons with a pre-made group that includes companions, so wife and I can get the rando perks. I see. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, I actually thought, a lot of us thought that was going to be part of it when the companions became a thing.
Aliens! Damn you, help me! What's this? Yes, I feel your power. But
No, you're an idiot. Why can't we just cut him down already? Seems silly. It's already off to a shakier start than the Dominion questline.
Surrender now, and I'll
Like when I first played through all of this, I wasn't really thinking critically about any of it. Not to this degree.
Surrender or die. Leave now, or I'll use this relic to obliterate you. You will not harm my people.
But yeah, I'm much more aware of the differences, the strengths and weaknesses of different storylines this time around.
Accept exile or die.
And we're done. Pretty cool flashback though. I like that as a device. It's pretty fun. Yeah, good. Yeah, I was in the guild, but only just, I believe. Yeah, I think I knew the name. We'd seen you pop up in chat a bunch of times, but yeah, that's right. Maya tells that story still. And Joanator, sure, you know what you're getting yourself into. Yeah, yeah. Eggbirds, I did a vet spindle clutch and thought, oh, this isn't so bad. Next random dungeon was Scalecaller Peak. Yeah.
Even my death failed my people.
Like, it's not the end of the world.
Yes. Once the Ayleid relic is.
But I think anyone working in video game like user experience in that sort of area would say, yeah, that's not ideal. You don't want random, enormous random difficulty spikes, which are really, really high. Just doesn't feel good. And if it's just because you're new and you're not sure what you're getting into, then that's fine. But it's not caused by that. It's because people will do exactly what Egbert's just said. Oh, I just did a vet dungeon. It was actually fine. Let's try another one. What? This story I think I remember. Laganak.
I trust you are here to help. Dark
Rituals?
The same cult that attacked the fortress. I sense a link between the attack and the rituals.
Moose saying, I wish Vet DLC
Chief
dungeons
Tasgol has
had some more
forbidden me from
restrictions for
pursuing
queuing.
this, so I asked
Okay,
you to.
let's hear. I keep running into these same two new guildies who absolutely are not ready for most dungeons with their, no exaggeration, 10k DPS and lack of anything. Yeah. Yeah, it's not fun for them or for you. I just don't know how they would do it. But Lord, for me, the random dungeon is just for getting transmutes and the XP fast, so I'll only queue for random normal. Honestly, yeah, I don't know why anyone would ever queue for a random vet. Except unless they just enjoy the crapshoot. That's the only reason. Joanator suboptimal, but I think there's no other way, right? Yeah, I don't know. DC balances it out by having the coolest races, but fair enough. And Crimson Phoenix, I'm still a fan of the Alikir questline and flashback. Yeah, that was cool because it did some nice lore building, which we are just getting the payoff to with Solstice and the Corellania elves. For those of you with good memories and keen eyes, you will have noticed that.
By the bridge to the south is a totem. those who touch
Rave's
it see
Lord would be
visions.
interesting if you could
It may
kill
show
certain
you a vision that links
NPCs
the attack
and it would
to the
change
rituals
the
I
whole
feel
dynamic.
corrupting the island.
Like in Skyrim Catacombs,
wherever
where
the
if you
vision
killed that
leads you.
vampire there before they introduced themselves. Yeah, many SPC runs with randoms will just end at the first boss. That's a good point, Belordo. Eggbirds, the tank rage quit, and that's where Maya jumped in. Gotcha. Belordo, last time I quit a dungeon was Vet Lepsiclusa. Group damage was 10k. Johanator, I have to admit that I queue 90% of the time as a fake tank. I mean, if it's normal, and if you can tank the bosses, it's not that big a deal. Or if you're queuing with a bunch of friends. Doesn't matter. But yeah, generally it's a bit iffy, isn't it, to do that. So long as if you do get the aggro, you can handle it. I say it's not the end of the world. Crimson V's, I'm a fake DPS since I'm using vanity tunes half the time. Fair enough. Yeah, if anything else, do whatever. Yeah, just random normals. Yeah, it's a bit different, isn't it?
Danger. Choose your steps carefully.
Visions.
The land
Yep. But Lord, I mean, if you queue as fake tank for random normal, at least slot a taunt for bosses. Yeah, I don't really do that, so... But that etiquette makes sense to me. You don't have to be an actual tank, as long as you're prepared to take the aggro and survive it.
I live to serve my masters.
It's not the taunt that gives the 50% damage boost.
To the alien
Yeah.
site. The scroll's ritual should enable you to succeed where the others fail.
I will not fail you, mistress.
I will not fail you. This is really fun. I've been enjoying doing this with you guys, like at my side, so to speak, thinking anew about, or just looking at this with a slightly more critical eye. Like, we love the game. We're not gonna, you know, we're not just gonna pick the game to pieces and dunk on it. But when some things are done better than others, that's useful. I feel like, even though I play games a great deal, I know a reasonable amount about them and a little bit about how they're made, I still feel very ignorant a lot of the time compared to, say, my ability to appreciate film. You know, I know a lot, I have a much better understanding of how cinema is created, even though it's never been my job. You know? And outside of the writing process, which is quite easy to dip into,
Now, read the scroll.
the whole process of designing a game,
Send you into the spirit realm. Should
I
you
don't feel like my
succeed,
critical
I will
faculties are as fine-tuned as like they are for music or TV or film. Do you guys ever have that? I mean, I watch a lot of movies, and I live with Maya, who has a degree in film. Film, theatre and television. That was her first degree that she did.
Well,
So, yeah, I guess I'm at a disadvantage in that regard, but I feel like it's much difficult. It's much more of a tough job to wrap your head around how a game is being made and how it's been made well, or how it falls short in some areas. Is that just me, or do you guys know what I'm talking about? Yeah, they changed Inner Beast, not used it in years. Ted Meister, I'm okay going at a slower pace, speaking to many as NPCs as I can. Yeah, that's what you're meant to do. I'm only going fast because we're streaming this. You guys don't want to listen to all the dialogue. I want to talk to you guys, first and foremost. And we want to get through the whole thing this month. That's going to take a while. But yeah, I would always recommend, unless you are doing it for the 3rd, 4th, 5th time, and you just don't care about the dialogue because you remember it all, yeah, absolutely. Talk to them all. Listen to every word. Do every side quest. Go slow. Drink it in. Definitely. Maybe even don't bring a particularly powerful setup. What I'm doing is just a little bit... It's just a little bit ass backwards. I have way too much power, so I'm just crushing everything with it just by looking at it. Might actually be weirdly more fun to bring something weaker. The way you get to experience the fights for
reminds me of the grave.
A few seconds longer.
Memories.
Cyborg, Goku is a fake tank to scale Caller Peak, lol. After all these years, this dungeon is still a pug destroyer. Are you a metal fan, Cyborg? Because there's a heavy metal band called Pig Destroyer. I feel like you just made a very good reference there, Pug Destroyer. That's gold. Joanna, do we still need tanks and a healer for tomorrow's practice run? Ooh. This is Jester's practice run, is it? And Belorda, Naj Kaldish, second boss, can also be hell without a tank, even on normal. That is true. Yeah, because controlling of the ads is key. Just don't do random groups, guys. The solution is right there. I know it's easier said than done, but ultimately, random groups are always going to be a crapshoot. You're always going to have people who are either selfish or who just don't realize that they are contributing at a fraction of what they could be. These people aren't bad, they just don't realize it. It's just like what I'd always say, that the skill issue in ESO is actually very rare. It's just a knowledge gap. There's no skill gap, not really. This is a very easy game to play.
Later.
It's just a fucking difficult game to understand. It's why there's such a weird culture of anti-meta in this game, because people think... Well, people have the wrong idea about why they are not succeeding. Why they're not more successful. And some content creators who are a little bit more laid back in terms of their accuracy, they don't help. Again, they're not trying to be unhelpful, but they are furthering this idea that, oh, you know, ESO is super difficult, the combat's really hard, you're gonna have to work, you're gonna have to be a sweat lord in order to compete, stay away from all that stuff, just use a one-bar simple build. And it's like, no, you don't need any of that, just explain to people how to actually build for success, and they won't struggle. So even though they probably are trying to help, this sort of advice ends up causing more harm than good. It's a huge thing
could always ask them
in this game. Sorry, that was a bit of a random tangent. You guys have heard some of that before. This is not fast, Khan. Yeah, I mean the dialogue. The dialogue is. I'm skipping a lot of it. Yabbity yabbity yabby, you know. Hello.
At last, success. We can enter the spirit realm. The next phase of our mission can begin.
Oh, the environment's pretty cool. That's pretty nicely done. And the way that it's lit by... Like, video games contain a lot of, you know, invisible lighting. Like a baseline ambient lighting which has no source. I like it when a game creates the illusion that everything is lit, like, diegetically, like there's a visible light source. Very cool. It's becoming more and more of a thing, isn't it? Don't know what these guys are up to. Just messing with the randoms. Oh, she didn't like it. Okay, fair enough. While training did a quick random normal yesterday. Discovered I never did the quest for it. Crown disbanded group before I could talk to the NPC at the end. I mean, that's normal. Sadly. It's very normal, isn't it? That people just don't ask or don't care. Then again, if you do want, if you're setting out to do the quest, I guess you wouldn't have done a random. But how annoying to go through all the stages of it and then just not be able to hand it in. It's unfortunate. Very standard experience, though. I've had that, definitely. So many dungeons I could do quests for to get quick skill points, actually. Might be worth doing, just as like have a guild event like for a week where we just try and get groups together to hook up with, just to go through and do quests very quickly on characters that could use skill points, because a lot of them, they're fun. They only take a few minutes to do on normal. And if the understanding is at the outset, yeah, we're either all doing the quest, or like one of us is waiting while the others do the quest, and everyone's going to be cool with it. Alright, Eggbird's got to go again. Work starting soon. Absolutely fine. Alatariel, probably stupid question. Why does nobody like the Oakensol Heavy Attack Sork anymore? You can get kicked out of groups with it. Well, those people are being idiots. You don't need to... Like, are people really doing that? Kicking someone with a heavy attack Sork? It's probably the way that the meta changes in this game. It will change in the patch notes, so the actual meta will change. The sort of the score push side, the end gamers will become aware of this relatively quickly. Then the sort of the raiding community in general will become aware of it in the next month, 2 months, and then the rest of the community might become aware of it anything between 2 months and 6 months' time. And they'll often become aware of it only in a sort of a very simplified form. Oakensol is shit now. And that's it. They won't have like the nuts and bolts of why it has become worse or when that happened. So I don't mean to dunk on anyone, but that honestly is the way of it. You see it in PvP as well, but if the meta shifts in PvP, you tend to notice, because suddenly your build that was really, really good and capable, suddenly you're dying a lot more, killing a lot less people, so you notice, right? In PvE, you don't notice as much. But the truth is, Oakensol has been really weak for a really long time. Bethesda. ZeniMax never meant to buff it the way they did, in my opinion. They released this overpowered thing. Lots of people complained about it. It was clearly way too strong, way too overtuned. So they tuned it back. Then a couple of patches later, update 35, they tried to change the combat system and the way damage was done wholesale. It was extremely badly received. So they had to do a panic U-turn in week 3 of PTS with only like a week and a half left of testing. They had to suddenly do a U-turn in the middle of the road, and it was never going to be a good patch after that. They rescued it from being a terrible, terrible patch that it would have been, but one of the things that they changed, because they were trying to shrink the gap between the elite players and the average players. Raise the floor, lower the ceiling. Of course, they did the opposite. They lowered the floor and raised the ceiling, so they created an even bigger gap than ever before. I will wrap this story up, I promise. But it's important for people to know this. And one of the things that they changed was Empower. They took this buff, which buffed your light attacks, and they changed it to affect heavy attacks. Suddenly, the Oakensol ring became not a 1-bar thing, but a heavy attack thing. Previously, it had nothing to do with heavy attacks at all. And 100 content creators who normally would not make builds, or wouldn't make builds that they thought were competitive or serious, they were just for quote-unquote fun, suddenly all of them were talking about Oakensol, you must have this, it's OP, best build ever, easiest damage ever. It's not actually true. I think there's a lot easier ways to do damage than Oakensol. So it became incredibly popular. And Zos were too scared of nerfing it outright because the community that had started using it got very, very aggressive about any criticism and very sort of evangelical about this mythic and this playstyle. So they stealth nerfed it. They nerfed things like Trifocus to make Oakensol weaker. They changed the way heavy attacks work. They nerfed sets. They removed certain buffs, or they weakened certain buffs from the set, and they sort of buffed other things around it so that Oakensol got weaker and weaker, and it was pretty soon it wasn't worth using anymore. In a group. There are still times when Oakensol is awesome, and heavy attack builds are awesome. But most of the time, Oakensol is pretty rubbish because all of the buffs that it gives you are so easy to get anyway. So you're massively reducing your damage potential and getting not much in return. So it kind of goes against the whole stated reason of the mythic in the first place. And for the record, I like the idea of giving one-bar players a bit of a compensation in terms of that damage loss that they get from refusing to use a back bar. I don't understand it, just use a back bar. Just use a 30-second back bar dot or whatever. Bar swapping is not difficult, and in fact the vast majority of people will fix their issues with it if they just rebind the swap button. That's the key. But that's the truth of it. We ended up with this version of the mythic which was never intended. It just came about by accident because of a rushed PTS correction, and then the cat was out of the bag and they couldn't put it back in. So they've stealth nerfed it over the years. It's just taken the community a really, really long time to realize how much weaker it is than it used to be. But yeah, kicking people out of the group is just straight up bullshit. Like, it doesn't reduce your damage potential by that much. If someone's got a bad attitude, or they refuse to do anything which would make them more effective, then you can remove them from your group and say, I'm sorry, we have very different goals in this game. The 11 of us and you, the 12th person, it's not going to work. That's fine. But just taking one look, oh, it's an Oakensol user, kicked. I'm not down. I'm not down with that at all. That was very long. But that is a fairly complete explanation, I think, of what went down. So, Alaterial, I hope that's answered the question. Yeah, Joe and 8, I spam E through every dialogue. Yeah, fair enough. And Moose, I've never used crutch alerts. Does it clash with Code's combat alerts in any way? I don't think so. They might duplicate occasionally, but crutch alerts is more about putting markers on the ground and markers over other players' heads and stuff like that. And it'll give you a bar on the side of the screen to show different boss fight phases and stuff like that. Anyway, let's catch up with chat, because I'm going to have to go and pick up Maya in just a moment. So I'm going to take a 5-minute AFK, and then we will be back, and we will be doing Indiana Jones and some dungeons with you guys. So if you fancy doing some Vet DLC dungeons, maybe some hard modes, stuff you haven't tried before, get ready. Bring your DDs. I'm sure Joe and AT are probably already gone, but yeah, see you in a moment. Crimson Phoenix. I was in a vet trial with a heavy attack sock and they were calling me all kinds of demeaning names. It was brutal. Wait, a heavy attack sock was calling you names, or you were on the sock and people were calling you names? Yeah, Cold Blue Drake, thank you very much for the follow. That's lame. See, don't target the player or the... It's a little bit strange. But Balord is saying, yeah, bad experiences with Oakensol players. Again, it tends to be to do with the attitude, not to do with the setup or gameplay. It's people who refuse to do anything but this one build, I was told. That attitude is like a huge red flag. And you get it, you'll find tanks, healers, DDs, whatever, who have this attitude. It's not the way to approach this game. Zinokuro, there we go. Perfect example. Oakensol has been weak since when? Yeah. It's been weak for a long time. A long time. It's just people don't want to hear it. Cyborg, in some dungeons, to finish the lingering quest, you can just teleport directly to it. The NPCs often stay at the beginning. Thank you for the tip, that's good. And Utopian Oakensol has been proven to be weak, but people tend to ignore that wisdom. Yeah, the fact proof. People, or simply people that don't mind. And that's fine. Schnacks, good evening, good evening. Yeah, it was very easy in that first patch for sure. Remember all those poly farms in Vass? Yeah. And Crimson Phoenix. I got a lot of vet arena stuff at the time. So it's really meant for solo play? Yes. The buffs that it gives you are quite difficult to give yourself through any other means. I mean, they're not that strong. It gives you a lot of minor buffs. It doesn't give you that much stuff which is that valuable, to be honest. And the stuff that is most valuable tends to be easy to get just by yourself. But yeah, if you're in a group, almost all of the stuff you will have anyway. So it's kind of rough to bring that to groups. And it's Ariel. Thank you for the explanation. I'm still using it, Solo A. Go ahead and use it. Absolutely feel free. But if it's power you're after, or easy power, or whatever it is, obviously just be aware that, yeah, it's changed a lot since the first time you clicked on a YouTube thumbnail or whatever saying, you know, this is how strong this set was. It may well have been accurate at the time, but things have moved on. Think about the banner. Just the advent of the banner, let alone subclassing. These change the logic completely. It's so easy to get what you need without Oakensol. Even one-bar builds that don't use Oakensol are better than the ones that do. I mean, what does that tell you? So yeah, it's kind of an interesting one. And Zos really didn't want to do this for themselves. They painted themselves into a corner. And the only way they figured they could get out of it and sort of kill the toxic debate was just by stealth nerfing it out of relevance and just wait for the player base to catch up. Anyway, with that settled, you guys keep on doing what you're doing. I'm sorry, we'll catch up with the comments in just a few minutes. I gotta go and get Maya. She is waiting. And we'll be back together. We'll be doing some dungeons with you guys as well. So if you want to do, if 2DDs want to come and do some dungeons with us, get ready. In the meantime, I'm going to flip that Be Right Back screen on. And we'll be back with some more, with some drinks, with some board game for us to play on stream with you guys, and a lot more nonsense. See you shortly. Don't go anywhere. And we're back. Sorry about that. Let me just check on that Indiana Jones situation. Has that update been released yet? Does not look like it. Patch notes are out. God damn it. Oh no, it might have updated. Yes, it's updated. Alright. Well, we'll stick with ESO for now, but that's cool. That means we can flip on over to Indiana Jones and the Great Circle later. It's just a major patch and a new DLC today. And since during September Gamesfest, we are playing a different game every stream this month. Since they were releasing a new update for it, we thought, hey, we loved this game. It was like an unexpected delight of last year. We should go back and take a look at it.
Ah, my old...
But in the meantime, welcome back.
Just like old times.
Where were we? We were just talking about Oaken Soul. I want to make sure I didn't miss anyone's comments on that. So let's backtrack real quick. Yeah, Oaken Soul cult is real, Kalantax. That's a nice way of putting it, ultimately. I don't think everyone who uses it is obviously in that bracket necessarily, but yeah, there are definitely some who display a cult-like devotion to the mythic. Just don't quite understand why. And Zenokuro, anything that gives me the constant buffs and doesn't make me change bars and stuff, gets me past 80% of the content is cool. The hate is just. The hate is just, or the hate is just something? Honestly, it's not Oaken Soul getting you through the content. It's you getting through the content. Trust me. Get rid of that mythic. Try it without it. I mean, don't get rid of it, but like, take it off. Try playing without it. I think you'd be amazed to find how little it was actually doing for you. Because mathematically, statistically, the proof is, you know, it's incontrovertible. You know, it's been tested. We know that it's not actually that good. So the psychological effect of I've had people make this claim a lot actually when so they just changed Highland Sentinel. Now it's much more easy to use, but previously it was a very restrictive set. You literally had to stand still. As soon as you move, even like this, you do that once per minute, twice per minute, definitely not worth using. The old version of the set. They've changed it now, so it no longer applies. But I had someone say, well, the set is great. You don't know what you're talking about. I keep clearing vet dungeons and stuff. I said, yeah, but that's because you're a good player. The set is garbage. It's doing the 5-piece is probably doing nothing for you. Install combat metrics. Check the uptime on it. And they never got back to me. So clearly they checked the uptime and found that it was absolutely terrible. But they wrongly attributed their success to this set, which they were foolishly using. No, it's you being just a good player and doing things right. So I would suggest the same to you, Zenokuro. If you don't mind me making so bold, I think you're just being good and getting stuff done. And cheers, Ted. Appreciate it. Alatara, you can have a look at the heavy attack Sork Hyperioxys. Is running very simple and definitely stronger. Yeah, perfect. Crimson Phoenix. Yeah, Hypers builds are great. My brain oozes out of my head when I see the rotation. That can happen, but there are always ways to simplify the rotation, as long as you understand what the key components are. You don't need to do it perfectly, you know, in order to get the results out of it. It's just like squeezing juice from a lemon. Some people are just going to give it a good squeeze and then chuck it in the bin. They got the juice. Others are going to press a little bit harder. Others are going to get like a special machine to squeeze out every last drop. You know, it's just... doesn't mean the first group are doing it wrong. You know what I mean? Think of it that way. Crimson Phoenix, I also know my limits. Again, I'll say they're probably not your limits in terms of skill. Or a lot of people, like older players who are in their 40s and 50s, will talk about their hands, their fingers not being nimble enough. And it's like, I don't want to tell you your business, but that's almost certainly not true. Like, this is a very, very easy game when it comes to inputs per minute and the amount of, like, dexterity that is required to operate your character. It's more the thinking time that goes into a really complicated rotation. It's not the hands. It's the brain, like the focus and keeping an eye on all those timers. But it's still like 2 button presses per second. One with each hand. Like, that's very easy to do. You walk up to a piano and press 2 keys a second. Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. That's a very easy piece of music. So, yeah. Anyway, Cold Blue Drake, sorry, saying, I agree on what you say, but also disagree in a way. A lot of ESO people just mimic what they hear. They don't always know or understand why they are anti-something. I agree with that completely. I'm sad that you thought that's not what I was saying. That's exactly what I was trying to say with the way that the actual meta and the popular meta don't always match. In fact, they rarely do. The sort of the popular idea of what is meta is usually either slightly wrong because it's been simplified, or it's just 6 months late. And I'm part of that as well. I'm not always privy to all the latest and greatest tech and info. Like, it's impossible to keep up, it feels like. What you want to be careful of are the people who claim to know everything. You know, or who just act like they know everything, they know what's up. They're the ones who tend to have something to prove, and they don't actually know that much, they just know a little bit. It's like the Dunning-Kruger effect, right? Where a little bit of knowledge is a very dangerous thing. But generally, we can all just chill. And, just learn which communities to trust when we talk about recommendations and whatever else. What works, what doesn't. Anyone who seems to be doing genuine testing. Obviously, that's crucial. If people aren't testing, then what are they basing their recommendations on and all that kind of stuff. Moose. You want to check out Crutch Alerts, but hopefully it has a lot of settings available on console, because I don't want every mechanic shown with text. Yeah, I don't know. I find it quite intrusive for PC, that's all I'm going to tell you. I have it installed, but I have it deactivated on every character. I just have it there for when one of my raid leads says, hey, I want everyone to have Crutch Alerts. It's only happened once or twice.
What's a Crutch Alert?
Crutch Alert, yeah. Hey, Maya, welcome back.
Hello, hello. How's it going?
It's going well. We're having a lovely conversation with the Ninja Pools community there, if I may call you guys that. Just the awesome folks on Twitch. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. And for tuning in from work, and then tuning in again when you get home.
Your efforts honor us.
You stole my chair again.
Yeah, should we swap chairs? Hey, there she is.
Thank you, Scalina, thank you, Daenerys, thanks.
Just for context, my chat was popping off. There was a question about OpenSoul, so inevitably I tried to give like a
hello there,
a complete and nuanced picture about, you know, why it was good, why it necessarily isn't so great anymore. People are welcome to use it, yada yada yada. But then I had to go and collect you while chat was still popping, so I'm just trying to catch up on all of that and make sure I didn't miss anything important. But yeah. Yeah, Utopian saying doesn't have too much text on PC. Yeah, it's not a wall of text type thing. It's just there's a lot. There's a lot in my UI, but that again.
If you say me, the Crunch Alert is if you ate too many crisps. I was thinking of the Crotch Alert. What is that like? Somebody's gonna kick you in the nuts. Run away! Run away!
Vimy Lacroix. Who's that? I remember that name.
Nothing but dusty tomes and rusty weapons.
She definitely pops up again later. I totally recognize the name. Crimson Phoenix, some of us were on heavy attack Sork build. Some of the members were ripping into us even before the run started. Yeah, see, that's probably an example of what I'm talking about. The sort of the needle has swung the other way. You know, the pendulum swung the other way back. So these are the same people who were probably praising OpenSoul a year ago. Or even a couple of months back. But they've got wind of... You know, it's not considered meta anymore. Never mind the fact that they're about 2 years late. They're suddenly going around lecturing everyone else. Yeah, be wary of that attitude and just try to ignore it. That's dumb. That's not helpful, is it? With the same thing with a tank player. I mean, he didn't just play tank, but our buddy Rascal, who used to play tank in our dungeon group and in some of our trial groups, and he was really fucking good at it. He was excellent. But he would play on a Khajiit. His main tank was a Khajiit. Nothing wrong with that. The Khajiit has recovery. It's fine. It's just not an Imperial or a Nord. And because it has the very obvious tail of the tail sticking out, I remember joining a VCR run. I think it was just a +0, but it was just a pug. He and I, and I think you were there as well, right, Maya? We joined, and people immediately started going, "Oh my god, a Khajiit tank! Oh look, it's it's a Nightblade as well. Get ready to kick!" And they were actually saying this in group chat. We could all see it, and we were all just laughing because we knew he was about to own that shit, and they were all gonna have to go, "Whoa!" And that's exactly what happened. Didn't have a fucking clue what they were talking about, but they thought because they saw, they were just trying to do that prejudicial thing of like pick on that one trait that is obvious about somebody and tear into it and use it as a way to like knock them down. I think as soon as people see that heavy attack, or maybe a DD with a staff, they might assume the same thing. Anyway. Papa Jester, welcome on in. The topic of Oakensol brings out the worst in a lot of players, both pro and con. That is very well worded, sir. Yeah, you just nailed it right there. Using it isn't a moral failing. Of course, yeah. And it also doesn't entitle you to a spot in any group you want to join. Just let people play their game their way, for fuck's sake. Yeah, let them play how they want, but it ain't going to be in my group. Yeah. And Goofy, I play Oakensol in PvP at the moment. Not too bad. So how can it be as bad as people say? It's just how you use it. No, it's just whether the buffs are doing anything for you. So yeah, I guess that is what you're saying. But PvP, that's a good example. Like those buffs are actually useful. And it's difficult to just get them via 5 pieces and passives and active abilities. Because it's a lot of buffs. But when you're in a trial group, which is what we're talking about, you don't need any of those things. Or they are already provided. Even like one of the main things, minor heroism, is now provided also. And Empower is very easy to self-source. So, yeah, you have a point, but obviously we're talking about PvE. You, Toby Moore, is saying, okay, so thoughts 1, yes, use it if you like. 2, don't expect to be welcome in every group. Some learning runs will not require much, but other groups run more advanced tactics that require more damage. 3, try to let go of it every now and then and practice back bar if that's what's holding you back. That last point is some of the best advice you could give on the subject. And I know this because we've had people who joined Ninja Pulls and wanted help with their DPS. They would come to us and say, I wish I'd never heard of Oakensol. Sounds a bit dramatic, but we literally had a girl from India say that. I wish I'd never tried Oakensol because I used to know how to use 2-bars and now I don't anymore because I've just played this for 2 years and now I feel really bummed having to learn it all again. They did learn it again and it was fine. But I thought that really got my attention, that phrasing. I wish I'd never heard of this mythic. They felt like ultimately it had done more harm than good. Obviously a lot of players don't have that experience, but it was cautionary, I thought, that someone would say that.
No, 21 followers to 6,000. So if any of you guys watching are not following, give us a follow.
Yeah, please consider. Maya's very excited to get to that 6,000 figure. Also, to fill up that health bar today, we have had a couple of subs, which are extremely appreciated. Thank you so much for that.
Nice. Beautiful. Oh, yeah. So it looks like we're going to have a couple of keys to give away as well for Space Marine 2.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
How come?
Because I'm just that good.
Because there's a new big patch coming for it. Is
Yeah,
that right?
yeah. There's well, yes, that drops today. But yeah,
Wow.
so we're going to be playing it on stream anyway. So yeah, we're going to have actually a few keys to give away for some other games as well from the same studio. But yeah, we should have at least one. Well, it depends whether Khan wants to keep one.
Ooh.
Yeah, exactly. Because then we can play.
I'll actually give that some thought so we could play together. Yeah. All right. Anyway, that is for another time. So let's pick a date. Which date are we going to play Space Marine 2 and give away that code?
No idea.
Seriously, let's just pick one. Then people can make a note. Is it going to be over the weekend? Like maybe Sunday?
No. No, Sunday's Khajiit Appreciation Day.
Speaking of Khajiit tanks, look at this.
We're going to be talking kitties.
So let's just pick a date at random. All right, we'll try and fix it by the end of
100%.
the stream today. Otherwise, stay tuned, guys. That'll be a Space Marine 2 full game digital code giveaway coming up right here on this channel, probably next week. All right, let's catch up with everyone now. Mose wanted to know why people are so obsessed.
With what? Just generally.
Just trying to...
Hey, thanks for the follow. Dead Patty, woohoo! Welcome in, welcome in.
I don't know why people are so obsessed with OpenSol. You can do one bar builds that are better. Yeah, it's become like a byword for that. Yeah. Crimson Phoenix say, I'm super casual, so normally don't do vet trials. If I know how to advance, what the rules are, then sure. I'll make sure I adhere to them. I just got pulled into a randa because they needed bodies, and it was toxic. Like, Zos would ban this language level of toxic. I didn't care, I got my vet clear, I was just surprised. Another reason not to pug, people don't care how they behave. If you go with a guild, and it's a well-run guild, like a guild run by Maya, for example, then people will fucking behave, because even if they are that sort of person that might be a dick now and then, if they know that there are repercussions, it's amazing the effect that has. You know? When you know you can get fired. Obviously it doesn't help with everyone, but like I said, easier said than done to do everything with guilds, but it's definitely preferable if you can. And with subclassing, you can play one bar without using the ring. There are so many skills you can... Yeah. All this good advice here. Crimson Phoenix, I know a lot of older people who have issues with bar swapping, so they got their OpenSol builds at that time, just stuck with it. Exactly. But, and this is based on experience, right? This conversation we keep having, and I want to make a video about it, see if it helps people. I'm not trying to convince people to leave OpenSol. I don't care. Do what you like. But honestly, the issues with bar swapping is because the default keybind for bar swap is absolutely terrible. And I'd be willing to bet 80, maybe 90% of people who have issues with bar swapping in Elder Scrolls Online, they just need to rebind it. It's not their fault, it's the devs' fault for not having come up with a better control scheme for such an important thing. They hadn't thought about, this is going to be a thing that players might well do multiple times every 10 seconds. It needs to be in a very accessible spot. And it just isn't. But so many players who are heavily into the game have rebound it to their mouse. In fact, I know very few people in Ninja Pools that I play with who didn't rebind OpenSol bar swap. And I think that would solve the issue for so many people. In fact, I know it would. I just don't know the exact percentage. But yeah, it's worth mentioning that. But yeah, it's habitual, isn't it? And Budgie, thank you so much for the follow. Shai Alia Kujo, thank you very much. Welcome on in.
Hello. Wow, 20 followers away now from that 6,000. Are there 20 more people that are not following? I think this is quite cool.
What do they think?
Yeah.
I'm reading all your comments just silently here, guys. Thank you so much for all that discussion while I was gone. And Goofy Sebi saying, I've had experience with the guild run of min-maxes. I didn't know. I just got thrown in there with 1 to 2, with half a year experience. So this lead jumped at me one day after invoice. I'm like totally garbage. Besides even being helpful or anything. So yeah, there are some people who take this game too seriously, or who think it gives them license to be dicks to other people. It doesn't. Simple as that. Yeah, 2-button heavy attack rotation without Oaken Soul. Yeah, and Zion control, definitely keybind for controller. Bar swap is brutal. Keyboard as well. It sucks. I think maybe it was something they added in after the other keybinds were already assigned. I don't know, man. But yeah, I see what you're talking about with the Daenerys. I blame my old age. My thinking time is diminishing. Yeah. Yep. Lots of wisdom in chat. Thank you, guys, for being so smart. Dead Patty. Space Marine 2 is pretty decent. Also very wise words. It is good, isn't it? It was a lot of fun. The combat system still bugs me a little bit. I don't know how, but I like to think they could have done a little bit better. But ultimately, once you get the hang of it, it's fine. And the game is more than fun enough to justify playing it. And that setting is just a delight, isn't it? The 40k setting is just so much fun. Dead Paddy, thank you for the follow. Also, Demon of the Spit, weaving is my Achilles heel. It's a bad one to have, so I go building, fishing, scrying in between disappointments at the test dummy.
Oh,
well,
I get it. I get really like, it just frustrates me. Like, I want to do good. I know I can do better, and then it's like you look at the number, you're like, how is that? How is it all I got?
I would love to think that I'd be able to help with that, Demona, but obviously I can't promise anything. But I have helped a bunch of people, like literally. How many people do you think we have analyzed CMXs for and like helped with?
Oh, we actually did the maths roughly, like not maths, but more of a sort of
300 people or something. At
oh,
this point.
It's got to be more than that, surely.
It's a ton, because we've been doing this for years, and we just went back through. I think we went back through a year's worth of CMX reports and then just extrapolated it out from there.
Yeah.
And it was a lot. You're not gonna do your thing?
You're gonna do your thing.
There we go.
You bear the brimstone crown, so the Lava Queen's reign ends at last.
Funnily enough, a reference to oh, what's it called? We were just talking about it. The Blessed Crucible? Yeah.
Living and yet without a soul. How can this be? Are you one of those deep?
Fun. That's a fun voiceover as well.
Nash Kaldish is the easier one in hard mode.
Alright, Balorda posted a couple of minutes back. Now that a lot of people are here watching, another call to arms. The great Papa Jester is hosting a practice run of VLC, Federal Lucent Citadel, tomorrow on PCEU. Still missing tanks and healers. Please sign up to check out his real nice and chill raid leading. Absolutely agree. Jester's a legend for doing this, and we need to fill these groups up. They are very chill. We'll Jester and teaching runs
I mean,
by me
Jester
as well.
will scream at you. He will. No, he won't.
No, but seriously,
no, he's like the loveliest guy.
Yeah, these runs are to help people understand the trial better. You can even bring a heavy attack Sork if you so desire. As long as you've got the damage, we don't care. Attitude is ultimately the most important thing.
I charge extra to scream at you. I'll scream, but only if you ask nicely.
I mean, I shouldn't actually speak for Jester. I'm pretty sure that an Oaken Soul build would be more than welcome. The main reason they would be a little bit bad in that trial is that you really want to nuke the trash, and Oaken Soul is terrible for that.
It's opening. Get ready, everyone.
Okay, the Order of Giants is unlocked as of 31 minutes ago.
Yeah, it's downloaded.
Nice.
It's ready to go. Ted Mice, I'd definitely like to jump into more vet environments. Yeah, let's go. Crimson Phoenix, I swap my bar swap to the middle button, so I know which bar I'm on about 80% of the time now. Yeah, Zion Control, Borderlands 4, that's also on the list. We are going to be playing it this month. So yeah, what did we have earlier? We had
These
Resident
look
Evil
valuable, don't they?
requested,
Never been
Left 4
over-
Dead was
Get into
requested.
that uniform and act natural. Should fool some of them at least.
Borderlands is happening because of a request. What else? Somebody was asking about a game that's coming out that we would have to buy. Oh yeah, people were asking for you to play Kingdom Come Deliverance, Maya.
Hej! Jag chcę... Do mi to. That's assuming that obviously somebody from the studio is watching, and I'm just making a little plea to them in our native language.
Is it a Czech studio?
Isn't it?
It's set in Bohemia. I didn't.
I thought it was I thought that... Because I was... Oh, fuck
That
me.
would make
this
sense.
is embarrassing. I thought it was. It was just... it was because of an interview I read, which was with a Czech person. I could have just made an assumption, I suppose.
Which of the new dungeons is more fun? Moose is asking. I think Naj Kaldish is the prettier environment. Black
Hey,
Gem
I held-
Foundry is the more
Yeah,
mechanically.
warhorsestudios.cz could not be more Czech.
Sorry?
It's warhorsestudios.cz is the website.
Cool.
So, yeah.
I never actually clocked that it was a Czech studio, but makes a ton of sense.
My High, Falovka, Vodstářova 2500, Praha 8, Czech Republic. That's where they are.
Nice.
It's not that anybody... Yeah, this is the dude I read the interview with, who's the... Although his name is definitely not Czech. Never mind. But yeah, nice. Nice. Alright. Alright, Kingdom Come Deliverance. Kingdom Come Deliverance? Dog's so excited. Oh my goodness, the Kingdom Come Deliverance.
But on a serious note, like, we do need to fill up our teaching runs. Like, the ones that I've posted have also not filled up a couple of times recently. But people keep talking about how that's exactly what they want. So if you're one of those people, if you play on the PC EU server, PCNA also, but most of our stuff is EU.
We're trying to fill a semi-pro group on PCNA on Sunday. So yeah, we do have stuff happening there.
Yeah.
And the more people we have joining and be like, yeah, I want to run these things, the more stuff we do. It's just sort of...
And there is zero,
Yeah.
there is zero pressure. Or almost zero. You just have to have like the basics. And we will walk you through absolutely everything. It's what we do in Ninja Pools. It's the whole point of the guild. So yeah, join us.
Can.
What's up?
Because I'm such a clever one, I got you a key for Space Marine 2 and 2 to give away to the community.
Oh, nice.
Yes.
So we can play it together on stream and give it away
Yes!
twice.
Yes!
Alright, well, we're going to have a fucking Space Marine day. Should we have... We were talking about having a Warhammer week, maybe? Maybe not a week, but maybe a long weekend, like Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
I mean, I would like to do it on times when I'm actually off.
Yeah, so let's figure that out.
I suspect that...
Brain! Does anybody have a spare one of those? Hang on, can Alatariel ask for sexy trailer voice? Oh yeah, there it is!
Yep, I
Redeem
saw.
Khan does sexy trailer voice. Ooh! Will sub for beer. Streamers are ignoring chat as usual. Wow.
Really not?
Rude. Oh, come on, it's Will sub for beer.
I've got a dog rolling on her back right next to me, and I can't really move my chair because I'm going to run over her tail. Careful, doggo. Good girl. You're a good girl. And she's on her back again.
The only time I use this dog app is for rewards. Dog app? Is that Twitch? Or are we saying that it's a shit app? Prove me wrong, I take that. There we go. Twitch, I sort of get it. Like, a few years ago, I was like, what the fuck is Twitch? Like, ladies getting their hoo-hoos out. it really isn't that, and especially for the ESO community, it's such a great place to get to know them, hang out, and well, join in trials, ask questions. It is really awesome. I would definitely give it a try.
All right, so trailer voice. Since we're doing the
Yes.
Covenant story.
Kill anyone who tries to get through.
Okay, I'm going to mute myself because I have a feeling.
In a world of red guards, orcs, and Britons, she was a high elf with a penchant for necromancy. And now she's about to find out why they call it the Daggerfall Covenant.
What does that even mean?
I don't know.
This fall, find out what the orcs' mating practices are. Where the red guards go on summer holiday.
I don't know. I'm out. I'm totally out. I've lost it with these. I think we've used too many. Like,
we need to just correct Grimsby. Oh my.
We just need to come up with a couple of new foundational ideas for it. A new trope.
Yes, this is one of the few Twitch spots that isn't a cesspool. I mean, I would say there are a few more wholesome places, but I'm not going to argue ESO is a particularly great category. That's just decent. But it's also, there are no assholes.
It's a critical mass
in this
thing.
category.
Yeah, it's a critical mass thing. It's if there are enough nice people, there's no incentive for the dickheads to do what they do, because the whole, it just gets rejected instinctively. But yeah, whether it needs to be an established community for that to work, I don't know. But whatever is required, like I've hung out in the Dune Awakening category a bit, and that seems pretty chill as well.
Think about this. What's to think about?
Maybe because it's not a super cool game, it's quite nerdy.
Cultist did that. In the right
yeah.
hands, this could defend the Covenant against invaders.
I'm not giving that thing to the people who leveled Orsinium. Destroy the relic now! Didn't you hear the screams as those things consumed the souls of my people? It should be an easy one. You must destroy it. Do not hand it.
Orsinium used to be the orc homeland.
There we go.
So Space Marine and Warhammer, were they like released by the same studio?
Now the Covenant will solve
No.
all
What are you talking about?
Like Warhammer games, other games.
Keep orcs in line. If not now.
Space Marine is just a computer game.
Oh yeah,
It's
no, I
only
know
a
that.
video game. So Games
yeah.
Workshop license
Mm-hmm.
the IP to a bunch of different studios, like like Sega own the Creative Assembly, who make the Total War Warhammer games. Focus Interactive own, is it Sabercat Interactive? I forget which one owns
That's
which.
it, yeah.
You know, so yeah, they're all made under license, but yeah,
Mhm.
Games Workshop made all the Warhammer stuff along with Blood Bowl and what other brands do they have? They have a couple of others that I think they had one called Epic, but yeah, nobody cares about that.
Focus has Space Marine 2, that's the one.
Yeah, but Sabercat Interactive, is that the publisher or the studio?
I want to say that's the publisher, but I could be wrong. So wrong.
Destroy the it should be.
I need to do trials. Never done any of them. Hard to find people, especially when I'm going through zones by release. I mean, if you're going for like story run, want to see what's actually happening in there, we do lore runs. We haven't done one in a while, but it's just because our Eggbirds has been soups busy. But yeah, we're going to try and do those as well. So nice and chill times.
Besides the main story, are there any other town storylines that give good XP for a 0 to 50 toon grind, Tater Hater? I mean, they're all pretty good in terms of XP. But if you don't really... I would just do them in order, to be honest. But if you've done them all before, little pro tip, some of the smaller zones, like Murkmire, Southern Elsewhere, Clockwork City... what are the ones that we got? Galen, I suppose, as well. They don't give... I think they give 3 skill points or something like that rather than 6. but they're much smaller than half the size of the regular zones, if that makes sense. So you can get XP and skill points at a sort of a slightly faster clip. If you're not worried about, if you've done all the stories already. So if you want skill points and XP, I don't mean these, the small starter zones, I mean like the small DLC zones, if you've got those. Murkmire, Southern Elsewhere, I guess Hughes Bane, Gold Coast, Galen, Clockwork City, maybe Deadlands, I'm not sure if that counts. But I guess so. That's good to know, but it's not like a huge hack or anything, it just, you'll have to get through less quests per skill point, if that makes sense.
The relic, ours at last. Yes, keep it and use it. A discovery. With this relic, our enemies would not dare invade the Covenant. No.
Does anyone keep it? You obviously... The correct thing to do is to destroy it. Right, well, Heart, thank you very much. Your heart is in the right place. Thank you for the follow.
I'm back fully now.
Nice one, Ted. Good to have you here. And Ayol Mao SF, I kind of know what you mean. Yeah, just going back to what you said. It is very nice around here. Don't know if we can put our finger on exactly why, but basically because of you guys. Design control, it's not Rocket Appliance.
Oh, hi, Ted. How's it going?
That's
19 followers away from 6,000. Are we going to get there today? What do we do if we get there today? Hey!
Mace HKM!
Thank you. All right, well, that's...
I'll tell you what we should do. We should highlight the fact that we have got this game on the go.
Oh, yeah.
So I made this a while ago. That's not the right thing. Sorry about that. God damn it.
Can't mark.
Well, it's because you select the next scene that you want to use, but fucking OBS doesn't actually swap them until it's finished with the transition. It's very annoying. I'm still not quite used to that. This one...
Well, you had 3... Hey, Anno, you had 3 subs, right? Oh, that looks so good. Okay. Well, why don't we... Yep. Nah. So 2 subs. Let's do a let's get going, right? I've got the hole, no? The dice. That's a weird one. All right, so I'm going to roll. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I was just thinking about saying something and I don't know. My brain just... Anyway. Okay, so 2 rolls. The first one is 5, so that takes us to 5. There's nothing there. And the next one is on the floor, and that's 2. That takes us to 7. What are the balls? What are the big balls? Yeah, that's fine. I'll find the list. Oh. Oh, gosh. All right, well, we'll do that. Sub bits, anything like that. Kofi, any donation. We have to drink. Yep. Ooh. Sad. We're dead. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, I can see 3, yeah. That's such a fun one. Oh, there's little Zamaja as well. This is so cute. All right. Are you muted, Khan? All right, well, maybe switch then. All right, well, yeah, so there's loads going on. So, yeah, Khan was just explaining what some of them mean. So, yeah, it's just like shoots and ladders. The Arcanist portal moves you forward. The chains pull you back. Bar saying we wipe. So, yeah, there's a lot going on for sure. We can flip back, Khan. Okay. You guys can still hear me, though, right? Weird. Oh, I see. Yeah, gotcha. All right, so we've got a question there. I've been away from ESO for about 3 years now. Would you suggest starting a new character? Status Quo is saying, yes, Arcan is in a new class. You can start a new character or just jump into subclassing, yeah. Cyborg is saying rather new build, not a new character. You can change almost anything on your existing character. Yeah.
I would do that. Unless there are bits of the story which you've completely forgotten and you want to catch back up on. Then again, you could always use uesp.net to just read up on the story and remind yourself what you did. But yeah,
you did last summer.
It's a good question. I probably wouldn't do a new character necessarily, but
because you can change pretty much anything these days.
yeah. And with subclassing, it almost doesn't matter what class you are. Race doesn't matter that much, and you can change it all anyway. The only thing you can't change is your base class. And you can't change the fact that you already did a non-repeatable quest. But then you can also make another character and just do that quest there, if you want to re-experience it. That's the thing. So yeah, good question. But yeah, you definitely don't need to make a new character. Any other questions? I feel like we haven't had a ton of questions today in terms of, like, make me earn my I don't know, my crust of bread here on Twitch.
I know. So reskin Snakes and Ladder. It's a bit more than that. I mean, it is completely made from scratch. Khan made the whole thing.
I did say shoots and ladders. Yeah, that's
yeah,
the
but
idea.
The idea is 100% that. Yeah. Unless you're an alcoholic, then do all the classes. I don't appreciate being called out like that. Yeah, right? I've got 20. Yeah. Betnik. What do you like to do to make money in the game? Just play the game?
I play the game, yeah, I do trials and dungeons, and I do writs. Writs don't generate that much gold. I mean, they actually generate a lot of gold just on their own. But if you do max level writs, so the characters you're doing them with are actually, you know, proficient in all those crafting skill lines, the game gives you a lot of surveys, which generate a huge amount of materials. So you get a lot of gold materials from that, and I make most of my money from trading by just selling the gold mats that I get. Like, I just emptied out my stash almost completely, and I'm already back to 539 tempering, almost up to 300 dreg wax, and this is considering I've printed a ton of gold gear recently. Like, all of these stocks were down at a couple of hundred recently. I don't know why I have so much rosin. That's wild. Not nearly 800, 629 chromium, and I'm selling this like constantly. I cannot sell it fast enough. So if you just play the game, you'll earn quite a lot of gold and XP, more than enough to sustain you. It's a little bit difficult at the beginning, because you can't really do the dungeons and trials at the level that you necessarily need to make gold fast. But you don't need a lot of gold early on.
Crimson Phoenix, do you think any of the class sets are good for end game content? What's end game content for you? I'm just going to ask that first.
Corpse Burster.
A Corpse Burster, yeah.
The others, nah.
Yeah, there you go.
And even Corpse Burster is like, it's very good, but you really have to build around it.
Oh, so veteran trials. I wouldn't personally class that as end game, which is why I'm asking. Doesn't mean that I'm correct. Just
plenty of people would use it to mean that, yeah.
Yeah, for vet trials, I mean,
I would say for me, vet trials are the beginning of the late game.
yeah. I mean, it doesn't matter. But yeah, for vet
fucking
trials,
semantics, isn't it?
you
Yeah.
really don't. You don't have to optimize like as much. Obviously, it depends on the raid lead, on the group, and everything. But vet trials, you know, you can just kind of rock up, and as long as people are bringing the damage and bringing the goods, yeah.
Corpse Burster is fun to use as well as powerful, but it's not very versatile. Like you really have to build a particular way, or it just doesn't work.
For me, end game, and again, this is just for me, I would say is more certainly trifectas, some hard modes, maybe not all of the hard modes, kind of thing.
Yeah, trifectas
DLC certainly.
for me.
Yeah, trifectas, yeah.
And frankly, only a couple of them really count. I would say Swashbuckler, Planesbreaker. But yeah, it's just a tricky... It's a tricky term. I remember vividly when we came here for the first time, when we did this quest together.
Aww.
Don't think either of us had really ever been to Daggerfall before. So we were like, whoa, this is such a moment in the game. You suddenly feel like it's opening up. Daggerfall Covenant wasn't our first thing. I think we did Daggerfall Covenant second and Dominion last, but still, coming from the very cool but very confined areas of Stros Mackay and then Betnik, and suddenly you're here, and the city looks massive. The landscape looks huge and forbidding, and yeah, there's just a real... It gets that feeling of Elder Scrolls sense of possibility, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
It does that really, really well. What a great moment.
For me, trifectas, like, it's not my favorite thing to do. What I love about the trifectas is the optimization, you know, when everybody works together to bring it. But it's when the group is just so well oiled by having run together several times, knowing the content, you know, lots of times knowing the content. There's just something beautiful about that. The actual, like, getting a trifecta, getting the title is quite stressful. It is fun. It feels good, but it's not really what I love to do.
It's being capable as a group, as a team.
Yeah.
Team is the better word.
Welcome to Daggerfall.
You know, you play like a team sport or any team endeavor. It's great when everyone is like...
It's like a dance,
just like
right?
you said, yeah, it's a well-oiled...
Yeah.
Not oiled bodies, that's something else. We're not doing Top Gun beach volleyball here. Oh, but, you know, like when it works like a Swiss watch, everything fits together, everyone's doing their job really well, people are communicating and backing each other up, and yeah, it's awesome. That is what the end game is for me. It's made possible by the work of Mike Finnegan and his team, sure, but really, the people who are creating that experience is you and those around you.
Yep.
And never for a minute believe, Crimson Phoenix, that it's out of your scope. I'm not trying to persuade you that you need to go and chase this. Do whatever you want. Who cares? You know, do set your own priorities. But I can tell you, hand on heart, it is not outside of your scope or anyone else's. The biggest myth in this game is that it's difficult. It really isn't. The most difficult bit is, just like Maya said, actually finding, coordinating, and managing a group and getting everyone, you know, they have shared goals, they have a shared availability and a similar attitude and good chemistry, enough to survive the whatever 2, 4, 8, 20 weeks it might take to get the trifecta done. Sometimes they can take a long time. Usually because people leave. and replacing them is a pain in the ass.
Like people just don't show up, or
Yeah.
oh, bleh.
So,
You
yeah.
don't need to make excuses, guys. We know endgamers are all masochists. It's okay. We don't judge. I mean, yeah. It's some people enjoy that. They thrive on that sort of pressure. I don't. Like so when I led a TikTok and then we went to Kind's Aegis. So Khan did all the teaching and like making sure the group knew what they were doing and then handed it over to me. So I did the actual raid leading. But it was so stressful, especially in the TikTok. I didn't mind that much because that trial I like knew so well by that point. Kind's Aegis, it was just
Hey, look,
the execute. And when the shits come down to see Felgraven and you. Oh, cute. I'm not going to lie, there were still a few times every now and then that I just closed my fucking eyes and hope for the best. Which is so dumb.
What? Yeah, because the torturers are so difficult to dodge.
Yeah, I was just like, I know I'm supposed to dodge. And then I just opened my eyes. Yes, I dodged in time. Because a couple of times, like when a new patch dropped, there were like a week where my performance was just awful. I couldn't do anything, nothing in time. And I was just like, this is so stressful. Yeah.
I don't know what you did to convince him, friend. But you have my
Maya,
gratitude.
I have
Well done.
bad news.
I will take this
potentially.
petition to
Doing all these quests again and kind of rushing them really makes me want to play them again properly.
Okay.
I don't know if I have no idea if people would be up for that. If they would be up for me like listening to every bit of dialogue. I'm not going to do it now. Maybe we'll do it some other time in the future. But speaking of things we're going to do in the future, shall we flip on over to Indiana Jones?
Let's do it.
All right, guys, please don't go anywhere. Wow, look at this outfit. Jesus. That's quite a sight. One gold eye and one red eye. I guess she got something in her eye last night? No?
Just, oh, crikey. Just look at the ESO logs. There are so many logs that say stuff like day 62 or week 14 GS proc. Yeah,
exactly, yeah. But you can...
She took a golden shower? Ew.
Gross. I was thinking more she got sperm in her eye, maybe? But that's just where my mind went.
It's not nice, no. The eyes match the outfit. See, Crimson Phoenix is like...
It's a fashion choice.
Yeah.
I was like, that is a sexual injury.
Jokes aside, I do have progging for Vet Trifectas. Had a lot of fun when we did more of Lorcash. The issue is that you need a consistent group of friends to do it. Of friends. I mean, just a group, but friends make it better. After my guild prog disbanded due to IRL stuff and people drifted from the game, I never quite fit into any other team. Yeah, I get that. It's like when people quit, several people, it's like, oh, yeah. I will head into Helldivers. Enjoy your game. Thanks, you too. Yeah, what up, friends? Goal!
That damn dog keeps approaching me. I think it wants me to follow it.
The dog probably wants a handout.
Sorry, I was muted. The people are the gold that you'll find in them hills, so to speak. The trials are created and designed in such a way that they incentivize and reward that level of team play because it requires coordination. That's why pugs are fundamentally sort of a bad idea. Like, it's cool that people do it, it's fine, there's no judgment, but the way that these pieces of content are designed, you're not supposed to be doing them with randoms with zero communication. That's not really the way they were built and constructed. It's not what they're for. So fundamentally, the way to get the prime experience, the premium experience, is to get a group. And unfortunately, that takes time and is increasingly unfashionable for live service games. They increasingly feel pressured into catering towards very casual or solo players. And hey, we need to talk to the dog. Maya will kill me if I don't.
Yep.
Hey, Giblets, what's up?
Oh, Giblet.
What's wrong? Alright, let's go. That's my speaking to dog voice. It's such a rubbish run. But yeah, so we'll be flipping on over to Indiana Jones in just a moment. There's a brand new DLC. I know very little about it except that it's set back in the Vatican, which I think was my favorite zone in the base game. Please don't go anywhere. We'll still be talking about Elder Scrolls, keeping all the usual nonsense going. But yeah, we did commit to playing a different game every stream this September Gamesfest. And honestly, I will evangelize a little bit for this game as well, because I know I like the movies, but the last two movies were fairly
Fool, your interference will not be tolerated.
That was funny. So yeah, I will. I'm gonna big up this game a little bit, in case any of you see it on sale in the coming months. I guess for the Steam Christmas sale, it'll probably be in there now that it's got a new DLC and all that. But yeah, let's flip on over without further ado.
Hey, let's flip it, let's flip it, let's do it, let's do it.
Yeah, the excitement. I love it, Maya. No, this is a really good game. It's weird and unexpected and quite different, but most of all, it's hilarious. I don't even think you need to be a particular fan or knowledgeable about the movies to get it. Indy's just a very funny, wry protagonist. The way he's sort of weary about everything, you know, he seeks out adventure and then is immediately slightly, you know? And the takedowns are absolutely hilarious. The improvised combat is just a delight.
Yeah, I'm just going to put it out there, guys. It would be amazing if you stayed, hang around. It means the world to us. We are predominantly ESO streamers, but we would like to explore some other games, like at the end of the streams or something like that. So please do stay, do stick around. It's going to be really good fun. Do you want to get rid of the HelloFresh thing? I'm just thinking might be nice to really get the full.
Yeah, let's do it. Oh, here we go. It's an Unreal joint, so we're building the shader pipeline. But yeah, this is, I don't know, it's a highlight of mine from last year. Because, like I said earlier, I wasn't expecting that much of it. I wasn't even sure I was going to be that interested in getting it or what have you, but once the early previews started trickling in, and then eventually the reviews, they all emphasized how fun the exploration was, how little combat you actually needed to do, and how hilarious the combat was. So I guess we just stick around for a little bit in the Vatican. I'll show you what I'm talking about. And Maya, you'll let me know if there's any issues with the stream, but that looks good to me, right?
Yeah, looks good.
It's a beautiful game as well. Obviously, you can only see it in 1080 here, but holy crap, it looks good in 4K.
It looks beautiful. It looks beautiful, my friend.
That's so I'm disguised right now as a black shirt. We're in the Vatican in, I guess, the early 30s or the late 1920s. No, late 30s, I suppose it would be. I need a weapon of some kind. I should just go and beat him up. Fuck it. Let's go and take him out with fists. Quality. Oh, there we go. What is that even? Some sort of a wrench?
Do you know how to get started with the thing? Because I can talk through it. Oh, you do? How do you know? The DLC.
You're not really supposed to do this.
Che codardo! Questo te lo buono.
See what I mean? There's something very kinetic and satisfying and just fucking hilarious about the just the way that he can like chuck stuff and you're always going around picking up wrenches and brushes and spades. Like, let's go and chuck a spade at a bitch. There's another officer. Like, come on, tell me that isn't just comedy gold. Just launching a spade at the guy. And I'm not, like, trolling. I'm not going off-piece. This is exactly how the combat system works. And if you go back and watch the movies, it's kind of surprising how true it is. That he's always just reaching for whatever's at hand. You know, like the damsel in the adventure movie who breaks a vase over the bad guy's head. Indy's kind of always doing that. He's got the pistol, and he will use it, and the whip. Oh yeah, we should use the whip, shouldn't we?
Maledetto! L'ha colpito!
The fact that you punch him in the leg and he's there like hopping. Oh, 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 my leg! Anyway, enough about that. Let's go back to the main menu. And start. Start again. Oh, it closed it completely. I thought it said, do you wish to return to the main menu?
Oh, you fucked it up.
Either that or it crashed. This game hasn't crashed a lot on me, but anyway, we're back. Yeah, Moose, keep seeing it with like 10% off, so it's still quite a bit. Yeah, feel free to wait. That's what I often do. I keep waiting for Elden Ring to be like, I don't know, 50% off, then I'll jump on it, but they just don't do it. They don't give a crap. And the game was so famous and commercially successful, such a hit. I guess they can afford to just not bother with discounts. Yeah, the punch sounds like gunshots in other games. That's true, and again, that's very much true to the movies, isn't it? Alright, a new adventure calls. Embark on a new adventure beyond the Vatican. Discover the ancient mysteries hidden underneath the streets of Rome. A mystery begins fieldwork. Visiting Father Ricci near the Vatican Fountain of Confession.
Christina Ricci. No.
Ricci. Oh, man, it's Christina Ricci in this game? I'm down.
That's it. I've lost Khan forever.
Yeah.
He's just going to be in this game. That's it.
I'm not even sure, but I'm just a big fan.
Hey there, bonk. She's awesome.
Yeah, she's great. Her Wednesday is still the OG and best.
She's not even OG, but I know what you mean.
She's not the OG, that's true. Girls her age are only interested in one thing: homicide. Right. Because I'm disguised, these guys won't give a shit if I walk up to them and say,
Salve, camerata.
Salve. I don't know where that is. A mystery begins. There we go. We've already got the quest. So we just follow that. I guess we go to Belvedere Courtyard. There is fast travel. But you don't have to use it. It's actually pretty fun just navigating by going over all the rooftops. Do you know if we're getting any codes for this one, Maya?
No.
Yeah, we haven't heard anything about it. That could be to do with the Bethesda shake-up. Who knows? If things just still aren't quite under control over there, but
I mean, we got the codes, obviously. So we don't need new codes for the game. But you mean as giveaways?
it's a giveaway, yeah.
Well, maybe. We'll see.
Right, so it might happen. We might have some stuff to give away for this game relatively soon. It just hasn't been confirmed. So sorry about that. Also, I love the fact that it is voiced in the correct language and you just get subtitles.
Love that. Yeah, it's very cool.
Sì, lo so, Pio, era una domanda retorica.
Oh, padre. Anyway, I'm going to go and feed the fluff bum. I'll be right back.
All right. So we can't start this one without the clerical suit. I guess that's the game's way of gating it behind. This is a disguise mechanic throughout the game where certain areas will be locked off until you have that particular disguise. Anyway, let's go and talk to him.
È assurdo. Non può dirsi rubare se ciò che prendi è già tuo di diritto.
He's called Pio. Oh, that's cute.
What can I do for you, Father?
Well, what do you know about the legend of the Nameless Crusader?
I'm familiar with the story. Fierce warrior. Fought in the siege of Antioch, 1097 AD. Very tall, like a giant. They say he never removed his helmet. Why do you ask?
I am a conservator. When I was working in the casino over there, I discovered a hidden text in a mural. Can you believe it? It said that Il Papa... Shh, allora, Pio. Pope Paul IV had an item of this crusader in his possession, his helmet. And listen to this. The Pope kept this helmet in a secret chamber underneath the casino. But the black shirts have locked down the casino. All I want is confirmation that the secret chamber is real. I have to know if this is all true. Tieni, Pio. Regrettably, Father Ventura kicked me out before I could find the entrance.
Say, how would I get down there? Hypothetically speaking, of course.
There is a key to the casino in my office.
Such a smooth talker,
my
isn't
bird will open a window for you.
Okay, sure. And sorry, what was your name?
Orlando Ricci. And this here is Pio.
Well then, I'll be back if I find anything, Father Ricci. Pio?
That would make me very happy, but don't disturb the site. I'm being forced out of the Vatican, so we have to meet elsewhere. Come to Palazzo Ricci, my house, just across the Tiber.
Nice.
Palazzo Ricci, huh?
He's got his
I'll
own
tell you
palazzo.
what, I see the helmet, I'll leave it exactly as I found it. Sound good?
Grazie, my friend. If you find anything, come to my house and let me know. D'accordo? Vai, Pio.
The bird's really gonna open a window?
Yes, Pio's very clever.
I think the hair got an upgrade with this patch as well.
I can't believe you dare to investigate this. You'll need the key to the casino in my office.
All right, let's go. What do you guys think? Any of you seen this game before? Have you have you got it? Have you played it? Looks like we need to actually follow the bird. That's kind of cute. So for those who don't know, this is by Machine Games, the folks who did the Wolfenstein games, the recent Wolfenstein games. So in many ways, it's kind of perfect, you know, gunslinging, set in a heightened historical past, and also with, you know, lots of beating up Nazis. So, how am I supposed to get down from here, though? That's the question. Petrified War. Didn't know it was a thing. Played it on Xbox. It was awesome. Yeah, I think it's one of those games that was...
What are we talking about?
We're talking about
Indy?
Indy. Yeah, we're talking about The Great Circle. It struck me as one of those games that was marketed towards the general public and not so much towards gamers. if that makes sense.
It was weird.
It was very weird. It was like all the like on the London Underground, you'd see it advertised and shit like that, but they didn't make that much of an effort to sort of create a lot of buzz within, I don't know, the sort of the world of gamers, and to the extent that there is a separation. Ocean. I'm gonna get busted.
Are you being a naughty boy?
Yeah, I'm knocking out fools.
Knocking up?
Yeah, I'm knocking up black shirts. They love it. Giving them so that they have one red eye in the morning. Yeah, he's gonna come in here. Oh.
With a bottle. Wow. Like it. That wine was very white. Clear. Water.
Qui è vietato.
I love how they've just got truncheons.
Ehi! Spacca gli denti! Così si fa!
I've got a cat in my face. Very annoying. Yeah, the lighting is awesome, isn't it?
Dude, I'm parrying. Do I not have any stamina left, or what's up?
Oh, kitty, bitty, butty, butty.
Mine's got a kitty.
Yeah, sorry.
See what I mean about the comedy?
And just fell over.
You're not supposed to beat everyone up. It's not that kind of game. You can do it if you want. You can just brawl. You can shoot, but there's not a lot of ammo lying around. And that, again, is the thing that I really enjoyed about it, that you can use it to get out of a scrape, you can take guns off the enemies as well and use them. Like, is there a gun in here, for example? There aren't a ton of them lying around, but like the Nazis tend to have more guns than the black shirts, for example. Hey, a skillet.
Skimmet. Dog liked it. So what do we need to do? Are you trying to start the new...
Yeah. Very funny. Let's just heal up. There we go.
I really struggled. I was looking at that donut in the weird light, and I was like, is he making a shape with his hand? Like a donut? It looked like it was part of him. That was very weird.
The way they fall is just amazing. How'd they do that? I've never seen a game get it quite so right. Anyway, I'm playing it very differently to the way I normally would. Trying to have a bit of fun. Make it a little bit more of a spectacle. Normally I'm sneaking around. That's nowhere near as fun to watch. Right, we need a key somewhere. In the next building. But yeah, it's all about exploration and disguise and...
I like the little booklet. I really want one of those.
Yeah, it's cool as fuck, right? Really, really good. Yeah, the UI actually deserves praise as well. It's just a really nicely made little thing. And like I said, I wasn't... I don't know, I didn't have particularly high expectations or anything surrounding this. So it was just a delight to find that this thing came out and it was...
really fun.
A real gift to, I don't know, not just people who like the movies, but people who just people who like games that do something a little bit better, a little bit different. But seriously, so it was out here the whole time. Also, you can use the whip to do fun stuff, like get bonus supplies. Kind of fun. Was it in here? Oh, for fuck's sake. So I was in the right place all along. So all those poor guys are just beat up. Well, whatever. It was fun. The lighting is impressive, yeah. Yeah, Maya already covered that. Yeah, I have no problem dedicating most of my time to like ESO and whatnot. Because like I was saying earlier, the community that is in that game is something that no other game is really going to have. But man, it's a lot of fun to see what else is out there.
Yeah.
And it's quite tempting as someone who's like invested in what's going on in the industry, what new games are coming out, where, you know, that perception of all modern games are rubbish, this kind of thing, that we sometimes feel like it's been a lot of fun to see like the unexpected gem. I feel like when that Jumanji movie came out years ago.
The first one.
Yeah, I don't think
as in the first remake.
Yeah, no one expected it to be good.
And it is fun.
But it was like, oh, that's actually a really, really good giggle.
Yep. Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Now, where is that key?
Pasquinata. When Paul IV died in 1559, crowds apparently rioted in Rome, celebrating his death with a Pasquinata. Carafa, hated by the devil and the heavens, is buried here with his rotting corpse. He hated peace on earth, our faith he contested, he ruined the church and the people.
Ooh.
Paul IV had a lot of enemies.
Also, Troy Baker's dialogue, his voiceover, is so fucking good.
It is so. It's crazy good. Like, how did he?
How does he?
So
He
good.
doesn't sound anything like this when he normally
No.
speaks.
And I loved that Harrison Ford presented him with the award for the best voice acting.
Yeah.
Right? That was so cool. And it genuinely looked like he didn't know he was coming out. He looked like he was like, oh my God, look at Harrison Ford.
Yeah, you cut
So
out there.
cool.
You go too high and the mic just
Sorry.
doesn't...
Probably for the best. It was too high. But no, that was really cool. Really cool. But he sounds just crazy good like him. It's so good.
Yeah, it's not a lot of video game voiceovers of that level of like impersonation, but there are a couple in this one. There's Troy Baker doing Harrison Ford, and there's also one of my favorites. We were talking about him earlier, High King Lord Rillis. David Shaughnessy, he's in here doing a note perfect impression of the Marcus Brody character, who was played in the original movies by Denholm Elliott.
Yeah.
Amazing. All right, spring 1558, construction of Casino Pio IV, son of Pope Paul IV. It's telling that some texts say Paul IV spent a lot of time in the unfinished villa. Yet other records regarding his presence during the construction are either missing or show contradictions. What was he doing there? Paul IV was a curious man. So far, everything points to him having constructed a secret study beneath the casino before he died in 1559. If it's there, I'm certain it ties into the mystery of the nameless crusader.
Ooh.
And there's the key.
Really onto something. This must be it.
Noise.
Another note. Wow, lots of them. Father Ricci. I pray this letter finds you well. As a brother, I must warn you, I don't know what you've done to provoke Ventura. This is the guy who's inside the Vatican working with Mussolini and the black shirts and trying to get them... basically get them to have jurisdiction over the Vatican. Word is that he's sending his black shirt goons after you. Apparently he's furious about some event in the Vatican Museum collection. Please be careful. Ventura is not a man to be toyed with. That might be our actions in the first, like in the OG game. Look at that little mark on the bottom right, Maya. What do you think that is?
I can't quite. It looks pyramidy.
Now I'm curious.
Well, triangulary.
I love that. Is there even a... is he holding on to anything? He's not, is he? They forgot the little chain.
Oh no! Whoops.
Some seriously modern technology in 1930s Vatican. A note. Oh, there are lots of these, wow. I love the fact that they made all these assets. They look handwritten and everything. It's crazy. And actually, that looks like a font, doesn't it? But even the way that it changes in the lights. See that? Anyway. Father Ricci, I write to you with a matter of utmost delicacy regarding the sacred treasures under your stewardship. During yesterday's inventory of the museum's collections, we discovered the absence of a precious artifact, the Roman golden dagger of Mithras, gifted to Pope Innocent III by Otto IV, 1209. As you two have intimate knowledge of our collection and have spent countless hours studying these precious artifacts, I believe your insight will be invaluable in this situation. Right, we don't...
They had the gold dagger of Mithras and lost it.
Yeah. Incredulous. Anyway, enough about that. On we go, right?
Yes. Let's do it.
Straight out of the window, dead. I don't think that's supposed to happen.
Who are you, me?
Seriously, you press space to get out. And the game did the rest. There's no higher we can go, but it does get a little bit Assassin's Creed at times. With how high you can climb. Kind of makes me want to play Creed games. You know, they're so good at what they do sometimes. Alright, what's next? So we need to get over there.
This looks really good. Yeah, it does. It looks awesome. Hey, doggo, are you silly?
I guess we go out this window instead. That's the plan, isn't it? Duh.
Oh my god, like, duh.
Here we go. Yeah, good old Erie. I really liked the base game. And this is the DLC which arrived like an hour ago. It's brand spanking shiny new. And this area was in the original, but you couldn't get in. I remember because I tried.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's fun.
So we're still dressed as a priest. So nobody should mess with us.
Ma questo posto è tutta un'altra cosa. Sai che qui non ci vive nessuno, vero? Si chiama Villa Pia.
Villa Pia.
Già, si chiama Villa Pia da secoli. E la bocca della verità è una vera bocca che smaschera i bugiardi. Per favore. Cosa? Non capisco. Si chiama Villa Pia.
This guy doesn't get it. Oh shit. Yeah, officers will see through. They'll be suspicious if they see you in disguise. But yeah, even like the gardening implements, we can just pick them up and raise hell. I love it. Alright. How do you want to play this, Maya? Should we be careful?
I mean, yes.
Okay.
Allora? Hai paura? Falla fuori!
Ah, fuck it. Let's restart. See if we can be... There was just an officer sitting on that bench, so I thought, oh, maybe we can just go over the wall. But yeah, if you do anything too suspicious, they'll start popping off. Beautiful.
It's so pretty, and it feels like it's warm. Do you know what I mean?
He's on to me.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. The way they did a great job with that in the Shanghai section, and then in Sukhothai.
Yeah.
Oh, restricted area. Go back.
Sparo e basta. Bene, pronti a sparare.
Hello.
Prendi questo. Dai, abbattilo. Eccoti qua. Non fatelo scappare. Torna da mammina. Non provarci nemmeno. Qui. Per colpa. Fin troppo facile.
Oh, they're breaking out the firearms. All right, do this properly. I'm not entirely clear on what we're supposed to do. We got the key. Are we supposed to use it?
I'd say so. I mean, I'd hope so.
I'm just Russian.
I thought you were Danish.
Yeah.
Oh.
Should we switch to a black shirt uniform? Doesn't quite make sense that we use it right in front of them, but whatever. Maybe that'll help. Is that an officer?
Kill him! Hit him! In the face! In the nuts!
No, we're good. In the nuts?
I don't know. I thought, you know. I don't know.
Oh, for God's sake, that was... I thought they would let us in because we were wearing the priestly garb. No. We needed to change to...
I'm trying to think of something priestly to say, but I can't think of anything. Can you?
Bless you, my child.
Oh, there we go. That was easy.
There we go.
So if... Oh, let's do the opposing thing. What topic shall we pick? Does anybody have any ideas? Anything that we should... It could be game-related or not.
Is Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom a good or a bad film?
Secret study.
Temple of Doom. Oh. Well, which one? Are you bad or are you good?
I will criticize it. So I'll start.
Okay.
For the record, I actually quite like Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom. I think it's good fun. But it is obviously not as good a film as the first or the third. But I still think it's better than the two new ones. What's it called? The Crystal Skull? Which isn't new anymore. It's like over 10 years old. But well over that. But, and what was the last one? The Dial of Destiny? That was okay, but again, not the equal of any of the first three, I think. However, for the purposes of this, Maya, how could you possibly like Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom?
No, I don't.
It's just insulting after the first film. It's got nothing to do with real archaeology. The female character in it has got absolutely no gumption. She just stands around squealing. Whereas Marion was like, you know, drinking Nazis under the table.
I mean, yeah, she's a bit sort of... meh, but she does have her own sort of strength. She will tell Indy where to go. I mean, ultimately, she likes Indy and all of that. K-I-S-S-I-N-G.
What?
She's kind of lame, and she's such a pain in the ass when they bring in all the food. But then, frankly, if somebody served me monkey brains, I'd also be a little bit like, ew.
I feel like you're doing my job for me.
Oh.
What about the depiction of the thuggy cult and like India? It's all like eating bugs and snakes and monkeys. And they're either incredibly evil or incredibly poor and starving. It's not a very charitable or accurate view of India, I would say.
Yeah, I don't really want to argue pro on those points, though.
Or maybe we should go Oakensol instead.
Okay. But Oakensol's awesome. I love Oakensol.
Why?
Because it's nice. And it's easy. And I don't want to play with two bars because it's difficult and I don't know how to bar swap. And it's making it easy because I don't know how to bar swap, but I don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, it's hard to take the opposing view.
It gives so many shiny buffs.
Yeah. I guess the only thing I genuinely say against Oakensol is that it railroads people into a dead end. You know? Because it it encourages you just to play the game that one way, and it means then you can master that rotation very, very quickly. But then where do you go after that? There's nothing left, and it deadens the experience of the entire game without people realizing it. It robs you of all that other stuff, which would happen. It does happen automatically when you play a game like this, like ESO or Dark Souls or whatever it is. You just get better at it as you play. You can't really do that if you're just playing a clicker, if you're turning the game into a clicker.
Yeah.
But ultimately, yeah, that's not a very good one either, because you're right. It has a totally legitimate reason to exist. Maybe not in its current form. Maybe they should buff it a little bit. I'm not sure they ever will, because I think they just want it to go away at this point. But the original idea of having something that was for people who used one bar anyway was good. The problem is they made it so strong after the update 35 debacle that then they made using one bar better than using two for a lot of people, and that's not the point. It was never supposed to do that.
Right, yeah.
So yeah, it's kind of, the pros and the cons are quite obvious, and we've run out of road very quickly. But yeah, does anyone want us to roll the dice on that board game once again? Even just a little cheer of 1 bit will do it. So, see to it that no unauthorized person enters the casino. Especially watch out for the nosy young priest by the name of Father Ricci. He's keeping a parrot as his pet. If he turns up, you must apprehend him immediately, but do not hurt him. As for the parrot, do with it as you please. Ezio. Meanies. That's how you know they're bad guys.
Playing a dangerous game.
They're going to kill the parrot. Doesn't this look great, by the way? It's running really, really beautifully. I feel like they may have given it a performance update with the patch as well. Or maybe it's just, yeah, it's because I'm in an interior zone, actually, isn't it? There's a lot less for the game to do in terms of heavy lifting. But yeah, Maya, did you find the list of all the things that the different squares do? Were you able to?
It's somewhere, yeah.
Yeah, I tried looking for it earlier and I couldn't find it. It's been a while. Wow, look at the detail on that. Anyway.
Hey, there we go. Petri, thank you for the biddies. All right, I'm going to roll that thing when Khan gets it up. Moving on.
I just flipped between the same scene. So, yeah, give me a sec. There we go. And when you said when Khan gets it up, you meant
I know,
when
I'm
Khan
in the
flips
game.
over to the game screen. Jesus, Maya.
Sorry. So where are we? We're at 7. So I'm rolling. Oh, that's stuck. Rolling, and it's 3. So it's 10. Oh, it's beer time!
Oh, so we're going to have a beer.
We don't have beer.
We've got some wine. Should we just have a small glass of wine instead?
Yes.
That works. We're in
Fill this
Italy. Hey, we're in the Vatican, technically. And Maya, do you want to move? Do you want to move the little ninja guy to square 10?
Or are we at... of course I can do it.
Thank you.
You're pointing down.
All right, Petrified War, thank you for that.
Thank you.
Oh, thanks so much. Let's have a little glug of wine then. The idea is, because this was unlocked at like 35 subs or something like that. So the idea is
50.
Was it 50?
Mm-hmm.
So the idea is to keep this game rolling until the end of the month.
Yep.
And each time we reach the end of it at square 200, there will be a big old giveaway. Here you are, Maya. Cheers, everyone. Happy imminent weekend. I know it's only 20 to 8 on a Thursday evening, but Friday is just around the corner. Why is the guy standing above square 10? Put him on the square.
Oh. That's where he was, like, floating.
This is sacramental wine. It's used to bless things. That reference will be missed by most.
I can't.
Don't worry about it, Maya. It's all good. Oh, that is a cheeky little red wine we've got there. I like it. Okay, what are we doing? I like the fact that you can navigate with the journal open.
I don't understand. I can't move it at all. It won't move. Don't know why.
Okay, don't worry about it. I thought we just came from down here, didn't we? Evidently we weren't done fishing around. Ah, I see. Another cool thing that they did with the game is you can use the camera to take pictures of stuff, and it'll give you hints as to what you need to do.
What does that inscription say?
I see the outline of something. You guys see that? There's clearly a section that comes off. Something that goes in there. The Holy Expeditions.
Holy Expeditions. Mentions the nameless.
Well, he's in the beer glass now.
And the Antiochene secret will remain in its sacred care.
Haven't watched Men in Tights in quite some time. I think I've only seen it once. Really
Come on,
enjoyed
did you
it.
grab Atomfall today?
Curious.
No.
No, okay. Sorry.
There we go.
Look at that. Pope figurines.
A Pope and a giant.
I missed what he just said. God
Who
damn
left
it.
you here?
Okay. So then what you can do, this is quite smart. If you're stuck at any of the, rather than like Googling it or going to IGN guides or whatever, you can just take a picture of the thing in the game. And it will generally, Indy will like say something that gives you a little hint about what to do.
Antioch. And there's an indentation. Antioch, where they sent the giant.
And where would the Pope be? Constantinople?
I don't think you should be here.
Oh, I guess not. The Holy City, the Holy Seat.
Holy shit!
Pope's right at home here.
Oh, there we go.
I bet this leads to the Pope's secret chamber.
Where's that, candle? There we go. Men in Tights, man. I think, what's the best of those movies for you, Maya? The Mel Brooks comedies of that era? I think Spaceballs wins it for me.
Spaceballs is awesome.
And I also thought Blazing Saddles was incredibly good.
I was really surprised by that because I had no idea of sort of what the deal was. But yeah, I really enjoy that one.
Spaceballs. We've been combing the desert. We ain't found shit.
Oh, just wonderful.
John Candy.
Rats.
Yeah, don't fall down, Khan. Doesn't look healthy.
No, it doesn't look good, does it?
Have you ever wanted to be an archaeologist? Has anyone?
I lived with a couple of archaeologists in my first and second year at university.
Not what I meant at all.
And, you know, no, but hanging out with them, I briefly thought...
No, but like as a kid,
That'd be
I
fun.
really wanted to be an archaeologist.
Oh, not really, no.
Or paleontologist.
Egyptology.
I really liked. Yeah,
Isn't
I love ancient Egypt. Yeah. visiting Egypt was pretty freaking amazing.
Man, Sin would be so happy right now.
Burn them all.
Pizza the Hut, yeah.
I love how dumb that movie was, like in a good way. It's just so fun.
I think they're scared. Look, they don't know where to go. They can't run away from me. Aww. Right, where are we headed, do you think? Can we light some of these? No.
At least it's not that dungeon where just everything, every light and everything is fucking lit. And you're like, well, who's doing this?
Yeah, that always freaked me out low-key in Skyrim. That every barrow you go into, there are Draugr walking around, and all the torches and candles are lit. It's like, that's creepy.
Oh, those good boys and girls are lighting it all.
It was set to blow. Suck! Suck! Suck!
Silly. They're doing Spaceball 2, right?
Yeah, they are. Mel Brooks announced it himself.
Is it John Candy's kid? That's...
Oh, good question. I don't know.
Hang on. Is it... Or is it... what's the other guy's name?
Bill Pullman.
Or is it his kid that's replacing him?
I don't know. I think he's in it. Pullman, isn't he?
Bit bald.
Alright, let's chuck that. Chuck this candle. Labyrinth tablet. Notes. This is...
No, it's Lewis Pullman. As well as... I mean, they're both in it, but yeah, so his kid is in it.
Yeah. Awesome. Cheers, Maya, by the way.
Cheers.
I knew it. I'm surrounded by assholes.
Oh, yes.
Anyone else got a different read on that? Like, Young Frankenstein is another Mel Brooks joint. That is a classic. That is aged incredibly well, considering how old it is. I don't know. I think Spaceballs might have the edge for me. But yeah, Men in Tights, Blazing Saddles. What are the others? Alright. Theodorus' confession. The Greek armor Theodorus of Alexandria upon his deathbed confessed thus: I practiced my craft in Alexandria by the harbor when an imperial messenger sought me out. I was commanded to Rome by Nero Caesar. My skill with bronze had reached his ears. He ordered me to forge a gladiatorial helmet unlike any other, in the Murmillo fashion, but bearing the visage of a ferocious bull. With giant horns, a gaping mouth, but most notable of all features, it was to be enormous, larger than any man could comfortably wear.
Sorry. Hey, Hammer, favorite Brooks file, History of the World, Part 1. When they are in front of the prophecy, looking for a pack of Trojans.
A pack of Trojans? Yeah, that's gold. I've not seen that. That's amazing. Right. Crusader's Diary. So many notes here. My one quibble, they're depicted as though they're on paper. A, paper wasn't a thing in 1097. It would have been vellum. Or parchment, right? Which is skin. And that means that if it's not handled regularly, i.e. comes into contact with the oils from human skin, although they can be bad for the writing. I learned this when I was doing my master's degree. We had to deal with and translate and read a lot of medieval manuscripts from cathedrals up and down the country. Very cool. It's actually good for these things to be touched and handled, because otherwise it disintegrates into dust. You know, it's essentially skin. So if you just leave it to get drier and drier over hundreds of years, it cracks and... Isn't that interesting? True fact. Maya's just ignoring me.
Yeah, sorry, yes.
That's a small quibble, that it looks like paper.
No, I know what you mean.
October, year of our Lord 1097. Thanks be to God. I have to read this in a Monty Python way. After many trials, we have at last reached Antioch. Antioch! It's only a model. The journey from Nicaea has tested our resolve, yet we persevere in his name. This is very Monty Python. Wow. Antioch rises before us like the walls of Jericho. Though these shall not fall by trumpet blast alone, our council has determined that no direct assault can succeed against such formidable defenses. The city's walls stand so mighty that 4 horsemen may ride abreast upon them without crowding one another. I am told that some 400 towers guard its perimeter, though I have not counted each myself. Wow. Antioch sounds like a fucking... sounds like a real landmark. The Citadel commands...
Let's go to Antioch! Off we go!
Favorite John Cleese moment.
I actually read it as John Cheese. I was like, cheese? I'm getting hungry.
I think one of my... Alright, I've got 2 candidates. They're very throwaway lines. One is in Life of Brian, when is it the Spike Milligan character who keeps answering the door? My eyes are dim, my nose is knackered, all that stuff. And eventually John Cleese says to him, "Be quiet, silly person."
Yeah, no, that is a great moment, you're right.
That's fucking amazing. And the other one is in in Monty Python and the Holy Grail, where they've just rescued Sir Galahad the Pure from the castle of certain temptation or whatever, and Zoot and all the horny women.
Naughty Zoot, naughty Zoot.
Yeah. Let him take a single-handed, all of that stuff. And then when he's like escorting him away, "No, it's too perilous. No, no." And then Galahad says to him, "I bet you're gay." And there's a little pause. "No, I'm not." I fucking love that. The comedy timing of it as well. Not that he pauses. "No, I'm not."
I like the sorry.
Alright, that's very good, yeah.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? I just got carried away, sorry. Oh, very good. Brave,
Very good,
sweet
very good.
Concord. Right, enough. The Citadel commands the heights above the city, making our position all the more difficult. The Seljuk commander, the infidel Yagi Zian, has garrisoned the fortress well. Most grievously, he has defiled the Holy Cathedral of St. Paul, using it to stable his war horses. Such that's exactly what you would do, though, isn't it?
So yeah, I was literally going to say, has he defined it by pooping in it? No, he got his horses to shit in it instead.
Yeah, but that is what you do, though, to insult the god of your enemy. You know?
Shit in his church, yeah.
Yeah, such sacrilege shall not go unpunished when the Lord delivers the city into our hands. December of the same year. So when was this? This is October, so 2 months later. 2 months have we languished before the walls of Antioch, and our provisions grow meager with each passing day. The Lord tests our endurance through hunger, and the infidels burst forth from the city gates to assail our foraging parties. Thanks be to God, Genoese vessels delivered fresh soldiers to our cause in the previous month. Among these newcomers arrived a most curious figure, one who bears no name save the nameless Crusader. He stands as a veritable giant among men, and it is said that he never removes his helm from his head. In truth, I know of no soul who has gazed upon his countenance.
Siege of Antioch. First Crusade, 1097.
You did change the category, right, Maya?
Yeah.
Thank you. I meant to ask, I assumed you were doing it.
This
Of course I did.
research
It was
on
a smart.
another giant. Who is she?
Junior tablet. Nicely crafted clay tablet with the name Junior inscribed on the back.
Ah, it's us.
Wonder who
Junior.
Alright, here we go. Should we check the helmet?
What do we got here?
It's not in the likeness of a bull, though, is it? This is clearly not the helmet we were talking about.
Keen of parchment.
There's always a spider inside.
Brother of the Secret Order of... You are deposed as one of the Crusaders. Enter the city of Antioch, find the sacred relic. Bring it back to the Holy See. Defend the secret.
I think Ted is typing.
Yeah, John Cleese is fantastic.
It's simple again. Oops.
Oof. Indy.
Uh-oh.
But yeah, you see what I mean about the comedy. There's so much of it. Alright. Labyrinth tablet.
Lublet.
Looks like the Pope didn't get very far here.
That seems to be locked. Clearly, there's something with a keyhole there.
Interesting.
And we can't take these and keep them? No. It's a shame.
The argument clinic.
Is that's a flying circus thing, right? Oh, there are so many good ones. I'll be honest, I know the movies much better than I do the TV show of Monty Python.
Where does this lead?
It's hard not to think of Monty Python though, with all this stuff, honestly. Come on then. What'd you think, Maya?
You probably
What's
gonna
down
die?
here? It's also
I don't know, but something not good.
It's also very angels and demons, isn't it? There's a lot of running around underneath Rome in that film, I feel like. I'm just gonna discover a like bunch of prison cells with like tortured bishops sitting in there. Well, hello.
Sun fountain. Not a fan of the snakes, though.
Oh, what? So we need to get upstairs. Or we can just do it from here, maybe?
Okay, these gates turn. Bingo.
Delightful.
Hey, let's roll the dice again.
Hey, let's do it. Oh, thank you. Amazing.
Thank you. All right, 4. So that takes us to 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I don't know what this one is. Oh, that's wine.
Oh, we're already drinking wine. So a second one?
Let me find it. No, I don't know where to find it. Oh no, there it is. It's literally
Sanguine
called
is-
Dungeons and Flagons.
Yeah, sanguine is a glass of wine.
Yeah, so I'm correct.
And the skooma on number 12 means a cocktail.
Yeah.
I gotta be
no,
honest, I don't remember what the talons are on square 17.
crowd control. I think.
Oh, right. So we have to do what chat says.
Yeah. Or just play a crowd control game.
Oh, that's fun. I like that.
Skyrim is crowd control.
I mean, no one hit it, so let's not worry about it.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Well, there we go. Let's finish off what we got and pour ourselves another. This could get dangerous. Maya, may I pass you? But thanks, Petrified War, for the bits. That's amazing.
Much appreciated.
Yeah.
Thanks for the biddies. Why does it have to be snakes?
Yeah, right.
Water maze. Platforms with...
That's a big snake. That's a big, scary snake.
It really is. I mean, you never saw the bit in Sukhothai with the snake, though, did you, Maya?
No. Sadly not. Bought some just for the roll earlier. Might as well use them. Thank you. Much appreciated.
Do you think we need to fill every single one with water? Or does it not matter?
I really don't like snakes. Yeah, I don't mind them. I haven't encountered that many, but I have very healthy respect for them. I'd put it that way.
Yeah, let's put it that way.
They move without having legs. Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
It's incredible. It's very impressive. This is riveting. That's the thing with puzzles. I don't have patience for them. I'm not great.
I'll tell you what. Well, there's a bit of figuring out, like, how it all works. Do we need... Will one platform come down if
I'm hoping to make it to Atlanta, Georgia tonight. What does that mean? Are you driving or what?
Nice. What are you up to in Atlanta?
So is that IRL? Is it in game? I don't know. I'm a truck driver. Nice. I see. Okay, that makes sense. How much further do you have to go? I'm being harassed by the cat.
Nope.
Hey, the water's flowing. About 2 more hours. Well, that's not too bad.
Getting there.
No, where did the platform go? It's disappeared.
They're not, like, equally raised, though, are they?
I have no idea what's going on, so
No,
I don't
neither
know.
do I. This is brand new.
Yeah.
Brand new concept.
No, but I just mean puzzles. What? Confucius.
I'm not sure this
Impressive for a snake.
if that's what you're supposed to do, but whatever. It works. Works for me. There was something up here that we could grab a hold of, wasn't there?
I started in Whiteland, Indiana, about 575 miles. Ooh, taking 10 hours total today. Wow.
Wow, that's a long haul. Nice one.
Khan, I gotta get some food. It's 8 p.m. and I do have to be at work tomorrow, so...
Yeah, well, it's been an epic stream. We've been going 6 hours. Quarter of a day, no less. Heliodromus artifact.
Yeah, thanks for those, you know, who stayed to watch Indiana Jones. We really, really appreciate it. That's awesome.
Last call, obviously. We'll be back tomorrow. We'll talk more then. But if anyone's got any Prime subs they're not doing anything else with, and you want us to keep this up until the end of September and onwards, you know, please consider that. It is a month-long discount here on Twitch, but thank you so much for hanging out today. Really appreciate it. It's been fun. And like Maya said, it means a lot when we switch games and a lot of people still hang out, continue watching. So yeah, we'll be back tomorrow, and we'll have more info on that keyboard giveaway and Space Marine 2 codes as well coming up. Can't believe that. That's really exciting.
I know, right? All right, well, there's only one person we can rate it today, and that's Daphne, who's celebrating her birthday. So let's go and say hello. So thank you so much, everyone. Have an amazing evening, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll be back tomorrow.
Night-night.
Cheers. Take care of yourselves. Bye.
Already rated off.